That's right, chat. We are on time this week. We are on time, which I haven't been in a while, to be honest. I am, ah, man, Jesus Christ, what a week. We have a lot to talk about this week. Eventually there will be timestamps. I know I say that every stream, and then I realize in the past 2 streams since I've been back, I have not made timestamps. So I need to go back and do timestamps for last Sunday and this past Thursday. You guys can all hear me too, right? But what was I going to say? So we have a bunch of topics today. The biggest one being this apparent sequel drama that blew up the other day. It blew up so much so that I remember I thought this week that we were going to be talking about the leaks that I know Alex brought up in chat. And so that was my expectation for a lot of this week. I was like, we'll talk about the leaks. We'll talk about the new Hamaguchi interviews, which, by the way, when we get to topic 2, the great Hamaguchi interviews, there was one in particular with N Tower that was really good. It's like the best Hamaguchi interview that I've seen in a while. Just in terms of like new information, new teases, new hints. It's been a while since we've got anything like that juicy. It's nothing like crazy, but it's fun. There were finally answers that were like different than sort of the standard answers that come up in a lot of the interviews. And then we'll also play NieR as we near hopefully ending A. I don't know when we'll reach that point, but we're making progress every week. Last week was actually really great. Last week had the crazy, if you don't follow NieR, or if you do follow NieR but you don't hang around for that part of the stream, we were in the middle of like a side quest that took us to like a ship that was like stranded on a beachfront in seafront. And there was kind of like a little bit of a ghost story. If I remember correctly, it was technically a side quest. But it was like very engaging, very, very good, very cool. But first, let me say hi to some people. So Checkman, what's up? Funny enough, I haven't heard anything about this drama until Max made a video about it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you probably spared yourself a lot of frustrations. I mean, I will say that you will see when we talk about this, I'm trying to approach it differently than a lot of conversations about it. I'm not going to go through like, here's all the reasons it's a sequel. I'm just tired. I'm fucking tired of the debate and the conversation, but I am going to talk about the conversation and what I think is sort of driving it. Not even like shipping related, as some people bringing that up, in chat. And like, yes, I have seen that. I have seen a lot of people who are heavily engaged with this usually click their profile and they're on, on some particular side of that whole debate. I don't want to get into that. I'm not in that community. I don't think about that stuff. I don't want to like put prejudgments on it. It does seem like it's sort of the majority, but I just don't even want to get into that because I think there are other reasons why people have such differing views on this beyond that shit. Even if that is a factor, I think there are like reasons why, and a lot of it comes down to the devs. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But hey, what's up? Shackman, Cam Grundy, Brainbox, Steph, Sir Crew, Nick, 1985 Dragon, Cha, Alex, Oz, Magic 9 Ball, Dose Doer, what's going on? Tyler Hepner, what's going on? It's funny because I was talking about box art earlier this week on Twitter, and I think I referenced it at one point, and somebody was talking about like their ideal box art. And I sent them the art of the gold saucer. Or no, actually, sorry, I sent them the art that you did for part 3 as like a part 3 tease that had like the high wind and the whole party looking up at the high wind. And I was like, imagine something like that. And they were very hyped by that. Drake, what's up? Easy Mid. So we have a whole bunch of shit to talk about this week. Stylewick, what's going on? Just when we thought the dumbest thing that happened last week was the leak, I guess the internet does not disappoint. You would be correct. So let's get into it. What was I going to say? Also, I found something I'm very excited about, chat. I'm really personally extremely excited about it. It's a little bit of like a behind the scenes sort of thing. But I found this like tool for Windows. It's called Windows. It's literally called like Windows Toolbox or something like that. And it has a feature in it that lets me keep a window like always on top. So usually when I do these streams, again, this is like a behind the scenes thing. Usually when I do these streams, I have like I have my like, you guys know I'm a nerd, so I make the Google slides to help like step through the power toys. Yeah. I make like these Google slides to sort of like structure the conversation a bit. And I'll have it full screen on my main monitor, and I have a second monitor, and the second monitor has OBS. It has usually the chat box is like over on the left. And so I'll usually have to be like, keep looking to my left to like read the chat and like look at the thing that I'm talking about. Same thing with like while I'm gaming and stuff. And so this has the thing that keeps it always on top. So the chat box that I have that has both the Twitch and the YouTube chat, this is such a nerdy, just like streamer thing. And now you guys are like front and center on top of my thing. So I can look at the thing that I'm talking about and see chat at the same time a lot more easily, which is very cool. SubTXT slideshows are even more excited than FF7 musical drama. I appreciate it. I've had to do a lot of Google slide presentations for work, and I just got so good at it that it's just like, it's weirdly works for the streams that we do. Let me pull up some music. Even though part of me wants to keep it music free in case I make a video out of this, and then I can put any kind of music behind it. Fuck it, we're doing it. Because it's just my ears. There's nothing in my ears. I don't even have my own voice in my ears, which makes it hard. So, what industry do I work in? I'm in like the marketing field. So working on like nothing like super exciting, nothing in gaming or anything like that. More like, anything really. I mean, I've worked in packaged goods, I've worked in like other things. So, that's the thing. So, yes, the sequel drama, there was a lot to talk about this week. But first, before we get into that, first of all, remember, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to any mothers that happen to be in the chat. Happy mothers to the mothers of people in the chat. My mother lives in another part of the country, so that is a phone call. So I am here and free to chat with you all today. I was actually curious about like how many people will be out and doing stuff today, because this is sort of my stream day, but it's also Mother's Day. So anyway, I love this meme. I've always loved this meme. It's always super funny to me, and it's just appropriate for especially us FF7 nerds. Again, the patrons on Patreon. If you want to join them, it's patreon.com/subtext. You go into the scroll on the side. Thank you, Stalik, Spartan, the Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Stefaroff, Ben Bolton, the last Belgian. Most of you are actually in chat right now. But as I was building up to, this week has been pretty fucking crazy. Did not expect this week to sort of like blow up the way that it did. I will say, like, when we get to the end of the topic and the conversation, you'll see that like I do feel like, weirdly enough, despite like how fucking terrible it was at the very beginning. Thank you so much, Shackman, for the 4 months SGF trailer Hopium. I mean, when else would they do it, dude? But yeah, thank you for resubbing for 4 months. So I actually do feel like, weirdly, at least in my experience through all of this crazy shit, it has actually been very nice to sort of like get some of these conversations out, because there's been so many just like feelings on both ends of the debate. And to some extent, I understand, and we'll talk about it. Like, I understand why people who like don't believe in the sequel theory get so frustrated by it. Beyond the anything like shipping related, like they're frankly, and they say it themselves, like very much the minority. They're pretty outnumbered. You know what I mean? And so when they have a view of the game, and then they have like devs telling them like, oh, here's like a view, like, yeah, your view seems solid because like we're trying to keep it mostly the same. Like, you read that stuff and you see that stuff and you're like, well, why does everyone except me think it's a sequel? And why are they so insistent it's a sequel? And so like I get the frustrations on that side of it too, right? Maybe I'm just too fucking empathetic of a person, but like I get it. Like I get it. But then they can also be a little combative back, right? And then it gets to things like provoking Max, and then we saw that blow up, and then he made a video about it. So that was actually kind of nice though, to sort of like have this conversation. There's like a whole big Reddit thread where people are like talking about what they think. It's like a less unhinged version of the shit you see on Twitter. It's like a little more thoughtful, a little more coherent on like on all sides of like sort of the argument. And I clipped a couple things from it that we'll talk about. But weirdly enough, it actually was good to sort of like get some of these, like have some of these conversations. So all that said, let's start at the beginning, right? Let me set the stage for what's going on, Horatio. Let me set the stage for the context of my experience with this whole drama. So I was at work, right? I was at work, minding my own goddamn business, just, you know, making more Google slides for something totally different. And I got a message from one of my FF7 buddies. He's seen the new FF7 drama. And I was like, the fuck? No, I'm working. You know what I mean? Like, granted, I am online sometimes, like during work, I'm in the Discord. You guys see me sometimes. But there are also blocks of time where I'm just like super locked in. What's going on, Horatio? There are the times where I'm like, I'm super locked in. I just don't see anything. So I didn't know what the hell was going on, right? So I was like, what's going on? And then this person was like, I don't know, can't tell, but people seem upset. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? And then like, and I hadn't seen anything because I hadn't really been on Twitter. And so I was like, what the fuck? So I went on Twitter, I jumped on Twitter. And what I saw were like a bunch of different variations of like this tweet. Like, if my theory for FF7R isn't true, then it's bad. And from what I saw, it wasn't like attributed to anyone. It was just a bunch of people posting like a version of this, and like all I just like takes about that. It's like, oh my God, why are you gonna like prejudge the thing, yada yada yada. And so I just saw like so many of this. Again, it didn't even like, I didn't even see it attached to anybody like Max. And then I got a message of like, I think it's about Max. And I was like, well, what the fuck? Because I remember I had seen, because he had streamed like the past 2 days before whenever this drama happened, which I think was on Thursday or Friday, I forgot when it was. So what I remember, so I thought like the only thing I remember him talking about with FF7 was the leaks, and he didn't even really talk about it. He was like, yeah, I saw it, I think it's kind of bullshit. And then he was doing his own thing. He was playing Saros, he was playing every time I jumped in for a while, he was like playing Saros, he was playing like Invincible Versus, like he was just doing his own thing. He was just playing games as far as I had seen. So I was just confused as to like what he even said. I even like scrolled through the streams to see if there were like moments of like just like talking or bringing up the leaks or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. I didn't see shit. And sure enough, like Max then posted, and he rarely posts about this type of shit. He was like, someone explain the FF7 drama because I'm extremely lost. And I was like, big same, Max. I am also fucking lost. And so I don't know all of the origins. I just am telling you like what I saw. And eventually this dude, who also clipped me and tried to represent one of my takes incorrectly, like replied back and said, if I may, as someone who's been a very long time fan of yours, there's been discourse about how disappointing it is that content creators are saying that if their/your theories don't come to pass, the trilogy series, therefore the project will be disappointing, that somehow it being and then it's like a long thread with like other thoughts, I think. And so Max quoted this and he said like, dude, being disappointed with one thing doesn't make the whole series bad. Be real. Was disappointed with Rebirth not having material loadouts and underutilizing Zack. Did it make me hate the game? Hell no, shit was amazing. Your favorite things do not have to be perfect. OGFF7 isn't either. And actually this reminded me of that like opening chapter of my Rebirth video where I made that point, right? Like I was like literally about 5 minutes into my video, I was like, a lot of this was born out of like me wrestling with my feelings about the game, because on the one hand, so much of it was so fucking good, dude. Like Like, I didn't even mention this part, but like, and I know like Fort Condor was disappointing for some people, but like the fact that like you're like running around Junon and then you interact with like a Fort Condor board, and then he gets sucked into the Fort Condor. It's like, holy shit. Like, there were so many moments that were like, oh my God. Again, like in Junon, I remember for me, it's funny to think back without the baggage of like thinking back on checklists and all the negative things, but like that initial first experience with Rebirth. Like, I remember getting the Black Chocobo in Junon, climbing the mountain, and I like crested this like cliff. And as I like went over the top of it, I looked out and I saw fucking waterfalls, and it was just like, and that part had been like obscured in the demo. You can't access it, but you know, as soon as you climbed, but I just didn't know what to expect on the other side. And it was like this big area with like multiple waterfalls and multiple cliffs to climb, and I was like, holy shit, this is so cool, right? Like, this is so much more than I expected. And then that region, because it was very small in the demo, was like fucking massive, and there's so much to do. Like, so much of that first experience, even if it was like a little too much in the end, especially if you stick to, I gotta do everything. Like, my experience is like so mind-blowing, even if there were things I wasn't, you know, satisfied with. Nick, I get thinking something you don't wish for to be as bad, but why not just accept that it's not for you and move on, like I will if AC follows part 3. Yeah, we'll talk about that. That is the healthy thing, right? It's like the thing that they're upset about. And I think I have this sort of like laid out differently in like when I get to the part. The thing they're upset about, and I kind of understand, and Max talked about it himself in his video, what's going on, Allies, is like, Max is very influential, right? And he sort of set a lot of he sort of like set the groundwork for a lot of the conversations, or at least like codified a lot of things that were being said, you know, about like it being potentially kind of like a sequel. Because we have, and I have it screenshot later, you have like that big Easy Allies spoiler cast that has like almost 1 million views, and like it is referenced a lot. It is like it's sort of like set a lot of the tone for a lot of the conversation. A lot of people picked parts of it and sort of like went with it. So I understand when people who maybe think it would go another way and love the series and like don't want people to hate on it just because it didn't go that way. I can understand like being fearful of that. You know what I mean? But here's the thing, Max expresses things and has opinions, but he's never like crazy about it, right? Like, he isn't fucking Sebi. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like constantly hammering people to think the same thing that I think. You know what I mean? And like, here's why your taste is shit. Like, he doesn't do that. And so, but I think like they treat him like that. He's not a controversial dude. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's not dogmatic about it. So he's not an instigator, right? Like so him just saying this is just him just expressing an opinion. And when you see the actual clips, it's very casual because he's very casual. And I don't think he's very hardlined on a lot of this shit either. Like, if things go differently, things went differently in Rebirth than he expected. He's not upset about it. So anyway, this is like the first clip that was referenced. So the dude replied, just to give the full context. Wait, dude, I'm not talking about superfluous things like game mechanics. I'm talking about the story. I'm not the one that said it would be greatly disappointing and wouldn't be worth it. I have faith in the devs and bringing the entire compilation together, whatever happens. Which, by the way, there's a little bit of a subtext, ironically enough, that like there's a certain, these people also have their own sort of interpretation of where things will go, and will probably be disappointed if it doesn't go that way. But I digress. So this is the initial clip that apparently got them upset. And the crazy thing about this is too, because I was like, was this a recent thing? And like I went back to like his like most recent video games to see if it was like from that. I don't know when the fuck this is from. So like this was a little while back. They were playing Rebirth, I think on Switch 2. So it was maybe a week or two or whatever ago. I don't know when it was, but it may not have even been the Switch version. No, there's an X and an R1. So this is like either PC or PS5. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know when this is from, but this got drudged up. And this is what was said.
It's just a spicy remake.
Oh, you stupid bitch. You fucking thought it was building to something?
It isn't Sephiroth in the future.
You're such a stupid bitch.
Children Sephiroth. It's just a spicy remake. That would be, in my opinion, greatly disappointing at this point.
They're in the middle of a big conversation. You know, things are said, yada, yada. Like, he was just, like, expressing something, like, in the moment. Nico hasn't been there in a while. Exactly. So these people are drudging up old shit and then, like, turning it into a conversation. And then this was another thing that they posted.
Do you want part 4 if that's in a reimagining of Dirge? Bitch, if you want to talk about what I want...
Yeah, people taking a nuanced statement and twisting it into fit their
I legit want remake.
The guy calling game mechanics superfluous is kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, game mechanics aren't. He does talk about game mechanics though too. You know what I mean? And like in his follow-up, like stream and video, you know, I think at one point he said like he hopes the devs listen to him, but I think he hopes the devs listen to him mostly about gameplay shit. Like that's what he usually is like focused on the devs sort of like doing. He's like, man, I really want them to fix like this checklist shit. Just like with Remake, he was like, this aerial combat sucks, dude. Like, I hope that they give us a solve for aerial combat. And like they did, you know what I mean? And he's equally hoping for things like material loadouts and stuff like that. So he doesn't strike me as being very hardline on story stuff. But anyway, let's listen to what he said.
Do you want part 4 if that's in a reimagining of Dirge? Bitch, if you want to talk about what I legit want remake, the remake trilogy to void out Advent Children and Dirge of Cerberus. I literally wanted to void that shit. Like ceasing to exist type stuff. Like I actually do. That is where I hope the narrative is going, where it's like that shit does not have to happen. Like that's like an official retcon type of shit. That Cloud just goes through the same old trauma, a bunch of people die, all this bad shit happens, like, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, how about maybe the whole point of Sephiroth going back and Aerith going back is that they can fix shit. They don't have, everyone has to keep on suffering type of stuff. Because it kind of sucks. Characters never get to be happy. Never get to be fucking happy, dude. So anyway. That, in my take, I don't want Advent Children to be remade. No, I want the end of this trilogy to be the end of it. I don't want to fucking think about, so how do you think this connects to Advent Children? So we watch Advent Children now at the end of this? And it's like, no, don't. That also, I don't think that's happening because they literally release Advent Children in theaters, dude. They literally.
And I don't want to get too much into the core argument because I want to talk about the actual, like, broader argument more. But the one thing I will say that I didn't think about until I think someone in the Reddit brought it up. It was like, imagine you reach the end and then like, let's say it goes and it's all the same. Like you reach that ending and then basically then the promise becomes, hey, now go watch this old movie, which is fine. You can watch an old movie, but it'll have like entirely different cast. It'll have like, the vibe will be probably like maybe not what you expect. I mean, when I reached Advent Children, when Advent Children first released for the first time, like I remember it was just not what I expected to be happening in the world of those characters after saving the world. And we've gotten used to it over time, I think, but like, I feel like a lot of people also had a similar reaction to like, oh, this is what's happening? Fuck, this seems pretty goddamn bleak. Shit. I didn't think people were going to be dying of disease and like, Cloud was going to be depressed as fuck. And like, there are reasons for it. You know what I mean? But like, goddamn, you know what I mean? It's an unexpected next step in the story in a lot of ways.
Really want us to know what happens in that movie. That was deeply weird. Like, deeply weird. Why the heck would you be re-releasing this film in limited capacity to hardcore fans and shit if you didn't want it to be fresh in our minds? It's spoilery as shit. Like, what? This is odd. So anyway, I think there's a reason for it because it adds perspective to where the story is going if you know what happens. Same shit with Crisis Core. Exactly. Why the hell release that? Yeah, exactly. Why the hell release Advent Children before part 2? Why the hell release Crisis Core before part 2? What the fuck? There's some weird shit.
Yeah. I've always thought it was
so
weird.
Anyway.
I've always thought it was weird to release, if it all adds up, like to release it with part 2 rather than like with part 3. Because then if you release it with part 3, it's like, yeah, this is what happens next. Anyway. Again, I don't want to get too much in like, is it a sequel or not to be? We will later, probably.
We'll see. We'll see if it all comes together in like an interesting way. I honestly feel that the majority of people want it to get a little off the rails. I really do. I feel like the more they commit to it not just being a one-to-one remake is actually what the majority of people want. People want, every time like characters are seeing weird shit or you're seeing characters in a different world or perspective, people are going, whoa, what the fuck is happening? And when it doesn't amount to being anything in part 2, it's kind of like, huh, okay, so we're not doing anything with that? Now we only got one game left, dude. It's like, so what do we do with it?
You know, it's funny because like whether it's a sequel or not, let's table that for a second. I will say that like when I played Remake, going in, I was like, I had seen the whispers in the trailers and I was like nervous about that shit. I was like, oh, what is this weird shit? Oh my God, some weird compilation shit seems to be happening. Not that there are whispers in the compilation, but like there are weird things in the compilation, and that felt like something in that vein. It's like, oh fuck, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know how this is gonna work out. And there are a couple goofy moments, but like I was mostly very into where that storyline went, right? Like I thought it was very interesting to sort of like have these weird forces of nature sort of like trying to keep things in check, because there were times where like things seemed like it was gonna go out of step, and I was like, wait, this is happening? Like I remember you know, that first time that, you know, Barrett sort of like shoos Cloud out of Seventh Heaven and is like, you're not coming on the mission with us. I was like, really? He has to go on the next mission though. What the fuck? And like, so I was kind of like, oh shit, what the fuck is happening? Like, that's really, he's not going to go on the mission? He has to go on the mission. And then the way that they got him on the mission, there were moments like that all throughout the game. I was actually wildly engaged by that, right? So way more than I'd expected. And then in Rebirth, I remember when I was playing Rebirth, it was like cool and like everything was like good and interesting and all that. And then he gets to Junon Parade, and then you have this conversation with Rufus that never happened in the original, and it's like fascinating. It's interesting. He's like bringing up Cloud's past a little bit. He's like, you know, I looked at your record, and it's like, oh shit, like this is kind of interesting. Like. And then Gaga happens, and like that's really fucking interesting, and that wasn't in the original. Like there were so many moments that weren't in the original that were incredibly interesting and engaging, and it was like, oh shit, the Gee Village. I was like, fuck. So when he says like people want this type of stuff, at least I can relate to like feeling like a lot of those new things were actually really cool and really interesting, and actually did help engage me with what was going on. You know, whether that adds up to like a change or not is, you know, up for debate apparently. And we'll talk about that, but I agree with like this sentiment that like a lot of us do kind of want some weird shit. They've set that up, you know?
And that's the biggest thing, is that, is it a sequel? Is it like a mystery sequel? I think that's where the majority of our brains are going, where it's like, did those events happen? Are the characters...
The only 100% truth is that we do not know until we know. Yeah. I feel like all these things could have happened without all the Fate meta story, in my opinion. Possibly. Hold on, we're just catching up a little bit with chat because I know I've been going a little bit. I wouldn't be an FF7 fan if it wasn't for the Whispers weirdness. The meta aspect of it being a sequel and a remake is so interesting to me. Fascinating. Go back to it.
Characters in our story aware of the events and how they occurred, and then they're retreading now. It needs to lead to something. Yeah, that's it. This needs to lead to something.
Elias is saying, they gave me FF7 when I was 15. I'm grateful, and I wondered about it, and wondered on my imagination. So whatever happens, if they are doing it again, playing it again, and make the game you want to make. I feel like that is what I saw, especially on the Reddit thread. There's a Reddit thread about this whole drama, and it has like 300 fucking replies. And the majority of people are actually just like very like, look, I think it's interesting. I'm down for whatever the devs do. Like, if it works out that way, cool. If not, then I just hope it's interesting. So then Max responded to that, right? Those clips that the guy shared. And he said, listen to what's being said, disappointed about the story beats not leading to things that seem like very obvious narrative choices would leave me disappointed. Exactly. Does it make it bad? Absolutely not. It's not my game, dude. I respect the devs for taking their shot. I'm here for the ride, and it's been wonderful so far. Would I want everything I want? Of course. But if what the devs want somehow collides with my wishes, then so be it. I don't understand how you think my opinion wills itself against you. And again, he's not someone who's like trying to force his opinions on people. And I relate to this too, right? Like I felt this way. This is a big part of like the opening of my videos. Like I was disappointed and I like wrestled with my feelings around it. And I tried to sort of like make sense with like why they set certain things up in Remake. And like, it didn't quite seem like it went through that way in Rebirth. And you know, like I said, that was a part of this video. And Vincent talks about this, right? Like expectations often leads to disappointment. So it is true. If you set expectations, it could lead to like certain opinions and whatnot. I forgot what this clip was.
They really enjoyed the.
Oh, that's right. So in my video, I brought up how like this happened with, you know, Empire Strikes Back, right? Like people had certain expectations and it impacted their opinion of the thing. And real quick, I'll just play this because I've always found this fascinating, especially because like these feelings have changed significantly over time, right?
Movie as a whole, but didn't quite have the same feelings about the ending.
Left me confused. Didn't understand the ending of it.
Oh, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't like the ending. It could have been a better ending. Okay, you just came out of the movie. What do you think?
It was a fantastic movie. They cut it short, though. There was no real ending to it, but it was a great movie. Great movie. A lot of things happen fast.
I love this guy's response too, because he's literally like, a lot of things happen fast, and then, oh shit.
And they really enjoyed the movie as a whole.
Fast. A lot of things happen very fast.
It's like very, very similar to the ending of Rebirth, where like, yes, a lot of things happened very fast. So that's like, here's the thing though, right? Like, so yes, expectations can lead to disappointment. And I do think it is fair for people who don't think it's going to turn out to be a sequel to be like, hey guys, maybe you might want to like, you know, adjust your, you know, not overly prepare that because like it might disappoint you. That might cloud that might cloud the entire conversation about the game. And like, if you expect it so wholeheartedly to be one thing and then it doesn't become that thing, then that can sort of like suck the air out of the room, right? Dude, expectations disappointing you is something I can relate to all the way back to a game that I'm playing on stream right now called Final Fantasy VIII, right? Where like after playing 7 and playing Tactics, like I was like so in and like I loved FF so much. And for whatever reason, when I did get 8, like, and I played the demo, I thought it was fucking sick. And then I played 8 and it didn't connect with me for the first time. You know what I mean? And like, as a game, the vibe of it is like fairly different from 7, even if like Squall in a lot of ways as a character is fairly similar to Cloud, like something about it just didn't connect, you know? And I built it up in my head. You know, it's probably the most hyped thing. I don't think I'd ever been from as hyped for something in my life. It was like the first time in my life where I was probably truly like hyped for something, you know what I mean? And then it came out, like it didn't hit, and like, fuck, dude, I was just like, ah, shit. And then I think I buried it a little bit more than I should have, you know what I mean? And now I'm replaying it again, and there are aspects of it that I'm liking a lot more than I did way back when. So like, yes, your expectations can have an impact on like how you feel about the game. So I had this slide, I forget the reason why, but I think my point was like, he's generally like a hype man and he does set expectations, right? We talked about this a little bit. And there was a good take from this guy named Nakat, who apparently Blitz knows. He's more of like a Smash creator, I think. And he posted about this. He posted a video about this called Maximilian Dood shows why creators giving their opinions is difficult. And let me just play a clip from this too.
Maybe it could happen. Can't. What's important is that we're able to have these conversations at any time. It's all for fun, and it feels like the entire point of the trilogy. A lot of people don't like what I have to say about certain things, but it's how I feel, and I can't hold that back.
It's so funny because like he's reading this this ends up being like the joke, like at the very end of this tweet is like, which seems all serious, ends with kind of a joke. It just ends with a joke, and it's just about like, we got to talk about this, and then he's like, part 3 will be 300 gigabytes and ship with an NVMe drive, and it's like, I refuse to believe anything else. Just like having fun a little bit with the drama. But then he talks about this, like he's like, you know, I can't help but give my opinions, right? And then that's what Nakat jumps on.
Dude, that's like creator 101. A lot of people feel conditioned to feel a certain way, especially in relation to their audience, because if they don't, the audience just attacks them, or they feel like they'll lose viewers and shit like that. I think, bro, if you got an opinion on a game or anything really, and that's just how you feel, just fucking say it. That's it. Period. Like, at the end of the day, if people are that like butthurt and sensitive about it, you probably don't want those people around anyway. Personally, just say whatever the fuck you want to say. Like, I'm never gonna hold back on Pokemon. I don't care if people get upset about it. I don't care. I will never hold back. I will always say how I feel about a game. And if you don't like that, I can't do anything about that. Like, I got a whole Discord of people shitting on the new Star Fox game. You do not see me breaking a sweat or my heart melting over it. I don't care.
I guess he's into it, yeah.
You cannot like how they look. You cannot like it. It doesn't bother me. Talk. It's fine. I'm not going to tell you, well, guys, I like this game and I'm really passionate about this, so you guys stop talking bad about that thing that I like. If you guys have your criticisms, you have your criticism. That's how I feel. But
Horatio, imagine being a human with agency.
You got to expect that when I feel a certain way about something, I'm just going to say it. That's it. And if you don't like it, you can just mute me or not listen to me, because I'm just going to say it. But like, and Max, who is just huge creator, it's a shitty situation because there's no winning for him. If he really likes something and he's celebrating it, but there's like this good portion of people that don't like it, they're gonna shit on him. If he doesn't like something, or if he has some criticisms for something, and it could just be light criticisms, it doesn't matter, and he voices it, there's gonna be these people who feel like, no, my thing is perfect, fuck you. So what can he do?
There's no
right?
winning.
He can just stop talking, but obviously you can't even do that as a creator, because people are literally watching to hear what you have to say. So I think he's doing the right thing. Say what you want, bro. Just say what you want. Say how you.
As long as you're not fucking toxic about it and trying to like beat it into people's heads to believe the same thing you believe, and to do giant segments weekly of like why the thing sucks and why people should believe the same thing that you believe. Dude, like, I have an opposite opinion, and you don't see me doing like sort of that. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like convince everyone why it's fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? I'm just like sharing thoughts. We play through the game. I talk about it. You know what I mean? But not trying to like do theses about like, or like, you know, like TED Talks about like, you know, why you should think a certain way about a game. Like, I do think that is, you know, problematic, but Max doesn't do that shit. You know what I mean? He's just sharing an opinion. And usually he's very like open and fluid about it, right? And you just have to. Like, no matter what, like I, in my video, like I dedicated 48 fucking minutes to being like, because I went to this back and forth in my own head, right? It's like, did they change their mind about Fate? Like, why did they do it this way? Like, you know, is it really a sequel? And I gave space and time to like all the different takes about it. I gave space and time to people who thought that the devs changed their mind about everything. I gave space and time to people who like don't think it's a sequel. I played clips that like countered my own belief, because I was like trying to, you know, I wanted to like have a conversation about everything. And even then there are people who have problems with the shit that I said. And I think I approached it as fucking fairly and evenly as I possibly could, even if I still had an opinion that I did share in the video, right? Because I can't like not have a point of view, right? And like I said, I went through this whole thing. Like, there was a time where like I also thought maybe they did change their mind. Maybe it was just fan service. Maybe this isn't adding up to something more. And then I dissected and I went into it and I thought about it more. I thought about what I know about storytelling. And I came out on the other side with sort of like with the video that you saw. So that, you know, like even when you give space and you be as fair and open and everything, I get labeled like a theory bro, as if I'm trying to like push something on people, or as if I haven't fucking thought about it or played the game. And it's like, there's no winning. You know what I mean? He's right. At a certain point, there's no winning. But you know, I am someone who's also like flexible. And I know this probably doesn't apply to me as it does to some other people. Like I did a whole playthrough of fucking FF7 OG before Rebirth, and there was like, and I had sort of shifted my mind on things. Like at the beginning of that video, there's like a whole thing that I have of like my big picture thoughts. Like, hey, what's going on, Etra? My like big picture thoughts going into like Rebirth, and I uploaded it like 3 days before Rebirth came out. And like some of the things were like that, like some of the big picture thoughts was like, new things aren't so new. You know what I mean? I found things that I thought were new in Remake, and then when I replayed the OG, I was like, oh shit, that was actually there. So I appreciate the work you put into making these slides and catching us up on the drama. All good. I thought FF7 R was going to be like Rebirth, especially. It was going to be like, but the trilogy as a whole was going to be like more like the OG than people expected. And like I replayed the entire fucking original, and I came out the other side thinking like, you know what? I think they're going to keep the vast majority of things. And I talked about like my evolving beliefs. Like one of the things I really was set on initially post Rebirth, post Remake, was a lot of people had like, oh, Zach is just in the live stream as a theory. And I kind of, it just didn't add up to me. You know what I mean? Because I never seen the live stream depicted as like these full livable worlds. You know what I mean? So it just didn't really like, maybe the closest approximation was like in the live stream sequence, like you walk through memories and stuff. But those are again, like memories. They're like historic moments. They have like dialogue that already happened. There's no like living, breathing people doing new things and new actions. So I was like, I don't know if it's just a live stream. And then there was a guy who came out with these with this like series of videos, and his name was Michael Bustamante. He's like rebranded since, and I think he mostly focuses on like Diablo content or whatever. But he presented like his point of view on like why it, you know, could be Zach in a stagnant live stream and how that like adds up to all the lore that had been established about FF7. It's like, you know what? It's like, it's kind of convincing, you know what I mean? And I changed my mind, you know what I mean? And I talk about it in that video. I talked about it here in this moment where, and I was like, you know what? I think this might be live stream fuckery, you know what I mean? Which I didn't think was the case. And then he played Rebirth and it was live stream fuckery. So like, I'm open to like changing my opinion on shit, you know what I mean? And so anyway, going back to this thought though, right? Of like, if my theory for FF7R isn't true, then it's bad. And like people's focus on that. What was the next point that I made? So yeah, so there was this guy, Michael Wrights, who replied because I made a, I was like, I've been in these conversations on Twitter this week, and he replied to one of my tweets and said, some people like it has to be a sequel, requel, or else it's bad and pointless and no payoffs. And if you think it's just a spicy remake, then you're dumb and not thinking, and you must not want any meaningful story and or meaningful payoffs and automatically bad writing, you know, bad taste. This is a bit extreme, right? I do think there have been like some people who maybe can be this attacking in their response to people who don't believe in the sequel thing. I know there was I saw a tweet between like a conversation between Baby Seal and Eyes on B, and she talked about how she played Rebirth like later than everyone else. And when she finally like, or Remake, I forgot what it was, but either one of the games, played it like after a lot of people had played it. And then when she beat the game, she didn't think it was a sequel. But she saw people bringing it up in chat, and like apparently people were like sort of bagging on her for not believing the same thing. So like there is that element, but at the same time, I don't think this is like, I personally haven't seen it being this fucking toxic, personally, you know what I mean? And I think to some extent, there's like a little bit of projection that happens when you sort of like read someone pushing back on you, where you add these sort of like additional layers of subtext, ironically, of like them thinking that, you know, you have bad taste, or, you know, you're dumb, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it gets that toxic, that deep, that often, but you can read into it into what somebody else says, right? Yeah, I've never seen anyone say this kind of stuff. Exactly. I see a lot more toxicity in the anti-sequel side, although it's not 100%. So anyway, I think people read stuff into things that are said to them with a little more negative and ill intent than maybe is actually there. That said, let me address the other thing that this person brought up. And obviously there's toxic people on every side. Fair. I was just giving this example because the current discourse has been a lot about this anti-spicy remake sentiment, a lot of disingenuous dismissal of this side of theory crafting. Part 3 concluding as more of a spicy remake could actually be incredibly powerful, really well done, well written, incredible payoffs, with a mystery plot and mind-blowing reveals, amazing story work and character work, all the important themes, and yet this often gets completely dismissed and trashed by some people as garbage ideas. I feel like a lot of this, right, is people feeling disrespected in their opinions. And again, if you are in a massive minority of like people who hold a certain position, you can feel sort of, you know, shouted out and overwhelmed, you know what I mean? And it could just be like, it could feel a lot more like aggressive and like oppressive than it actually is. I think there's a lot of that happening. What's going on, Justin? Because so many people don't have the same agreement. I saw another tweet at some point this week where it was like, you know, the number of people who are into like when you look at like the creators, the people who believe in sequel theory are like much bigger than people who don't believe in it. You know, the people who don't believe that it's a sequel have like much smaller audiences. So yeah, that kind of is like how the weighting of it is working out. This is just life, LOL. I know, right? Like, I'm sorry that they feel this way and they feel like so outnumbered, and that they have an opinion that is counters to so many other people's opinion. But the thing that I think is interesting too, the one thing I will say that I think is like in fairness to this, I forgot what point I was going to make here, but fuck it. But I think the big thing is actually, I'm going to switch to say something else first. Hold on. And I like quote tweeted this and I shared this video that I thought was super interesting. Who the fuck is it? Right here. So to the point of like, this person's bringing up a point, right? That like people are not taking into account that maybe it could work out differently and it could be actually really emotionally resonant. It could actually hit them in a way they don't expect. You know what I mean? So much of the conversation has been like prejudging the thing. And I thought this perspective from an actual fucking writer is actually really interesting. I played it before on stream months ago. It was back when like Dispatch came out. This guy is the writer on Dispatch, but he also worked on the Walking Dead Telltale series. And he talks about his experience on the Walking Dead Telltale series. And at first, when I first shared this with you guys, if you remember it at all, it was mostly confirmed how like I think multiple endings wouldn't be right. But he also talks about something else that I think is important in this whole conversation.
Yeah. Well, I worked on I worked on season 2 of Walking Dead, and in that season, we didn't think there'd be a season 3, so we basically listened to the critics and was like, okay, what you want is multiple endings. Okay, fuck it, let's do multiple endings, right? And at that time, I figured at the very least, I'm not working on season 3, so it felt like we were writing checks I didn't have to cash, you know? So we had like 3 or maybe 4 endings. Maybe there's 3 endings. And what we found was that like it completely like fractured the audience in terms of like the endings that they get, right? And in some cases, like you'll make a decision of at the end of if you haven't played it by now, fuck you. But at the end, Clementine.
There might have been a shift, Shaq, in like season 1 versus season 2. There may have only been two endings in part 1, and so maybe there was like a lot more.
And basically makes a choice of like go with one of two, or choose between these two people, or go it alone, right? And you know, some people would choose what they thought was right, maybe morally, or what was right in their heart, or thinking about what Clementine wants. But then what we found was that like people would get endings that didn't grok with what they wanted dramatically, right? So they got the ending that they chose, but then when they got there,
E33 flashbacks, by the way. E33 flashbacks.
It's like they felt a little bit more empty, you know? And then you watch them play through, or like in some cases I saw people basically play through and then immediately go and watch like, you know, a VOD of the path not taken and cry. Because that's actually the one they wanted emotionally, even though their head was telling them that this is the route. So it's really hard to sort of map a satisfying outcome for the player when there's that much chaos. And it's hard enough to write a good ending. It's hard enough to make people feel anything. Like there's all these like difficult things we're trying to accomplish it as it is. And then there's this difficulty modifier of like, how do we map their experience well enough that like all of these are going to resonate with them when they're all different human beings, that certain things are going to matter to them, certain things won't, you know?
With the Walking Dead example.
So I just think it's interesting, right? Like you can have an expectation when you pick a particular ending, and then the feeling that you get out of that, even if you think that's what you want, might not like add up completely, right? It might not like feel like the way that you expect. And I've felt this before with like other things that have had multiple endings, and I watch the other endings and I'm like, I actually kind of vibe with that a little bit more. Fuck, I felt this with Rebirth when it came to, in terms of like, you don't know what you want a lot of times, or like what you actually like need dramatically, to his point. Like, and the great example, a fucking perfect example from Rebirth is the live stream sequencing in Gaga. Like if you told me before that, like if I read a list of spoilers, and in the list of spoilers where they're like, they're going to take part of the live stream sequence and they're going to do it out of sequence and they're going to do it early. And I'm going to be like, I would have had if I just read that, my reaction would have been like, oh dude, how the fuck? The live stream sequence is sacred. You can't fuck with the live stream sequence. You're going to do some of the live stream sequence, but everything that gives some things away. Like, what do you think? Like, you can't do that. I don't think that could work. And then I actually played the fucking game and it's like my favorite part of the entire game. Like, but on paper, that my expectation would be that wouldn't work. You know what I mean? But then it actually happened and it did fucking work. You know what I mean? God, actually in Last of Us Part 2, somebody put up RDR2, and I know that's a controversial game, Last of Us 2, but like, I remember in Last of Us Part 2, in the middle of it, in the dead center of the game, perspective shifts to a different character. And when I reached that point in the game, like my literal thought was, oh, I see what they're doing. I know what you're doing. You're going to try to make me feel this way about this character. It's not going to work. You're not going to pull it off, you know? And it worked for me by the end, you know? Anyway, like you can have expectations of like whether things will or won't work. And that'll vary probably for people and how much it does work. There's people in here who's like, I fucking hate that game. Cool. Like, but either way, you can have expectations of like what you think you want out of a story, and then you actually get it and it can feel different, and you might get something else and it might hit differently. So like I try to, like when it comes to this whole thing of like, will it be a sequel or not? Will I be disappointed if it isn't? My gut reaction is yes. My gut reaction is I think I would be disappointed, but I don't fucking know, dude. Like maybe the way they execute it will make me feel differently about it. Like when it comes to my Rebirth video, that whole idea of like thesis, antithesis, synthesis, I sent that to the sort of group chat on Discord of like other FF creators. I wrote that shit. I outlined it. I provided like storytelling examples of like, because there was, you know, a lot of thoughts, you know, about Rebirth's ending. And I laid that shit out, chat. I laid it out and I sent it to my friends. And there was a fairly muted response. Nobody really had much thought on it. They didn't really like it. Just whatever reason is didn't connect. And then it made the fucking video and it was like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Oh shit. Now this makes sense. Like, oh my God. Like I remember watching Baby Seal's reaction. And he was like, when he reached the synthesis part, he was like, oh my God. And like, so part 3 could be about the synthesis, which could be about, oh my God, that's so interesting. I had written that to his ass months ago. Didn't get that same reaction. So as with everything in like creativity and life, like execution is everything. Like you can have it written down. You can have it sort of like in your head, but it's like, depending on how they execute it, it could fucking work. So I'm pretty open in terms of like, I don't think it would work for me. You know what I mean? For them to not send it in that direction of like deviating in some way. I really don't think it would work, but fuck, I could be surprised. Right. So let me go back to sort of the heart of this, right? So revisiting this thing of like how people feel, right? So what's happened though in the fandom is you have this dynamic where you have people who don't believe in the sequel theory. And there were a lot more recent threads of this, of like people posting like, here are all the quotes that like, you know, this thread, developer quotes that allude toward the remake trilogy being a reimagining, not a sequel to Advent Children. And there's a lot of these, right? And this week there was a lot of these people like posting, here's all the quotes. Like, I don't think it's a sequel, and here's all the fucking quotes saying that I'm right, right? And there are convincing quotes. Like, there are arguably a way more quotes on the side of that side of the argument than on the side of like sequel, which they've been a little bit more murky on. And like, we can read some of them, right? Like, Nomura says that Zack is the key to the mystery they've worked on in the remake project. He reiterates that the main through line of the story will follow the original, but a new mystery will run parallel with it. So they're like, that is all this new stuff is just like along the side, but the main story is staying the same to the original. That is what this is communicating. So I understand reading this and being like, well, fuck, dude, they're saying it right here to me. Or things like, when asked if they'd remastered Dirge of Cerberus, Nomura said that because the story takes place after FF7, they would first need to finish FF7R. Since releasing Dirge of Cerberus in the middle would spoil the ending, they can only release it after the trilogy, never before. So people are reading this and they're saying like, look, they can't release the Dirge because it spoils the original. Even though they release fucking Advent Children in theaters, that kind of spoils the original. Or they release Crisis Core, which kind of spoils a big thing about who the fuck Cloud is. Like, so they contradict themselves with their own but put that aside, like, you read this and you're like, well, fuck, dude, they're telling me that it would spoil the ending. So of course, so everything's going to add up the same way. Or you read this one, right? To explain our philosophy, it really was a case of being respectful to the original game. And then what were the elements to the original that we had to reimagine to create a more immersive experience? Most of the additions to the story come from us trying to fill in the gaps from the original game, content that wasn't included in the original because we couldn't show it fully with the technology available. And they've said this over and over and over and over and over again to the point that to me it feels like fucking gaslighting, right? Like, you didn't need the modern technology in order to depict, you know, fucking the whispers and like the concept of like fighting a giant, you know, god of destiny. So you're telling me it was because of technology that you didn't do that in the OG? Bullshit. Right? But this is what they keep saying. They keep saying this over and over and over and over and over and over, that it's like, now because we have modern technology, we can present it in a more modern way. So I get why people cling to that, because they've said it constantly. Here's another one. This one isn't even from like that tweet thread. This is from my own archive of like quotes that wasn't included in that tweet thread, but I thought was an even better sort of like piece of evidence for that argument, which is like, based on how the story went this time, is there any possibility the next installment and those after it will play out in a significantly different way than the original game? Katase. I've discussed this a lot with Nomura. We very much do not want to remove locations and scenes that fans of the original are expecting to make an appearance. Therefore, we're not planning to make what comes next entirely different from the original version. Please rest assured that the Final Fantasy VII will continue to be Final Fantasy VII, even in the remade version. New experiences and new narrative elements, which was said at one point in this interview. Why is that? Nomura says, when you once again play through the Mystery of Nibelheim, which is the single most important part of the original game, players would get this impatient, saying, yeah, I already know all this. In short, the game would only reconfirm the same plot point. Launching such a large project based on that sort of paltry payoff and that gameplay experience would have been difficult. And then he says, that said, if the story were to change entirely and become something completely different, it would lack any significance. The challenge we've undertaken with this project is introducing new mysteries without straying from the original. The irony of this is like, the Nibelheim mystery is almost the most same of all the things in the remake trilogy. Like, based on this, I expected the Nibelheim incident to be like kind of fucky, and it's pretty straight. But anyway, he's like, we're without straying from the original, right? So there are all these quotes that like say this over and over and over and over again. So I can understand reading this and being like, see, the sequel theory is bullshit. They have threads, chat, threads of multiple tweets with 4 images each with like double digit number of quotes saying this, right? There's a ton of like reassurance coming from the devs on that. But here's the fucking thing. Oh shit. Yeah. But here's the thing is that you then have people on the other side. Toolman might even be in chat. I'm not sure. I can't remember if I saw his name. You have people on the other side who have all their own quotes about like why it is a sequel. That's me. There you are. Where it's like in the Ultimania, right? It's like Sephiroth appears at the end of the expressway and disappears beyond a wall of whispers. At a crossroads of fate, Cloud and his companions pass through the barrier. They emerge in an otherworldly space and do battle with a colossal whisper, glimpsing scenes from a future they're about to abandon. With the whispers vanquished, the party faces off with their fateful opponent Sephiroth, hoping to defeat the planet's true enemy and clear the way to a brand new destiny. So it talks about like abandoning the future that's in front of them, building a brand new destiny. People have talked about like the back of the box of Rebirth. There's like defy fate together. There's this from the remake Ultimania also of like, what is the goal of the elusive whispers? Toward the end of the story, it's revealed that the dark smoke-like entities that appear before Cloud and his team are arbiters of fate known as whispers. According to Red 13, who gained knowledge through his contact with Aerith, the whispers are drawn to those who attempt to alter Destiny's course and ensure they do not. The table below summarizes which scenes the whispers appear in and what actions they take. It would appear that what the whispers deem to be fate is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. By the way, it's been a lot of debates, right? Of like, what is fate? Well, fate isn't actually the original story. Fate is whatever, whatever justification for like why it isn't the sequel. But here, in writing, in official writing, it says like fate, as they define it, is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. As such, to be fair, it says it would appear that the whispers deem. So it would appear that the whispers deem it. But anyway, as such, it will be interesting to see how Cloud and his party's journey unfolds now that they've defeated the whispers and broken through the barrier of destiny. This other quote, right, which I thought was fascinating, right? To this whole fucking conversation, like why this is exactly what they fucking want, chat. So the new Crisis Core is linked to the original Final Fantasy VII, but not the remake. Kazase Nomura said, that's a difficult question to answer because, of course, we haven't revealed everything there is to reveal about the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. The question implies that the original Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VII Remake don't exist in the same timeline, and the truth is, we still have secrets in that regard that we haven't revealed yet. I think this is before Rebirth, by the way. How the story ultimately ends, what it leads to, is a huge secret, so I can't give you a direct answer. However, the story of Crisis Core is relevant to the original FF7. It takes place in the same timeline. It's also relevant to and part of the timeline of the remake trilogy. By the way, that kind of like signifies that the original FF7 and like it's like Crisis Core is also relevant and part of the timeline of the remake trilogy. So it treats the timeline of the remake trilogy as like separate from the OG. It gets fucky, right? The games are therefore not independent of each other. Unfortunately, I can't go into more detail right now without spoiling anything. So on the one hand, they have a lot of quotes that are saying like, oh, it's going to be the same. It's going to add up to Advent Children. But they also have quotes that's like, the end is a huge secret and you don't know what's coming. And so that was highlighted in, this I pulled from Reddit because there was somebody who replied that like, it's all the same. The devs have said it. And then this person replied, it's like, well, they've also like, I really don't think they would come out and outright confirm how the entire thing is going to end, where they have also explicitly stated they want everyone to be surprised. And Nomura himself says things like the conclusion is not the slightest bit decided. He linked to it. And Hamaguchi saying things like, it will definitely be something you'll come to love, a brand new surprise. I personally feel confident about it. I believe it was either Katase or Nomura also said that they wanted this trilogy to have a definitive ending with actual closure and a brand new happiness for the characters. They've said both fucking things, chat. And that is why we are here. It's because we have one side that says like the devs say, I'm right. And then another side that says like, no, they say I'm right. And they both have stacks of evidence. And what do you do? Like, what the fuck? Like, this is exactly what they want. They want us debating this shit. They have said it. They want to hear theories. We don't know how it's going to end. Like, this is exactly what they want. So for either side to have like such a hard nosed, like definitive stance on what it is and what it isn't, it's a mind fuck, those two are. Like, this is why. This is just why it's happening. You're both wrong. It's a squeak wool. The only way to resolve this is for Nostalgia to send me and me to box each other IRL and donate the proceeds. Devs say this, but devs also say this. Dude. It's just like, it's exhausting. And it seems like there's like no end in sight, right? I fucked up my transition. That I was thinking of yesterday. But it's like, it's just so exhausting. It feels like there's no end in sight, but there is an end in sight. There is an end in sight. Summer Games Fest. This is from yesterday, so it's actually outdated. It's 25 days to go. 25 days to go. Steed. Hey, Sub, I hope you and everyone here as well. I'm just in and out. And maybe we'll talk about this one day, but I still want to chip in because I feel the gap is dramatically widening. I was a big fan of Max, and I said it on X. I feel we've all missed a point. We've missed a point this week. I don't know, dude. Do you feel like I've missed a fucking point with this goddamn breakdown? Because I feel like I've been fair to like both sides of it, right? Like the people who don't think it's a sequel and how like outnumbered they feel, and like I understand the frustration that they feel. Thank you so much, Red Mage, for 6 months. Like I get the feelings on both sides. You know what I mean? Like I get why people feel the way that they feel when like we have this shit. You know what I mean? Yes, Max did say later that he'll still be happy with the game, but given how polarized the conversation has been, him saying that outright can be interpreted as alienating a big part of the fandom. True, but I don't know if you were here earlier. Max also isn't Sebi, bro. Like, he's not going to be out there, like, doing fucking lectures about, like, why he's right and people are wrong and why, oh, it didn't end up being a sequel, so it's trash. He's not going to do that. He doesn't do that. You know what I mean? Even when he feels negatively, like, he felt that way toward Rebirth, right? Where, like, he initially, like, he wasn't super into the ending, and like if you go back and you watch a VOD of like his ending, he's kind of like, I don't know. And then he came around, right? So people are also prejudging him. People are prejudging him that like he's gonna have this reaction without actually letting the guy have a fucking reaction. You know what I mean? Like, let him come to an opinion. Like, he's stating what he thinks he might feel, but that could change, dude. Like, so anyway, one thing I will say, anywho, Max has been huge for the hype of FF7 when others gave up on it, and I still love his content, but it's possible to disagree with him on stuff, I think he's totally open to disagreement. He's totally open to disagreement. That's my point, right? And like, I get it. He's super influential. He set the conversation about Remake with the whole like Easy Allies thing. So like, I get it, right? But to switch gears real quick, going back to like expectations, right? Because they can lead to disappointment. There's actually a really interesting video. And it comes actually from someone on, in the shipping community. But when I listened to the video, because I was just curious, right? Because like there's been a lot of conversations of like, oh, this is all about shippers. It's happened in this chat too, right? And it was like, oh, this is all about shipping, etc., etc. So I listened to this video, I saw it come up on my feed, and I listened to it. And my expectation was it was going to get into shipping stuff. Interestingly enough, this person didn't get into that. They outright stated, like, I'm not going to talk about shipping stuff. I could if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. I just have these questions, you know what I mean? Like, if people don't want, and it was from Thief of the Monk, and she was like, actually what caught my attention was the initial, like, who boy. I was like, that is actually how I feel too. And it was like, why do people want to erase Advent Children? Like, Advent Children actually has a really beautiful story. Like, it ends with Cloud smiling, and like, it had all these thoughts of like, just genuinely to me, and I've never personally had any negative interactions with this person. To me, it read like, it was just like truly just wanting to know sort of like how and why, for example, Max would want to eradicate Advent Children like we saw earlier. So against maybe my better judgment, I went for it, right? I went for like, this was it was 24 fucking minutes. And in my estimation, I felt like an earnest question about like, what do you want? Right? Like, what is it? Like, why do you want this? Like, why do you want Advent Children to disappear? Why do you believe that? And so like, I wrote a response on Twitter. Probably the worst place to do this, but I did. And so I shared my thoughts. You know, even if the origin, you know, whatever, I think this is like helpful to at least get out. And the response has been positive. I don't feel like nobody has. How do I write so long without a blue check mark? I have the lowest possible tier on Twitter. It's $1.99 a month. So yes, I do pay something. But it does not give you a blue check mark. The only reason I got it was because of it lets me post longer than 2-minute, 20-second videos. So that's the reason that I got it. And then I stuck with it because what I heard and the experience from other creators has been, if you ever pay anything to Twitter and then you stop paying them, they will shadow ban your account. And suddenly you won't be able to like, your post like won't be showing up in algorithm. And this has happened to like several people that I know that have that, like Night Sky Prince, that's to create a whole new account. Blitz, that's to create a whole new account. So I kind of got locked in. It's $2. I'm not happy about it, but what can I do? So, so my response to this question, right? And again, I'm not engaging in anything shipping related, even though this came as a question from somebody who's in shipping, was, so thoughts on Advent Children, right? I actually agree that Advent Children has a good ending. Cloud smiles, as you noted, the book is on the way to a smile. These are all positive things. I even joked in my video, which you guys will remember, like I was like, sure, Cloud may be depressed for a couple months, but he'll be fine because the movie genuinely depicts him in a very good place at the end. And I think that's true, right? So when it first came out, I was a teenager. So I think some things didn't hit me the right way. As an adult who's been through some shit, I now think it is a pretty damn good exploration of how grief can linger. Like grief itself has lingered for me, right? So like I've felt this, right? That said, geostigma killing so many people isn't great, and the world in general looks pretty bleak. The book talks about the struggle of rebuilding society without Mako and being unable to get things like medicine to places quickly because they don't have Mako, hence like Barrett becoming an oil baron. So I get how people can see it as the bad ending of sorts, right? Like, and even it may not even be in some ways like the bad ending, because yes, Cloud is like happy at the end or whatever. He does smile, but it is at the very least like a less than ideal state of the world, right? So in addition, it shows Sephiroth leave with a threat of, I will never be a memory. In that way, it implies that he will still linger around as a potential threat, though we've never seen more of him post-AC, though arguably that's Remake. In effect, it concludes with the planet's true enemy, as he's called in Remake, still around in some way, right? So people are fucking dying. Sephiroth is like still out there. He can still, in theory, come back and probably has in Remake. Like there are still like not good things, right? Dude, a lot of motherfucking people died because of geostigma. So do I think Advent Children will be deleted? It depends on what you mean by that, right? So in the macro sense, no. Like we've talked about this before, but like it's definitely canon. It is currently core to what's happening with the Remake trilogy. You mentioned there are AC references, and I think she mentioned that there are AC references. It's like, why would you want to get rid of AC? Because it's like all over Remake. And I'm like, exactly, right? Like I think there are more than that. Like it seems like Advent Children is having an outright influence on the story. Hence the AC Whispers fighting you at the end of Remake. It is integral to the story. Basically what happens in chapter 18 is you get a vision of what comes next. And like you directly fight against that. The Advent Children show up to defend that future timeline, and you defeat it and break free of that, right? Like it is because of the existence of Advent Children that the moment that happens on the highway happens. Like what happens in chapter 18 cannot happen without the OG FF7 and Advent Children happening before it, right? Like it's still canon. It's not going to be completely wiped away. It is the inciting incident, arguably, of, you know, this whole Remake fiasco. There have been a lot of debates about the dev language of how FF7R will link up with and add up to Advent Children. It's a perfectly valid interpretation to say that it means that AC should follow Remake. That Katase clip, she referenced a Katase clip from the AC screening, is something I included in my video as a strong evidence against the sequel theory. Because in that clip, Katase says, like, you know, in the timeline of things, Advent Children should show up after the remake trilogy. Here's where things get complicated. It is made into a plot point in the remake trilogy that the party tries to defeat fate so they can avoid the events of the future as shown to them in the fight with the Whisper Harbinger. The Whisper version of the Advent Children show up to protect the future from whence they came. You defeat them, and as far as the game communicates, undo the chains of destiny. The Ultimania describes it this way, and we read this earlier, right? They emerge in an otherworldly space and do battle with a colossal whisper, glimpsing scenes from a future they're about to abandon. With the whispers vanished, the party faces off with their fateful opponent, Sephiroth, hoping to defeat the planet's true enemy and clear the way to a brand new destiny. Based on that, it seems like the devs want players to at least consider the possibility of that future, which consists mostly of scenes from Advent Children, being avoided. The current debate in the fandom is whether that will actually happen or not. It seems that the doors have been opened to a different future. The question is, will there actually be a different future? So then it gets into like how I think Advent Children can still be canon while also removed from Remake's future. So based on what I just outlined, Advent Children is canon to Remake. The events of Chapter 18, like we just talked about, simply wouldn't be possible without Advent Children being the source of the events in Remake. If Meteor Fall concludes in a way that doesn't require, and this is like a new thought actually, and all of this is relatively new, chat. Like I was writing this in the moment, right? I was just like thinking out loud a little bit. And so all of this is not like exactly maybe what I want, but it's like a good enough sort of like outline of like how things can go differently. And one of the things that I thought about is like, if Meteor Fall concludes in a way that doesn't require the life stream to wash over the planet and destroy the meteor, it can stop Geostigma from reaching the surface. That is the inciting incident. Geostigma is caused initially by contact with the life stream because the life stream has been contaminated with Genova cells. So I was thinking back to, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this scene. It's fucking badass. It's a really good scene. There's a scene in episode Denzel. Let me see if I can bring it up. Where they show the live stream washing over. Oh, fuck, I don't have it here. Shit. I have it on Google Drive somewhere. I don't know if I have it on my local computer. But anyway, they show the live stream like washing over, right? And like after that is when people are afflicted with Geostigma. And so I was like, in the past, I've argued that that would perhaps what would perhaps stop Advent Children from happening is finding a way to remove Sephiroth and Genova from the planet forever. And I've never known how this would happen though, right? Like I was thinking about it, I was like, how the fuck do you actually do that? Even the Cetra couldn't do it, right? Even the Cetra couldn't completely remove Genova. So fuck, how do you do that, right? And so maybe it's not that. Maybe all that needs to happen is in some way that moment where the live stream gushes out of the planet, washes over everyone and sort of like attacks the meteor. If like that moment doesn't happen, then Geostigma can't be started on the surface, right? So in walking through the logic of this reply, however, all that would need to happen is to have an ending in which the live stream doesn't wash over the planet, because that is the delivery mechanism of Geostigma. So if Meteor were defeated without that happening, that would be one way to avoid the events of Advent Children and reach a different ending. But once again, that wouldn't be possible without us breaking the shackles of destiny, which wouldn't be possible without trying to change the events of the future. So again, Advent Children would have been the origin point for all of this, right? So then there was a question of like, what specifically do you people want, right? And I'm very flexible on this. I've talked about it endlessly. You guys have heard it. I've talked about it here in this stream. I'm very flexible on what this could be. But like some things, right? Like a future where the planet isn't plagued by Geostigma would be a really good fucking start alone, because like as a different ending, that would be great. Like it would save a lot of lives. And I think Nick has talked about this before, but like, or rather it's another part later. But it's like, I don't want Aerith or Zack revived. I think that would cheapen the theme of life and death. FF7 is a bittersweet story, so it needs some aspect of bittersweetness in its conclusion. I also just experienced the removal of a death in a recent, spoiler alert, Trigun remake show, and it weakens it along with a bunch of other things that weaken it. But this is what I was going to say in terms of like that thing with Advent Children, right? Like probably my wildest wish list item probably won't happen would be having the ability to explore the new remade world after you reach the ending. Because when you reach the end of the OG FF7 before Advent Children, we never know what happened with the characters, right? That was an open question. Then Advent Children came around and gave us an answer. But the answer that like we finally got, right, it was a bit of a bummer. Barrett is chasing oil. Cloud is living in isolation. Like, as beautiful as like the way AC ends in terms of like the smile and like fucking rain comes down and washes away geostigma. Seems things are seemingly positive. Like, the starting point of that story is like a pretty big fucking bummer. So like, it definitely wasn't what I imagined happened to the characters after saving the world. What's up, Premiere? Like, you save the world and suddenly it's just like dark as fuck, dude. I'm like, oh my God. Even if like that is somewhat realistic in terms of like how grief can linger and you process it, etc. Like, damn. I don't know about you, chat, but when I first watched Advent Children, I said it earlier, and I saw the state of things and the state of the characters is like, oh boy, this is not what I expected, right? Like, shit, this is not what I expected. So it'd be cool to see the characters in the world living whatever their lives are, right? So if you were to wipe that away, imagine a scenario like, and I don't know if gameplay wise they would do this, but this is my fucking dream, right? Like in Red Dead 2, after the credits roll, you can like go, it drops you back into the world and you can explore it. I've talked about this so many times. And you're old and you can see what your old gang buddies are up to, right? Like, one of them is running a shop, another one has a baby. Like, imagine being able to like go out in the world and see what everyone is up to. Baron and Marlene could be, you know, growing a garden in Yagaga, like you mentions. Maybe he's working on like the wind farms that were teased in like the grasslands, where they talk about like that was the other energy sources they were like exploring back when the Republic of Junon was around. Like, there are a lot of things they could explore. Just being able to like see all that shit would be great, right? It would be so much better than like, oh, what comes next? Fucking Advent Children. Like, no, what comes next is like all these beautiful moments in the world that you can personally run up to and experience, or they can have DLC, like Red Mage is bringing up, that gives us more story content. Or maybe like in God of War Ragnarok, there's like a handful of like post-game missions with like extra story content. Like, that would be fucking sick too. That's, to me, is way more exciting than just going to Advent Children, right? Like, and people who died can still die, and like you can have all this other like just decisiveness to it, right? Like, Materia Hunter brings up my favorite point. I was gonna bring it up later because somebody brought it up on Reddit. Uncharted as my favorite epilogue. I don't know how many people here in chat have played Uncharted the series, especially Uncharted 4. But Uncharted 4 has such a good ending. Like, you reach that ending and you are just so fucking satisfied. You're just like, oh shit, yes. And like, to the point that there have been rumors about like a continuation of Uncharted being developed. I'm like, dude, I don't know if I want that. Like, it ended so perfectly. Like, everything that happens with Drake, that feels settled. Uncharted 4 is one of my top 5 games. Imagine having the feeling that you had at the end of Uncharted 4, at the end of the remake trilogy, chat. Fucking imagine that. Imagine getting to an ending that is like so conclusive. And it's like, it's fucking done. And it's like, oh my God, right? Like, imagine that feeling, right? Like, that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't want to just be like, oh shit, now I gotta go back and rewatch Advent Children and dirge of fucking Cerberus. Like, Advent Children has like positive things. We talked about it. My God. Like, that's what I want. I want that fucking feeling. And I don't want like everyone to be alive and everyone to be happy and the rainbows and puppies and all that shit. Like, I don't necessarily want that, but I want like that feeling that I had at the end of Uncharted 4. You know? Like, that sounds way better to me. And I don't know how they achieve it, but it would require some kind of deviation, you know? And is it a fucking crime to want that? You know what I mean? I agree. I don't want to be stuck in a weird time loop after part 3. Uncharted without Nathan doesn't make sense. Yeah, like Lost Legacy was good though. Like, I would be open to like something Lost Legacy style in the world of Uncharted if they wanted to go back to it. But isn't that a happy ending? I mean, yeah, Uncharted 4 is a happy ending. But like, I think people sometimes think happy ending is like Aerith alive and Zack is alive. I don't need that to have an happy ending personally. But I need like some kind of fucking deviation, because that was what was promised in Remake, you know? So yes, it is illegals. Shen Republic security is on its way. I think the look and feel of the Terror Timeless as we're moving towards some kind of Advent Children-like future. Yeah, but are you though? Because like, is the Terror timeline what we're destined for? You know what I mean? Because at the same time, right? Like, what happens in the Terror timeline? At one point, you see a flower like blooming, right? Like if you see that something as bleak as the Terror timeline which is like bereft of life, suddenly life returns to it, right? So they're opening the possibility that like that even things as bleak as that could have a future. You know what I mean? I don't know. To me, the game doesn't have to be a sequel in order to have a new ending. You already beat the Harbinger of Fate. I think like sequel is also such a troubling term. I feel like it's a continuation of FF7. Like it is a continuation of things that like wraps up everything that was in the compilation. That's another thing. That's another point that gets brought up is like, it's, you know, it's, they said it's going to include everything from the compilation or like tie into the compilation, like within a single work. You could read that as like, oh, it's going to make sure that everything adds up so that if you experience the entire compilation, it sort of like adds up within Remake. I've heard that argument. That's valid. I think another thing they could be doing is they could be making it so that you get, because people have brought up like, oh, Dirge of Cerberus stuff is in Remake, right? It's in the DLC. Like Deep Ground is there, fucking Vice and Nero and all that stuff. Yes. But what if what they're doing is making it so that you can experience some of the core things from Dirge of Cerberus without having to go play Dirge of Cerberus, right? Like you get sort of those key plot points, similar with like maybe like experiencing and seeing some things relevant to Advent Children like we have, and then but that being contained within this Remake trilogy. So the Remake trilogy consists of everything that has ever existed FF7 related and puts a final stamp on it, right? Without you having to go back and literally experience it again. So, I mean, we'll see. I think the big difference is the Remake project is that the live stream is more of an afterlife, letting characters like Aerith and Zack move on without us feeling that they're gone forever. I mean, that is one way to look at it. Like they literally used a word like other worlds, right? So, and that all the worlds are part of the planet. So I don't know if it's just an afterlife, like things from those worlds could travel into other worlds, like the white materia gets passed from one to the other. Even Zack gets passed from one to another. Even into sort of like the main world, seemingly. So I don't know if it's just that, right? Steve, just catching up. I disagree with you on big stuff, but I also think you've had some balance in your conversations, at least as far as I know. What I was really referring to is the general picture. All good. There's also some context around it. Having for 6 years, the vast majority believe in the sequel angle, which is fine. I think sequelists had it less bad than the others. I agree. And I've talked about that a lot. I feel like I've given a lot of voice to that, right? That like they've like their opinion has been, you know, as somebody said in one of the tweets that I responded to, like disregarded. You know what I mean? And I could get how that's fucking frustrating, you know? You don't set up Chekhov's guns and don't fire them. Nojima is too good of a writer to do that. I'm convinced we are headed towards a new conclusion. Today's the 10th anniversary of Uncharted 4. Get the fuck out of here. Is it really? Uncharted 4 release date. Oh my God, you're right. May 10th, 2016. Holy shit. That's funny. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Chat. God damn. God damn. That's crazy. That's perfect. That's just like a little bit of poetry on this whole conversation. Kismet, dude. It was preordained. Is this fate? Oh, fuck. This is destiny. Holy shit. That's funny. 10 years. Yeah, fuck, dude. 10 goddamn years. I want to do a replay of Uncharted, chat. I want to replay that shit. It's so fun. Like the whole goddamn series. Uncharted 1 is rough. Uncharted 1 is rough as like a gameplay experience. But man, it's so good. It's such a good like quadrilogy, whatever the fuck it's, however you would like categorize that. So last couple last things. Max Dood talked about, like I said, this Reddit thread exists. Like I said, it's like a more hinged version of the Twitter conversation. There's, you know, people who believe it, people who don't. For the most part, I think there's a very healthy conversation in this Reddit thread. That's worth checking out. And like I said, even though I have talked about the sequel stuff and like why, you know, some reasons why I think it is, it's not really what I focus on. So I didn't even like surface those for this from the thread. Instead, I included these. So yeah, I'm pretty much exactly where you are. If all these new things they introduced to the story and all these teases and all the teases they've been giving about potentially changing destiny or certain characters' awareness of future events leads to it, ending the same way as OG with Sephiroth's influence, still ruining the planet and Cloud, still feeling alone, I'll be disappointed, right? That's fine. That's fine. To express what you think will disappoint you. I've expressed what I think will disappoint me. However, just to clarify, when I say I will be disappointed, that doesn't mean I think the entire trilogy will be ruined. If they just stick to the retelling of the same ending, I'm going to be happy playing part 3 either way. There's honestly not much they can do to ruin the game for me at this point. I have faith in them no matter what. If the worst case scenario is we get a one-to-one retelling of the original ending, I still don't see it as a bad thing. It's just not my personal vision for where I want things to go, and that's fine. And I think this is a very healthy way to look at it. It's something that I think is like pretty represented throughout that Reddit thread. A lot of people do have this particular expectation, but at least a lot of people are also saying like, dude, it's still fucking FF7. It's still really good. Like, so we'll see. We'll find out. And the other one was literally what we've been talking about. This is the only one of the other posts I pulled. It was like the main thing I really agree with him on is FF7 Part 3 being a definitive end to FF7. I'm certain they will make FF7 games after Part 3, but I want it to be such a satisfying conclusion that people are content with letting it rest. An example I can give to a great ending to a series was Uncharted 4, which wrapped up its story in a very nice way. So, I think it's just a reimagined remake of OG. I thought it was possibly a sequel as well, but I don't think it is now. I'm curious, Nick EBN, was your stance on that particularly changed because of Rebirth? Because I think if so, that was kind of intentional, and that is very common. I believe Steed, who's in chat, who also doesn't believe it's a sequel, had that same experience of like thinking it was for a long time, and I think Rebirth sort of like moved against it. Turquoise Hammer, who does all the translations for Shinra Archaeology Department, he's someone who like initially, especially given the remake Ultimania and all that stuff, like thought it was also in that sequel camp. He doesn't think it's a sequel anymore. And we're good friends. Like there's Prof Noctis doesn't think it's a sequel. There are people, there are lots of people who don't. That's fine. That's the point. That's the point. The point is to have this debate, I feel like. So I'm tired, chat. Like, I'm tired when it comes to all this, like, just the argument side of it. I'm fairly tired. Ricky Dicky, $10 super chat. How far ahead do you think the story for Remake has been planned? I remember a video from the bonus features of AC, but it's all about the future, and it was around the time of the PS3 tech demo. I think that was actually, thank you for the $10, by the way, Ricky Dicky. I think I included that clip in my video. So it may have even been my video that you saw that from, but I will pull up an actual quote that answers this for you. How much you believe it or not, sort of up to you, I guess. Because there's been reason to not believe some of the things said. Where was it? There was a Toriyama quote. Here it is. So I believe this is from the Rebirth Ultimania. The interviewer asked, how did you go about developing the scenario for Rebirth? Kojima, first, I listened to requests from the scenario team, which includes people like Tetsuya Nomura and Toriyama, and then proceeded to make the plot. I would get feedback on what I wrote and make adjustments accordingly. That was the basic cycle that repeated. And then Toriyama said, by the early stages of FF7 Remake's development, we'd actually already created a general outline for the plot all the way up through the end of the remake project. We used that plot as a foundation and sort of worked out the details as we proceeded with production of the game. And at one point, I think it was like 4. At one point, they were considering 4 games. At one point, Kitase asked if they could do 2 games. So they were all over the place in terms of like how long it would be and where the breaks would be. But the outline for the entire thing up to the end, supposedly, was done in the early stages of the first game's development. Interviewers, so you had a fixed endpoint in mind, and we're kind of sculpting things toward that as you went. Maybe not so much sculpting as watching new elements be added and seeing things expand and settle. That was the impression I had. Because, like, for example, I forgot where the source of this was from, but Roche. Apparently Roche was kind of meant to be a one and done character. And actually that feeling of like, oh, this is what happens to people with degradation. That plot point was supposed to be hit through Broden. That was like the original plan. But then Roche got really popular. And so they extended, his role. And within the main story, you can now not see what happened with Broden. That's just in the side quests. But you get Roche becomes a representative of that, right? So things like that have seemingly changed throughout, because they take into consideration how people respond to certain story elements and whatever. Maybe they end up liking somebody like Roche more than necessarily using just Broden for that. You still get the Broden story; it's in a side quest, but they shifted who the main representation of degradation was. At least that's the story that I heard. I forget exactly where that source came from, but apparently it came up with in one of the dev interviews. The main thing is that the devs said this will still line up with Advent Children. It seems they are including way more of the lore and other versions to make it more complete. Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about this. I don't know how long you've been here in the stream, but we've talked a lot about the sort of like evidence for and against a little bit. I saw someone modded Roche into OG FF7. Now I'm going to tell people that Roche is always an OG. That's funny. This is one of these conversations to never. I love Roche. The way he got killed off in Rebirth is underwhelming a bit. I mean, he's technically not dead, but he is fucked. I don't think, unless they find a way to reverse degradation, which would be crazy. Although that was kind of apparently, I still haven't read Dear Destiny, but apparently that was referenced in Dear Destiny. The thing about Cloud, he doesn't have degradation, actually. Like, he has the S cells, which they mentioned in Crisis Core in one scene. They're like, you're traveling with the guy who has pure S cells, like the only specimen with pure S cells. So, like, he shouldn't degrade, even though he thinks he's degrading. He's mistaking his identity fuck up with degradation, but he's not actually degrading. I don't think Cloud degrades. But that note from what if they do something with that, right? Like if there is and I think it's like a very like simple thing that it talks about, like love kind of cures degradation. I wonder if there's a way that they bring that in, right? Do they actually like cure the clones, in some way in part 3? There's the door for that. I don't know. I mean, I don't get how people can say the game will be good even if it goes by kind of slap in the face to me, but what's done is done. We can only move on. Yeah. Kind of in the same mind as Nick and not a sequel crowd. While there are things that people have read the extra material and such, there's still enjoyment for those in FF7. Cloud did faint on the train tracks. He did, but technically, according to the lore, people are free to like find the evidence contrary, but according to the lore, people with S cells don't degrade. And I believe he has S cells. Like they show the S cell tanks in Nibelheim and Rebirth too. So that's always been my understanding, that he actually doesn't degrade. And that could just be his head like fuckery. His like Genova influence messing with him, but I think it's worth that love and connection helps paving the way for to make the poisoned person to make their way back to themselves. It makes sense rather than like love cures it magically. I have to read that. I have to read that. At first I wasn't gonna read it because I heard it. I feared it might like spoil stuff because Traces of Two Paths spoiled a couple things in Rebirth that like would have been cool to experience for the first time in Rebirth. From what I've heard, I don't think it will, so maybe I will read it. I'm not totally against reading. I'm just afraid of being spoiled for stuff. That was the entire point of Crisis Core, that Cloud Cells went to grade. I don't know if it was the entire point, but it was definitely like a plot point for sure. It's not in English yet. The only there's like machine translations, I think, that exist. And so those aren't great either, but I don't know if they even have a date for an English. Is there like any kind of like, yeah, to Dunrick's point, is there any talk of like an English release date? It's like Traces took a while to translate, I feel like. It's been teased. Okay. Ideally, it would be before part 3 that they would drop it. I would say it wouldn't because so I don't think it will spoil like what happens in part 3 stuff. Like for example, but there may be moments that are shown, like in Traces of Two Paths, the one that stands out the most is like it describes Aerith as a little kid, as her mom is like on the side of the tracks, going and searching for help. And so I read that in the book, and then I played the game, and so when that moment hit for me, it was like, oh yeah, I read this. Maybe I'm a cold-hearted person, I don't know, but like I didn't. If I had experienced that in the game before I read it, I would have been like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Oh shit. And like the way that people dismiss her and all that stuff, like that shit would have fucked me up. Didn't actually fuck me up when I played it. I was like cognizant of like it was sad, but I had already gone through those emotions in the book, so it just felt like it spoiled that emotional moment. The thing I was afraid of is like I was afraid of in Dear Destiny, because I know there's like Cloud and Tifa stuff. I was afraid of like them portraying Tifa reuniting with Cloud at the train station and like getting into some of the thoughts and like emotions that'll be explored, I assume, in the game. I assume that scene is going to happen in the game. So I was like nervous about like reading some of that before I play the game, because I'm afraid of having the same experience of like having some of the emotion like put into my reading of it rather than like experiencing it through the game. Like I'd rather experience a moment like that in the game, you know? I read it and that scene messed me up, and I wasn't expecting to show up. Yeah, I mean, I wish it messed me up. It was sad. I was like, oh, this is sad, but it didn't hit me viscerally, if that makes sense. That's basically where her portion of the book ends, with her learning that a blonde soldier has appeared. Oh, so it doesn't show it. Okay, perfect. I'll fucking read that shit then. I'll definitely read it then. That was my number one fear, was like, I just don't want to see that scene because I want to experience that in the game, you know? So I'll definitely read it. I read the book, but the scene in the game still had me absolutely broken and sobbing. You were fearful of that too? And actually, that makes me excited to read it now. Yeah, I was like, that's what I've been like most afraid of. Sequence to speak, I can't wait for part 3. I can't. It's gonna be so good. Like, because at least in the OG, how that's depicted is like after Cloud, you know, falls into the light. Well, yeah, I guess he falls into the life stream. It's like after Northern Crater. What's going on, Grant? And then like Tifa thinks back on like what happened with like she was like, oh shit, and she recounts like what happened back then. You know, when they first when they reunited in Midgar, and like all the things she was thinking. I'm like, that shit is just so good, so good. It's the same as scenes that were from the OG. Did they not hit you as hard because you knew about them? Good question. I think some of them a little bit. Like, weirdly enough, the Nibelheim flashback, it was good, but it was what Nomura described in one of his quotes of like, yeah, I kind of know this, you know? And so like it was great. Like there were moments that were incredibly cool, like going up the mountain and like seeing, and like when it pulls back the camera and the music hits and like all that stuff is really great. Like the end point of that whole sequence was like, yeah, like, I mean, this is what I know. It's nice to see it, but it's not like, it wasn't like mind blowing necessarily. I guess it's like one example. Let me run to the bathroom, guys, real quick. So I got a phone call too, real quick. Give me 1 second. Sephiroth intervened. Also, apparently, I was a little sweaty. To adjust for that as well. little costume change. So what was I gonna say? So there is, so we've gone through, we've eaten our vegetables, we've talked about all this stuff, we've had like a good, fair conversation on all that. But this all started with Max, right? And what is Max the best at? He's the best at just getting us fucking hyped. So chat, do you just want to get hyped with some other stuff that happened in that stream the other day? Because he addressed all the shit, he has a video on it, etc. You can go watch that where he talks about it a little bit more. But he also talked about just like some fun shit. And so I made a little supercut of some of that stuff, and I want to talk about it. I want to watch it and chat about it.
Exact same thing in part 1. Dude, I love FF7 Remake. Do you think my bitch ass like going back to the sewer? There are several parts of that game that I have big criticisms.
Well, let me just pull it up in the actual
big criticisms of. But I think the things that it does well, the things that I was hoping for it to do well the most, that I didn't have much confidence, it knocked it out of the park. Dude, it grand slammed that bitch. And it was the same thing with part 2. Same thing with part 2. So anyway, I have the same criticisms for old FF7. I have the same criticisms for Bloodborne, dude. Like, those games are deeply personal to me. But I can talk about the parts of them that kind of suck at times. And does that change my love for it? No, I love it. I can acknowledge that this stuff is not necessarily good, but that's what makes
Mono. Yes, I do like him, but also it gives my voice a rest for a second.
Makes me love it, is that it's not perfect, and despite its imperfections, I will always feel that this is the best shit ever. It'll be very hard to get me to change that opinion. So anyway, that's just my take on things. I have faith in the developers to do what they do, and I'm just here for the ride, dude. I'm here for the ride. It's been amazing so far.
I actually am curious what the fuck they do with that, Drake. I wonder what they do with the Leslie arc. Because it does come back in Rebirth. There is, like, he's still looking for his girlfriend. I assume you'll find her. But yeah, I mean, they dedicate an entire goddamn chapter to it in Remake. Probably finish in Wutai. I could see that, actually.
Yeah. And I hope it gets even better with the next game. Also, bitch, this is the last month. Like, I don't know why people are all at each other's necks so much about this shit. This is literally the last month we have to enjoy.
This is the last month of knowing nothing, chat. Soak that in for a second. I mean, I had the 25 days till Summer Games Fest. In theory, right? Like, fuck, talk about setting expectations, right? What if it's not there at Summer Games Fest? Fuck. Oh shit, man. Like, damn, that would suck. It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed. But when the fuck else would it be? Like, God. If it isn't, it's just later 2027, right? If it isn't, it's later 2027. Let's believe it. Let's just go ahead and it's 100% happening. My uncle works at Square. Did you write the fucking reset era leak? Amano, is that you? So yeah, we have 1 month left. Hopefully, knock on wood. This is not wood, but this is wood. Hold on. This is actually a this is like what now? But this is a a coaster from like the Redwoods like park outside of San Francisco. It's like cut supposedly from one of the trees that fell. I don't know. They sell it at the gift shop. So it's what kind of cool is like a coaster to have like a piece of a tree that just got repurposed.
This bitch, like,
grew up in that area, love those forests, dude. It's so beautiful. There's so many down trees though. But very cool to see those like trees in person.
Seriously, it's the last month where we don't know things. Why don't we just enjoy the fact that we don't know? It's not a build up to who can confirm who's right.
The thing is, like, yes, the reveal is not going to solve everything. the reveal will probably stir even more like drama and debate. But
it's a build up to we don't.
But at least we'll have something. We don't have a goddamn title right now.
No, like, we're going to find the fuck out, dude. This has been a conversation that has been going since 2020. Like, we don't know. Just looking and peering and wondering and arguing and dissecting. I mean, I get a little defensive when people don't say, you know, when people go, you're crazy to look at that bag with a dog on it and assume that it means anything. It's just a bag with a dog, you dumb, like.
And to be fair, the people on the other side also get defensive when they get told that they're, you know, dumb and why are you thinking that? Like, I try to be as fair as I could possibly be. So like to those people too, like I get it. Like you also get defensive when like you feel like you're being pushed back on.
All these people,
we both are. We're all frustrated.
I tend to shoot back when people are trying to like make you feel stupid about something where it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's clearly there. Like these things are clearly present in.
And that sort of is happening on both sides to some degree. So
the games, we just ignore them. And yeah, there was a very large portion, and I wouldn't say large because the majority of people were down with like where the narrative kind of was setting up. Trying to pinpoint the fact that like, actually this is really stupid and listen to what I'm saying. Like, then you're just denouncing other people having fun. Like, we're just having fun. Like this is literally what it's set up for. And to be honest, like, most of the community stopped having fun. Like, to be completely real, like this whole theorizing and having fun with this stuff. And I'm not even a theory crafter, dude. I didn't even come up with this shit. People were saying this stuff to me and I just agree with it. And it's like, yeah, no, that actually feels, if you go back and you look at it, that shit's kind of right, dude. You're kind of fucking right. So anyway, and I think,
and that was sort of like, I remember like people pointed out like, oh, those are the Advent children. He's like, oh yeah. Oh shit. You know what I mean?
The devs have explained, bro, it was intentional. It's literally intentional. It was like they did it even in the second game again and left even.
And we didn't know that for sure at first, right? Like at the very first time that you played that fight, some people thought it was actually the party from the future, you know, because there was still a gun person and like a fist person. But then you realize, right? And then it ended up being confirmed that those were the Advent children.
More conclusions and twists and turns that do not come to any feasible conclusion. I'm telling you without a shadow of the doubt right now, if anybody out there is trying to tell you that what they think about this is actually what's happening and what other people, and they're denouncing what other people are saying as being stupid or uninformed or media illiterate, they're just lying to you. Because they don't know. Like, there are so many conflicting things in the story itself, much less from the developers' words, from them talking about
which we talked about.
That they don't. This is intentional, dude. Like, they all have all these conflicting things they've been saying in interviews and stuff like that for a hell of a long time because it is actually the biggest goddamn mystery of the game moving forward. It's the biggest one. It always like,
and I made this point on Twitter too. Like, it is literally a mystery. Like the OG is a mystery. Like, like if you took the original FF7 and you kind of cut it up at the same parts, you released them as separate games. You would also be like, you would reach the end of part 2 of the original and you'd be like, well, what the fuck is going on with Cloud? Like, damn, they still haven't answered. Like, what the fuck is going on with Cloud? Because that's not answered till the end, right? And like similar thing with like what's going on with all the world shit, what's going on with Cloud's head, what's going on with Zack, like all that stuff is being saved for the final part because that's what you do with any goddamn mystery. The challenge is that we're having to experience that over the course of nearly a decade. You know what I mean? So it just it's frustrating.
Like, oh yeah, so maybe that could be that. This could be this. That.
Like you expect to get that resolution within the story, and the story is just taking so fucking long to come out.
That could be that. That's the whole fucking fun of it. It's the whole fun of it, of like seeing some cool speculation that could be happening as a result of it, you know? A reminder, all of the developers, including Nomura, said they were super nervous about Rebirth. Every single one of them. Blitz, do you remember this shit? I wonder if SubTXT was here. You guys remember this shit? At the end of right before Rebirth came out, they started talking about the story. And they said they were like super nervous about like before we knew what would happen, about how the players' reception was going to be to this. And it seemed like, okay, so you guys know that you're getting into some shit. Like it was not just from Nomura, it was also like Hamaguchi and like a couple other devs that like they know what they're doing is setting themselves up for a potential disaster. Why would they be doing that? Just a question. I'm just asking questions. If they're completely,
I think I was playing Final Fantasy 14 when that came up. Max expects so much, you automatically expect you to be there. Yeah, I mean, I to be fair, I am there often. I did eventually show up, and it was like an hour in, and he already did his whole thing.
Aware of them setting themselves up for a potential disaster or a thing that is subverting expectations and doing things in a crazy direction. Why would they be publicly talking about that? Because there's another goddamn game. Because they know your bitch ass is going to have to wait 3 to 4 years for another game for this to eventually make a lick of sense. I mean, and it literally happened. It's actually happened. There is more discourse now than ever because of where we're at. And now we're a month before it happening and people are just tearing each other apart about everyone's like opinions on this being gospel or, you know, respect mine, respect yours. And it's like, dude, we all don't know. Like even the developers have misdirected us so much that even they don't know. The only thing I kind of know is that
waiting, Square.
Nothing is going to line up 1-to-1. Like nothing. And I've actually felt that way too, where it's like, dude, what if everything happens the way I think it does? I'm like, that would kind of suck. I've actually personally felt this.
I think people could even take that in some ways the wrong way. I think like even Aaron's death, right, wasn't done 1-to-1. Dying, they talked about like preserving the dying scene, and even that's not technically 1-to-1. Like even if like moments and beats happen, there will probably be like some slight new spin on it because that's been the sort of like imprint of like all of the like, almost every scene has had like some slight twist to it, even if it's not a change, right? Like the plate fall, right? Like the way they use the way they handle it with music and like even like the aftermath of the plate fall is like way different. Or like I said, the dying scene, Seto and Anaki, and then like the Gi and the talk shows up. Like there's always been like something that's executed slightly differently, even when they do the thing, you know? So that's why it's like, yes, technically probably nothing will be exactly 1-to-1. You know what I mean? Even if it stays the same, even if it doesn't change, there will probably be some spin on it. You know?
If everything just happens the exact same way, if I have come up to every conclusion in my head how cool this could possibly be.
Even the Nibelheim incident, which I said like was very similar to the OG, like even that, it took out the whole speech that Sephiroth had. They kind of use it later in the Temple of the Ancients, but he has this whole speech to Cloud of like, you traitor. And then he talks about like the history of like Cetra versus humans and like, you know, how humanity survived and how it like doomed the Cetra, and like that stuff was sort of like I think repurposed and used in different places. But even that wasn't fully like that scene was shorter and slightly different than I expected. Fucking, I mean, the meme that we opened this whole thing with, the meme that we opened this whole conversation with, of like Cloud being like, I'm going to see my mother because it's Mother's Day. They changed that line, and I kind of hate them for it. Because they're like, get out of my way, I'm going to see my mother line is so fucking good. Like that line is so fucking good. I'm actually disappointed that they changed that.
Then it's not going to be as cool. It's just not. So that's my opinion on it. I do not want all this shit to line up exactly the way that I think it will. I don't. Like, I want it to be surprising, and I don't want it to be surprising in like a Star Wars frequel part 2, where it's just subverting expectations for the sake of subverting expectations. Like, no. We've subverted expectations plenty already, you know?
I honestly think we're going to end up somewhere in the middle between a spicy remake and dramatically different changes. Will probably be divisive, but I trust the devs. Yeah, I mean, that's basically how I propose. Like the thread that I shared where I like wrote out kind of what I expect, in a lot of ways is fairly tame, right? Like is kind of tame in my opinion. But I've been thinking of like, what is the middle ground? Because he keeps saying it's not going to change dramatically. It's still going to be FF7. So it's like something that maybe changes the course of like what comes next, but still results in the relatively similar conclusion in terms of like fate of the planet, you know? In that you defeat Meteor, but then the aftermath post Meteor is different. It opens a path to like new sort of like feelings of satisfaction, right?
I think that a lot of people are wanting answers, you know? A lot of people are wanting like things to sort of pay off in some way, things to lead to certain things, you know? So anyway, I just want to be surprised by shit. Dude, how crazy was it that they opened the trailer with Aerith dead, Red 13 is dead, Tifa is dead. Like, I was like, God damn! Wow! This shit's crazy! They opened the game with that. It ultimately didn't lead to anything substantial. Like, be completely.
But to bring that up is actually funny because, like, yes, I almost forget. Like, do you remember, chat, when that trailer first dropped, let alone seeing in the game? It's like, no wonder people thought shit might work out different. Like, the fucking trailer showed crazy ass shit, you know?
To be honest, it didn't lead to anything substantial. But, like, that shit was crazy. I feel like I just want more crazy shit. I just want more crazy shit. Can you find the video where they said they were nervous? It was not a video. It was in a written interview. It came out about a month before Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth came out. The one I remember specifically was Nomura, and I think there was one from Hamaguchi as well. But any of the other content creators can like back it up. It was like a written interview where they specifically say they're very nervous about like
find it
about the ending of
and
Rebirth.
he reads it here in a second
about how the narrative ends and the choices they're making, because why? Because shit is going to eventually have to go into a direction, right? You're gonna have to ask your audience to wait. You're gonna have to wait like a long period of time. I mean, I want to recreate all of the cool ass moments. Like every single thing we've talked about is like how cool the weapon fights are going to be. Like I'm not like, the story is one thing that I could be disappointed on if they don't take advantage of all these cool moments and things they're setting up. But bitch, this is a whole video game. It's like, why are we deducing the entirety of the thing just to a narrative conversation? Nah, dude, can we talk about like, can the kinematics of the fucking characters get fixed? Like when they climb on shit, it's bunk. Like, can we fix that, bitch? Like, the story isn't the only thing we need to be talking about here. This isn't and people like, the conversation is that story is the only important thing. It's like, bitch, there are things that were so goddamn good in part 2, I don't want them to go away. And there are things that were clearly needing improvement in part 2 and from part 1 that I think they should be improved upon. Like, bitch, like,
bitch. And yeah, I mean, that's why when I did that, like when I did that stream a couple weeks ago, or whenever the fuck, I don't even know, was it last week, chat? I don't remember. It might have been before FanFest, but I did that stream where I was like, my ideal FF7 part 3, and I focused less on story. And we talked a lot about like gameplay shit, because like, yes, it is also a video game, and hopefully, even if the story doesn't fully hit, the gameplay side of it will hit. Like you talk to somebody like Nice Guy Prince, story stuff, not really working for him. As a video game, though, he fucking loves that game. He loves Rebirth as a video game. Like, it is a fun video game to play. It has its flaws, the checklists kind of suck, but like, in terms of like the number of things you could do and like sort of the experiences that you can have, it's so cool. Somebody mentioned 1985 having a good take. I missed it though. Hold on. I think they'll keep it a remake by never letting Cloud actually know that the OG game happens. Sephiroth, Aerith know, and AC is averted, but Cloud never finds out. Makes it feel real and earned. Yeah, it's possible. As I said in Discord, we have to consider the fact that Asian definitions of change are the same or different from Western ones. Yeah, I did see that conversation. I was going to ask somebody like Turquoise Hammer that's more familiar with it about that aspect of it, because I personally can't speak to that. I do know that like remakes generally that I've seen in like Japanese media tend to have like a lot of liberties taken with them. So
I want this to be the ultimate goddamn Final Fantasy 7 game, bro. Like, it's the world map and everything, dude. There's no limits anymore. We need materia birth. We need all this shit. Like, I loved the previous game, but the chains are off now.
Did you see that tweet about the map icon in Rebirth showing the whole world map? No, actually. I mean, you could tag me on it.
Part 2 combat is fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. I can't believe how good the combat is in those games. I can't believe.
God, yes, dude. The combat is so fucking good. Hold on. I just want to give space for that fucking.
Love the previous.
Because like every time I've gone back to play the game, hey, Red Sarge, Every time I go back to play the game, man, like you guys have seen it on stream. Even when I get frustrated in hard mode and it takes like 3 damn hours to beat the goddamn red dragon, it was so fun.
This game with the chains are off now. Part 2 combat is fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. I can't believe how good the combat is in those games. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
And apparently, according to leaks, they're going to strip it away. Well, not strip it away because it'll still be there. But they're going to be like, you know what? Let's give you the turn-based version. We'll talk about that.
So anyway, I'm into this shit, and I'm not going to have some negative naysayers as we're 1 month away from this shit try to make me any less excited for it. I'm not. I'm just not fucking with any side of that community. I'm just not doing it. I'm doing my own thing over here. We got a bunch of other people that are doing our own thing. We agree on shit. We disagree on shit. I had somebody on Twitter come up and tell me that, like, hey, I saw your theory on...
I'm not seeing the tag, Labib. I'm seeing like a whole other argument in my notifications. Like 2 people are going back and forth heavily. There's nothing of a world map thing.
On this stuff about the ending.
I think they're bullshit leaks, Ricky, but
I don't agree with it, and I think it's going to be more like a 1-to-1 sequel. And I'm like, we just had a conversation. That's crazy. That's crazy. We just had a conversation instead of it being, listen, fuck ass. Your stupid ass shit face said one thing, and I cannot believe you told all your stupid ass shit face friends and people that watch you that thing, and I can't because I don't think it's true. And it's like, well, we're not having a conversation here, and I'm definitely not. Like, I'm definitely not. Your stupid shit ass face. Oh my god, dude. Fucking A.
That is how it feels sometimes. And like in that tweet thread also, or like that long tweet that I sent to see for the monk, like she replied back with a nice, reply, with like her thoughts, and it was like a nice little, conversation. It didn't go like into a lot of tweets, but like, dude, that just feels so refreshing. You know what I mean? Like it was a nice interaction, and like that stuff happens it just feels rare on Twitter, and so it is nice when it happens, just like he's saying, he experienced when it is, people, it's like, God, can we just like, I think the whole thing to take away from all this is to like have respect for one another and like speak to each other with like grace, you know what I mean? And like empathy. And I think both sides are a little bit guilty of like maybe being a little bit aggressive at times. But
this is the last month for us to have fun with this shit. And I've completely stopped on the theory crafting stuff, with most of the community just in general. Completely stopped. So I'm just saying that I feel what I do. I'm curious to see if any of it actually happens. If it does, cool. And I will say historically, it has been crazy to see so much of this re-trilogy line up with exactly what I wanted.
Screenshots are fake as fuck, yeah.
Like, it has been bizarre for
let me double check
these games not to do every single thing that I wanted, but many of the key moments and best parts of it are literally like, dude, this is exactly how I would do this shit. Oh my fucking God. And that just happened time and time, and especially with part 2, time and time again. And it's like, how did Max predict all this shit? And I'm like,
Labib, you could try DMing me too, because my DMs are open, I'm pretty sure.
Like, it just seems obvious to make it the
or if you're in the Discord, you can post it there. I can check the Discord.
Coolest fucking thing possible. And it's like, they're listening to you. Bro, they're not. And I think people have...
Or actually, you should be able to link it in chat. I think I have links opened up in chat. Just link it in chat.
And also like a deeper fear that the things I'm saying are being witnessed, recorded, and documented by higher ups, like at Square.
Oh, really?
Huh. Or some shit, and literally interpreted into Nojima's words and shit like that. It's like, all right, y'all are off your fucking rocker, straight up, because the scenario for this game has been done since 2017. My dude, the whole scenario for this shit has been completed since 2017. Before,
like, things have changed, but that's basically the quote that I read earlier, that like from the early stages of Remake, supposedly they had the core outline of events set up through the end of the trilogy.
Or the first game.
They didn't know exactly it was going to be a trilogy exactly. There was still like some decision, and there's an interview that we're going to check out in a second where Hamaguchi talks about the breakpoints and how they decided
was
that.
Even out. So how did we successfully like predict where things are going to go several times over? To me, it just seemed like what they should do. It just seemed like this is kind of where it should go. You know, how do they make this interesting when we all know what's going to fucking happen? When playing Remake, I felt like building up to a final scene was very powerful. I can't ask much about the ending of Rebirth before its release, but I wonder will there be any twists? For Remake, I wanted to make sure players to slightly question, isn't it almost the same as the original? And then surprise them with an ending. But with Rebirth,
is it my phone?
I honestly cannot imagine what players will be thinking. For example, I set up a direction of the final scene in Remake that you asked about. Probably the Zack stuff. I can't really talk about it now, so I'll say that the final scene of the next game, this is years ago, chat, will have a very...
I don't have a DM either. I mean, I assume you're reaching out to the same account. I mean, I assume you're reaching out to me, but literally nothing. I didn't get a DM. I didn't get a tag. I mean, this is my Twitter. This is double check. If you're in the Discord at this point, that might be the easiest way. But I don't know.
Different impact to the previous one. I'm even more nervous about how people are going to react to some of the things in Rebirth than I was in Remake.
Yeah,
I would like for you to play it as soon as possible before giving away any spoilers. Even they know that there is going to be a wild shitstorm at the end of this game. Yeah. Like, even they know. Now that we have the context of what happens, like, they know what they're setting up is going to be deeply, like, unsatisfying to some people and hit for others. It's going to be like a whole plethora of white to gray to black. And I don't know why you would ever do that if it wasn't to set up for an interesting and unexpected conclusion. By the way,
they definitely want an unexpected. They want things to come together unexpectedly, right? Like whether it's change or whether it's like an unexpected connection back to the OG, they definitely want it to be unexpected. There's at least
Zack is fucking alive. Like, let's just throw that out here. Everyone's like, it's just a remake, and Zack is literally alive. Like, he's like, I don't know what to tell you. Alive, but I mean, he's gonna be around, bro. Like, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Are we not allowed just to enjoy the ride?
Yeah.
Are we not allowed? It just said Zack is alive. Okay. What is he not? Like, he literally did not get killed. And then he got cheated by the most powerful GM in Final Fantasy 7 history, Omni-Aerith, back to life. Like, holy shit. In that same universe or whatever the hell happens, what if Jesse lives? And we started talking about this weird butterfly effect thing that happens at the end of part 1. And we're like, bro, how crazy would it be if you go to the Golden Saucer and Jesse's not dead? Like, how you're going to go there and she's an actress and she's just working in the play because they literally set that up. They literally set up that she wants to be an actress. She wants to work in like music and theater and stuff like that. And it's like, interesting. I wonder why they would be saying this shit. I wonder why. And then
it is funny that, like, yeah, we have expectations of certain things. Like there was that conversation of like, oh, what happens if, what happens if like we see Jesse and she was there. It was just a completely different context, right? That was even better.
You get to part 2.
What's up, SubTXT, the FF7 National Crisis over. Yeah, we're just chatting. We're just like watching another bit where he's like talking about the potential stuff for part 3.
Ooh.
Or like not necessarily even like potential things, but it's like the hype, and how things might work out. Try now, I think it was because my Twitter is private. Oh, okay.
And no, she's actually big dead, but she is there. She literally is there. Like, the whole point of her like existence is that she was literally like, this was her goal. This was her life before she sacrificed herself for the plan.
I mean, Labib, if you could like maybe retag me again, like now that you're not locked, maybe that might make a difference because it's currently not showing, but it might be because you just unlocked
And I'm like, damn, that subverted my expectations and almost did it in a better way.
Yeah, exactly. I said
and no,
what you
she's
were about
actually
to say,
big dead, but she is there. She literally is there. Like the whole point of her like existence is that she was literally like, this was her goal. This was her life before she sacrificed herself for the
chat. I'm not going to say anything specific, but me and Sleep Easy yesterday were chatting about some stuff. He's essentially working on something. Fuck, dude. One of the things we noticed yesterday was like, oh fuck. If what we're thinking about has, we still need to vet it a little bit more. But it was like, oh shit. Huh. So.
planet. And I'm like, damn, that subverted my expectations and almost did it in a better way. Holy shit. They actually like literally did what I thought they were going to do.
Labib, I think Elon hates you. Because it's just not showing up. I don't know. I don't know why.
But did it in like a twisted way that made me feel even worse. Oh my God. Now you feel like more empathy towards the characters and their plights and stuff like that. It's like, that's really cool. That's really cool.
No, we're more, I mean, I'm watching stuff from the stream where he addressed it, but we're not talking about the drama really anymore. We're more, I give up. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. But we're more so just like reacting to some of the stuff that Max was saying.
Would you be unhappy if they do multiple endings? Yes, I would. In the same way that I'd be disappointed if none of this shit came to a close in a satisfying way, and it was just like, for the hell of it, just
B. Hickman, your Sephiroth video, when I do have like new thoughts for it. Basically, I'm thinking, actually I could give you this update because I was thinking about this in or I talked about it on the Discord, but you may have missed it. I have the core thoughts of that Sephiroth video. It's much broader than I originally planned. I don't think it's gonna be like 2 hours, I don't think. But I have a lot of new thinking that recontextualizes several scenes. And one of the things that I need to do is I need to rewatch everything for Soldier. Now that I have some particular thoughts or some like new thoughts that I hadn't considered before. So I need to rewatch all that shit and see if that changes how I see that stuff. And then from there I could build. And I do think I'll probably release it after the first trailer. So sometime in the summer is my hope. So I could factor in anything that might be from the trailer that might be relevant.
For funsies. No, I'd like it to mean something. I would like the things they're setting up to mean something. I'd be disappointed if it didn't mean something because they've already done things that mean something in part 1 to part 2. I would be pretty disappointed if they had multiple endings. I wouldn't say unhappy because it depends on how it's done.
The 40 time things, I talked about it last week. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I know that like Debs play through the games a lot. Like fucking, I pulled up a quote or a story of like the director of Tears of the Kingdom playing Tears of the Kingdom 20 times, you know?
Again,
so like that's just normal for a director to play their games like crazy, and 20 playing Tears 20 times is a lot too, you know?
We don't know what we want. I'll be real. Like, the reality of the situation, chat, is that nobody actually knows what we want. What you want. You can say what you want.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
I can say what I want. I can make tangible conclusions. I want a jump button. I want this. But when it comes to the actual push and pull, what the next game, what a new experience will provide, the things that will resonate the most with us are the things that we didn't predict, are the crazy gameplay things that we had no idea they were going to pull off, are all the insane moments, setups, and buildups that were not present in the original and now done with crazy embellishment in the next game that we did not even predict in some way. That shit is what gets us. It's
like I remember the Tokyo Game Show demonstration last like before Rebirth, where they showed all the crazy shit. They showed the world exploration We saw like Mog House for the first time, even though Mog House kind of ended up being disappointing in my opinion. But like we saw all this, we saw the chocobos and like how they were, we saw all this stuff that was like, oh shit, you know, and like that stuff was all fascinating. Or like I said, story related. There was Rufus talking to us at the Junon parade, which didn't happen in the original. There was a Gaga live stream sequence. There was the, you know, the church in chapter 14 where like, you know, you get the white materia and like there's seemingly some like meta awareness, like all the things that we did, fucking the Sephiroth, like walking through, like in terms of like deviations, chat, like Sephiroth takes Cloud or meets Cloud in an in-between space, in between universes, and like says, here's how reality works. And like other worlds are created when that stuff. It's another example of like why I call bullshit on their quotes of like, oh, this is just about what new technology allows us to create or allows us to show that was kind of in the original. Dude, you're telling me that, and I think it's Labib, I think I just seen your post. You're telling me that like the reason we get to like travel through different worlds and have Sephiroth exposit about like the true nature of reality is simply because of like you couldn't do that on the PS1 hardware? It was a hardware limitation that removed that story point, that made that story point not possible. I call bullshit. But either way, right? Like all the new stuff, the stuff that we didn't expect, like scenes like that, are like really exciting.
When we don't know what's around the next corner. When it's not just following the checklist, like, oh, that's what I wanted, that's what I wanted, that I don't want that shit.
And like, I don't want all my predictions to come true either. And I think, you know, Max talks about that too. Like, I don't want my predictions because then it's not surprising. Like, I want to be surprised. And I think I will be surprised. I think we'll all be surprised.
And I, like I said, I literally thought about that and it would be disappointing. It'd be legit disappointing if the next game just did a checklist of like, so that fight's going to happen and that fight's going to happen and this fight's going to happen. Bro, chat, what was our prediction of where this entire thing goes at the end of Remake? As we were discussing like where this shit goes and what it means, what was our prediction of the final battle of the entire Remake trilogy? Anybody remember? Anybody remember at the end of part 1 what we said it was going to be? Cloud and Zack fight Sephiroth. Right? We literally said it. We're like, damn, is this shit going to set up for a finality that Cloud and Zack actually team up and fight Sephiroth? Holy shit. This is going to be crazy. That is the.
And again, in terms of like, is Max having an influence on things? He predicted that to be at the end. And it came early, right? Like, he predicted Jessie would be alive. She was still dead. You know what I mean? Like, he's not having an influence on these story moments. You know what I mean? In my opinion. In fact, like they've done things that have like actively subverted things that he has said they will do, you know, or like done them very differently than he predicted, you know? So I don't think there's like, I don't think anybody at Square is like writing down a list of like the things that he wants out of the story. And they've talked about that. There are several quotes now. There have been several quotes where it's like, we are listening to what people say, but when it comes to the actual story and the actual creative vision that we have, we're not really taking that into account. We read that quote from Hamaguchi a couple weeks ago where he's like, you know, when it comes to gameplay stuff, like we are totally listening to people. We are hearing people on that stuff. When it comes to our creative vision though, Nomura said the same thing. Nomura was like, you know, fan feedback is really helpful and I listen to it. But like when it comes to, you know, what we plan for the entire, like for what this is all building toward, that is us. You know what I mean? You can't listen to fan feedback when it comes to that. So again, I don't think there's much risk of like anybody, whether it be Max or myself or whatever. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. Even if my like shit blew up when it did, my shit blew up like last year. Everything was done already. Like everything was settled, like story wise and whatnot. Like there's no way, for example, anything I've ever said has had any influence. Not that I think it would, but like I don't think the things that we're coming up with in terms of story are having any influence on the devs. When it comes to gameplay, yeah, I think they're hearing us on like fucking that platinum is really hard to get. Like the difficulty is really high. Hamaguchi's talked about that. He's like, maybe we need to go a little bit hard on the difficulty of the platinum and we can adjust that in the future. Like there are things that they're listening to, I think, when it comes to gameplay. But story-wise, they're telling us to fuck off. That's their territory.
Craziest ending you can possibly do. What happened? Cloud and Zack fought Sephiroth. in the second one. What? So they're doing, things are happening in ways that we think they might, but they're not exactly going down in the ways that we think they should. What the fuck? So again, something has subverted our expectations. When that shit happened in part 2, it was like, what the shit? What the shit? Now?
True.
What the shit? So what the hell's the next game gonna do? Like, what the fuck is the next game gonna do?
Yeah.
They kind of did everything. Dude, you fight the majority of phases at Sephiroth, of OG Sephiroth at the end of part 2. The majority of them.
I mean, all that stuff is safer. All that stuff is safer.
So what the fuck are they setting up, dude? Exactly. That's what, we're a month away, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm into this shit. We're literally a month away. This
is why I had to include this stuff, because like, oh my god.
It's just gonna be Final Phase Sephiroth or something like that, and one other one that we missed. No, dude. There's like one more Sephiroth phase, yeah, then like the last one they shown, because we saw the majority of Sephiroth phases at the end of part 2. The majority of them. Relax, bro. I'm into this shit. That's the problem. I actually like this shit. This is like my favorite fucking game, dude.
Oh, man.
Chat, so many years of misrepresentation of characters in goofy Final Fantasy VII stuff has led me to a point where this is so deeply satisfying for me. Like, you got to understand, dude. I get why a lot of people fuck with the compilation of FF7 shit, like, across the board. But to me, it was like varying levels of quality. Where as an FF7 fan, it's like, yeah, I really liked Advent Children to a degree. And I really like Crisis Core. But for many other things that they tried to connect with us, as far as being FF7 stuff in the mid-2000s, you're allowed to like it. I'm just saying I didn't. I'm just saying that they don't really hit with me. And to see the remake trilogy take elements from that stuff and do it in cool ways, completely different, portray characters completely different than the way they were portrayed, that I just did not. Like, these aren't the characters I remember, dude. Again, the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy feels like it knows the characters better than the game did, which is insane that they got the characters this right. It's insane.
And people say like, well, not Sid, but like, we'll see. We still have another game to find out what they do exactly with Sid. We've gotten like a smidgen of Sid. But like, dude, even like he's like a lot nicer to Crisis Core. I'm not the biggest fan of Crisis Core. More so just the dialogue writing. The fucking dialogue writing of Crisis Core just sucks balls. More than anything, like some aspects of the story, what's going on, Josh Boo? Like some elements of the story are like have like interesting bits, especially when I like rewatched them with the context of like what Sleepeasy has talked about when it comes to them. But like the lines of like dialogue in that game are just like, oh my god. It's just poorly written in that phase, in that way. He just ate my hair. But you know, there are good like story bits and whatnot. What was the other thing somebody mentioned? The goddamn T line. Chat. They have to do the goddamn T line, right? I know he doesn't seem to be that kind of person right now. We've only seen him in one context, which is like being a service provider. He's like selling a service of like, you know, flying us around. There's no way they don't do the T line. There's no way they don't do the T line. They had Palmer slapping his ass in the camera. We will get the goddamn T line. Relax. We haven't even been to Rocket Town.
It's the...
And I've said it before, people generalize Sid as like this one note. It's like one thing. He's just an asshole all the time. And it's not true. Go replay the original. Talk to people in the Highwind, you know? They talk about how they always heard he's like so warm-hearted and shit. There are more elements to Sid's character. Can we please stop like pinning him down to just being a fucking asshole 100% of the time? He's not. He is not. But we will see him be one, most likely. Especially back in Rocket Town when he's triggered by his like failed, you know, dreams or his like shot dreams, and you know, he's around people that remind him of that, like Shira. We'll probably get it.
Best part of this entire shit is that the characters are so spot on. I love it. I fucking love it. I absolutely fucking love it. I can't believe
I think the FF7 account even like tweeted it at one point, the goddamn T line. I forgot when it was back. I swore they did at some point. Not too long ago.
Believe how good it is.
I think they're aware.
We can use it less Chadley though, just in general.
No, it didn't. Didn't Crisis Core always have voice acting? Crisis Core always had voice acting.
Gave me a good opportunity to get all this shit off my chest because I've been holding it in. There's all these like interviews.
For a second, you had me doubting myself. Like, wait, was there a time when it did it? No, it always did. Like Gomez, baby.
Devs talking about stuff, and I'm like, I'm kind of done talking about this, right? I'm kind of done like having devs like tease us and talk about it. It's been happening for so long and we're so close that I'm like almost kind of like holding back.
Somebody in chat said like that's why the dialogue was so weird. Was that originally didn't have voice acting? I'm like, no, it did.
Knights of the Round and shit like that, and it's like, yeah, yeah, everything I see you saying, I agree with.
Negan Gaga will not
but
be.
We're so close now that this isn't like far away, sort of like hopes and dreams and shit. Bitch, this is a month away. We might know this exists. This is a month away.
Was that the end of the video? It was. 26 days. 25 days. Chat. Actually, let's get the more updated one. How many days till Summer Game Fest 2026? It's 25. 25 days, 9 hours, 13 minutes, 16 seconds. I will leave you on the screen as I run to the bathroom real quick. I gotta tell you, chat, when you have a big old Culber like that, you know. Matthew, thanks for today's wellness. Thank you so much, Matthew, for the $2 super chat. Let's check this thing out. So this is what Labib Zahib was trying to send me for about 3 hours, but Elon hates him. Yesterday, looking at the screenshots of FF7 Rebirth, I realized a little thing in the map menu. You could see one of the entire map in the third part. It was always there, I hadn't noticed. Oh yeah, you're right. There's Wutai, right? Huh. Yeah, it doesn't show that left side of it at the very least. Oh, they have the Knights of the Round Island in the top right. There's got to be where Midiel and shit is, which is down here. Here's the Midgar Junon consonant, and this has to be pretty fucking big. Yeah, Round Island. That's Knights of the Round. That's this one up here, right? This is not a leak. This is from the game. So this person is pointing out that actually in the world map, I have to double check this. We should like load up the game and like see. This is from the game. Apparently when you bring up the map, there's like a little icon in the top left, and this person apparently just noticed it, like finally noticed it. Hold on, if you see my cursor, like up here on the top left where the arrow is pointing, there's like this little icon. This has all this shit. So yeah. Fuck, chat, remind me, what exactly would this be? How are we still finding things 2 years later? I don't know. Is this like Modeoheim and stuff? Because I thought it was more like on the northern continent, but maybe. This is definitely Midiel. The Midiel like thing. Piece of land. This is Wutai for sure. Goblin Island? Oh, yeah. the round islands up here, right? And the northern continent. That's cool. Shit. What a crazy snipe. Holy shit. Thank you, Labib, for working through whatever you needed to work through to be able to post that in the Discord. Because yeah, that is cool. I did not see this. That's pretty sick. A month ago, I uploaded a screenshot of the entire map without clouds. This map has been shown in one of the Rebirth trailers. If we look at this map and compare it with the one in the game menu, we can see that in the northern area of Midgar, we don't have a circular zone. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of a development change sort of thing. Condor, maybe. Very cool. Very cool find. See, I don't even see your tag here. I was like, is my tag here? But very cool. This is very cool. Very like little, you know, minor, but at least now we have like a little bit of texture. I figured Wutai would be big as fuck. Medeal's bigger than I expected. Very cool. That's a nice little catch. Holy shit. That's pretty sick. So getting back to our regularly scheduled program. So we watched this, right? Then chat. This was posted, right? This was posted last night or yesterday at some point. The sequel I'm most hoping to hear announced this summer is fucking Jeff Keighley, man. Fucking Jeff Keighley. Bloodborne 2. Yeah, I mean, we're all thinking the same thing, right? We're all thinking the same thing. Jeff knows what he's doing. He really does. And this might not just be, obviously, there's tons of sequels, tons of games. Obviously, as Final Fantasy 7 fans, we attach FF7 to it, but there's no reason to think this is at all related to FF7. I mean, there's genuinely like no reason to think this could possibly be about FF7. Like, that's crazy to think about, you know? It can't possibly, you know? Like, well, about 5 spaces left to work with. Oh shit, I mean, it fits. I mean, technically it fits. How do people feel about that one, though? How do people refund? How do people feel about that one, though? I mean, returns. How are we feeling about that one? It doesn't work as returns. It doesn't fit. So it would have to be returns. I don't know. Returns is so bad. Yeah, I know there's a lot of like pushback on returns. I know there's a lot of pushback on returns. So you know what? Let's not, you know, it's not. Well, shit, that one fits too. Fuck. Reclaim fits too? Are you shitting me? Huh. That's kind of crazy that one fits too. You know? That's kind of wild. Relive wouldn't fit. No, it wouldn't fit. But you know, this is foolish. This is foolish. This is foolish. We shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't be doing this. You know. Shit, rebuild would also fit in there. Restore would also fit in there. Resolve would fit in there. Oh my god, so many things fit in there, but it probably means nothing. It probably means nothing. It probably means nothing. Oh, fuck. Chat, I'm not even touching. I swear to God, I'm not even touching the fucking thing right now. I'm not. It's just, it's doing it and it's, okay, obviously I'm bullshitting. Fucking reunion fits in there. God damn it, Nomura. You fucked it up. Crisis Core. Shockingly, chat, I literally is like one of the last things I did last night in this like little slideshow for today. I was just gonna post the regular thing, just the tweet, and I was gonna be like, yeah, what do you think? And then I just started typing it in. I was like, but and then I realized so many goddamn titles fit. It's so funny. But yeah, we this is where we are. We are all hopeful. A lot of things can fit in that. It's fun to see it fit in that. Yeah. Another thing, I tweeted about this earlier in the week, is like somebody posted this like concept box art. Not to say this is like the best box art in the world, but it is cool, you know? And like more than a title, chat, I am most excited for like whatever the box art is, you know? Like this is interesting. It's actually like pretty cool to like bring the core group into it. Like it's all been like Cloud and Sephiroth and Zack, and but what about like Barrett, Tifa? Like that would be cool. Highwind in the background. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It'd probably be like way more chaotic than this if like the Rebirth cover is any kind of example. I think it could be something like, it could be like Cloud and Sephiroth like colliding, sort of like they did in Advent Children. Who knows what it'll be, but I'm probably way more excited about the the Tyler Hepner one where it's like staring at where it's like Cloud facing the meteor. Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see whatever the box art is. Like that'll be for me, that'll probably be bigger than the title. You know, like that'll be really cool. We probably won't see it till like September, probably. Like that's how it worked for Rebirth. Is like we got the title first and trailer, and then eventually I think it was around Tokyo Game Show they released the art. It was like September 2023. So if it comes out early 2027, it could have like a similar timing, like more around the Tokyo Game Show. I also thought it was cool to just have like the little flowers thing. It's like a nice little nod to that presence and that influence, in terms of like Aerith and potentially some of that stuff. The yellow flowers have been like so prominent and like the thing. So there's a lot of cool things about even this example. Cannot wait to get the box art. There are a couple interviews, a couple last things before we get to NieR. But there were a couple interviews. One was with Nintendo. It's a Spanish site. Obviously it's translated though. And I want to read a couple of the quotes. So, after working on Final Fantasy 7 Remake Integrate for Switch 2, what lessons from that version helped the team when tackling Rebirth? With Integrate, we were able to achieve 30 FPS by adjusting post-processing effects and fog. However, in Rebirth, the expanded scale of the world significantly increased the number of meshes rendered per screen compared to Integrate, making it impossible to apply the same methods directly. I'm sure people here are like, why is a story guy talking to me about goddamn meshes? I'm not a game developer, but I think what was interesting to me about this quote was more so the fact that like, it's another example, another reason why like doing Rebirth was so important, was for part 3, like implications for part 3, because once they had the open world, they couldn't just use the same exact shortcuts to sort of like get the performance that they got in Remake. We all thought Remake on Switch 2 ran incredibly well. Arios, I'll see you later. But we like Remake came out and it was like, oh shit, this plays really well. They couldn't just use the same exact like tricks that they used to get that to run to make Rebirth run because it's a world. So they can apply all those learnings to part 3. For this one, for Switch 2 version of Rebirth, the background models themselves were specifically optimized for the hardware. This wasn't a simple reduction. It involved redesigning the LOD phases and completely rebuilding material expressions with high rendering costs. We also adjusted the scale at which the background LODs change, ensuring that the system load doesn't necessarily spike as the draw distance increases. And so all this is like very important, right? They do a lot of like manual tweakings of shit. And just because like I've actually found this interesting in like the Unreal Engine 5 reveal where they explain LODs. LODs just means like level of detail from what I understand. And so you'll see how like this model like changes, like the more like detailed it gets. And how this effectively works in most games is like the closer you are to it, the more, you know, rendered the thing is. And when it's further away, it's more simple. So you can sort of like recognize it, but then obviously when you get close, you want to be able to actually see it. So, you know, they had to explore all that in terms of like rebuilding this game for Switch 2. Because I'm curious how that'll affect the third game. So that's how that works. Then they had a question on like despite being one of the best looking games, this guy asked about touchscreens, right? He was like, features like the touchscreen and gyroscope controls weren't included in Remake for Switch 2. Have you considered implementing them in Rebirth? For example, playing Queen's Blood with the touchscreen, it seems like a perfect combination. And then Hamaguchi said, my clear policy for the series is to avoid creating differences in the gameplay experience across platforms. He wants to do the same, yada yada. But then he says, that said, it's true that control methods and controller features differ from one hardware to another. Looking at it not from the gameplay itself, but from the perspective of usability, I think touchscreens are an interesting idea. As you point out, I can understand the feeling that they could fit well with the content like Queen's Blood. However, we haven't implemented it at this stage. It's something I'd like to keep in mind for the future, a unique experience with more natural controls, finding that balance. The reason I include this was I just found it funny that this interviewer asked this thing of like, hey, it would be cool if I could play Queen's Blood with the touchscreen on Switch 2. And I could like see Hamaguchi thinking about it in the moment, where he's like, yeah, we want to make sure the game doesn't feel different on different platforms. But now that you mention it, so like if the future has any kind of like touchscreen like capability for the Switch 2, like playing Queen's Blood with the touchscreen, you could probably thank this interviewer. You could probably thank Juan Francisco Serrano for putting this bug in Hamaguchi's head, because it looks like he kind of thinks about it in the interview. Tower. This was the really exciting interview, I thought, that had like a bunch of stuff that we just haven't really heard before, just like a lot of interesting teases and stuff. So the first one that I pulled was first I would like to touch upon FF7 Remake on the Switch 2. It has been over 10 years now since FF7 Remake first saw the light of day at the 2015 PlayStation E3 press conference. The fan reactions were gigantic and the revealed trailer garnered millions, blah, blah, blah. How did you personally experience this incredible moment back then? And had you actually anticipated such a massive success and hype beforehand? So Hamaguchi said, to be honest, when the announcement was made at E3 2015, I wasn't directly involved and was watching from a bit of a distance, since I wasn't part of the founding team for FF7 Remake project. At the time, I was just another developer working on a different project, and as a fan, I felt I was simply witnessing the excitement firsthand. It's like he wasn't even involved with the project when it was unveiled. Obviously, he is now director. After that, through various circumstances, the project was entrusted to me. From that moment on, I've consistently believed that since we're telling the story as a trilogy, the moment the next installment looks like a rehash of the previous one, fans will undoubtedly lose interest. Unless the gaming experience and the scale of the world continue to expand, players won't feel that the story or the series itself is truly moving forward. That's why with each new installment, we've consistently asked ourselves, is this truly a different experience, and what makes it surpass the previous installation? The fact that fans all over the world are eagerly awaiting what comes next makes me feel that the choices we've made so far were at the very least not wrong. Is stream still on, by the way? Because I just noticed I haven't seen any new chats. I just want to make sure I'm still connected. But the this was like super exciting just to, I mean, he's talked about this before, but I do love the approach of like trying to make it feel different, because we have so many sequels that feel very similar. It's still here, cool. We had so many sequels that still feel similar. So the fact that they're trying to make it feel different, hopefully we resolve things like the checklist, etc. Awesome, good to hear. How important was the decision during development to adapt the game for completely, oh fuck. Hold on, before we get to this, because I was gonna read this with the context of the leaks. Hold on, let me get these bullshit leaks out of the way, chat. I want to talk about these bullshit leaks. Okay, chat. Let's talk about these bullshit leaks. From Pimple Poppin' Punk. From the Pimple Poppin' Punk, you can always trust him. Posted on May 3rd. This has been posted, actually when I streamed last Sunday, technically. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. I'm posting this on behalf of someone else I know to protect their identity who works somewhere in the chain between Square Enix marketing and Summer Games Fest event staff. The level of vagueness is required for safety, so I apologize. By the way, it's not that fucking vague. He gets some like pretty detailed specifics. Anyway, they are not a developer and do not know details beyond this. All informed by, how the fuck does he know all these details then? All information was obtained from working on the upcoming reveal, which will contain all of the same information soon. They provided me with the following information, and I've reworded it. The trailer and reveal for FF7 Remake Part 3 has been in development and is nearly completed to be shown at the Summer Games Fest. Square Enix proposed to be the final showcase of the event, but the event board declined it for that position, instead opting it for an early reveal excitement builder. Sounds really official, doesn't it, chat? The event board? The event board? Motherfucker, it's Jeff Keighley. Like, yes, there are many people who are involved with Summer Games Fest, a lot of people who are involved with like setting it up and the staging and all that stuff. But I have listened to Jeff for years, talk about building his shows. He would do streams where he talks about, like, he would do streams like before TGAs, he'll do streams before Summer Games Fest, where he talks to the community, answers some questions, and oftentimes he would be asked about like how things are decided. And basically it's him, probably a couple other people maybe involved too. But like, it's mostly like Jeff making calls. Like, famously, the most recent one was the choice to feature, oh my God, why is my brain farting? The multiplayer game, High Guard. When it came to High Guard, like, it was finally revealed that like that game was decided on by Jeff. Like, Jeff played it and he decided he was going to put it there. A lot of people thought, oh, it was paid for to be there, and all that stuff. And like, he confirmed that it wasn't, and he confirmed that like it was his choice to put it there. And for other reasons I don't want to describe, for the privacy of people, I know that to be true. Like, it was a Jeff choice. So this whole thing about like an event board, I just don't even believe that. It sounds like they have been an even bigger, let me bring this back over here. It sounds like they have been an even bigger closer for the event, and that this year's show is overall the best in years. The trailer will be followed up by a second video of the development team explaining multiple new details. At the end, they announce a follow-up event will be held by Square Enix directly in the coming months. And then here are the details. Here are the supposed details. Title announcement of Final Fantasy VII Return. So this person just took the most common name and put it on there, because there's no reach here, which is fine. It might be Return, but it's not as if there's like anything major there. Early 2027 launch window, we all figure that. 3 additional permanently playable party members, 1 being brand new. This got a lot of conversation. Is it Cisne? Is it whatever? 3 more permanently playable party members? I don't know, dude. I mean, obviously we have 2, Sid and Vincent, obviously. There could be a 3rd one. Apparently being brand new, so it can't be Zach, it can't be Sephiroth, because those have already been built and experienced in some way. So it'd have to be someone else from the compilation. Genesis? Probably Cisne, right? That's what people have said. I just don't believe it. Like, they've for Rebirth, for example, because they built Yuffie's kit for Rufus temporary, possible, but for Remake, they built Yuffie for the DLC. That was 1 character. For Rebirth, they built 2 new characters. Red 13, even though he was technically in Remake, he wasn't playable and didn't have his full kit. So you had Red 13 and Kate Sith that they added. So I don't know. To build 3 full-ass characters, maybe. I just still think this whole thing is bullshit. So I'm just going to skip past it. New optional combat system named Active Turn Action. I will say that is a bit of a Square Enix title, but it's also lame. And we'll get into more details. I just don't necessarily believe it. And I'll get into more when we talk about the details on that. Developer overview. So by the way, this guy, supposedly the person that this person knows, is somewhere in between Square Enix and Summer Games Fest staff, right? And so he just noted things that are in the trailer. Notice he mentioned no locations, didn't even mention what this 3rd playable party member is. How would he know this then? If it's not in the, he's attributing it to the trailer. So is this person saying that the trailer will list, it'll say, hey guys, secret party member coming, and then like not show the person and not like, what? Developer overview. Over 3 times more narrative cinematics as featured in Rebirth in terms of duration. A lot of these things feel like, I don't know if you guys I work in marketing, so I don't know if you've ever seen like a bullet list of like things that could, you know, it's like you get like a little like kit and it'll have like details and stuff. Like for example, with Rebirth, there were things like over 100 hours of content, 40 story, 60 playable, 16 times the detail. These types of things do exist. I think this is just mimicking what that looks like, right? Because like when you think about it somewhat logically, over 3 times more narrative cinematics as featured in Rebirth. Rebirth has a shit ton of cinematics. They're gonna have 3 times more? 3 times more narrative cinematics? God damn. Like, holy shit. Doesn't add up. Over 2 times the world size is featured in Rebirth, including returning to Midgar. This is probably the least crazy, right? Like, it's a lot, but at the same time, you have all the stuff that we saw. You have Wutai, which is big. The mid-deal looks pretty big. You have the entire northern continent, and you have the undersea area. So I could actually kind of believe that. But one of the few things I could believe. Details on the new optional active turn-based combat system. Sure, if that exists. And then the Final Fantasy 7 Remake triple pack sale. Remake, Rebirth, and Crisis Core Reunion all bundled in one collection for a holiday release targeting players new to the trilogy preparing for the finale next year. Sure. That's all these things seem like solid guesses. And some of them could be true. Some of them though can sound like complete bullshit. Let's get into the most bullshit one. Oh, sorry. Before we get there, let's tear this thing down a little bit too. The theme of the title, Return, has triple meanings, and the trailer highlights it as a return to the planet, return to combat, and return to the story. Now this is true. Throughout the FF7 Remake trilogy, all of these titles have had multiple meanings. They've alluded to them. You know, they've talked about them in interviews and stuff. But in the case of Remake, for example, they've said like they haven't defined exactly why it's called Remake or exactly why it's called Rebirth. They're like, oh, we can't even exactly say one of the other reasons we called it Remake until like several years into the future. We can maybe talk about it. But I just don't think they're actually gonna like take the title and then like within the trailer or whatever use that as like a theme. They could, but usually they've left this up to player interpretation, right? They could use it as a marketing theme. That's possible. But like generally they've kind of left it up to us what these multiple meanings usually are. Damn it, I didn't want to do that. The developer overview explains in more detail. By the way, again, this person supposedly has been working on the reveal, right? And they know that supposedly there's gonna be 2 things. There's gonna be the Summer Games Fest trailer drop, and then like a separate follow-up announcement will be held with Square Enix in the coming months. If this person is supposedly working on the trailer reveal, how do they know about these details, right? The only way that they would know about what's in the developer overview is if they work for Square Enix. He says it worked somebody in the chain between Square Enix marketing and Summer Games Fest. Even if he's trying to like anonymize this, right? The most logical reason that somebody would know these details about what's going to happen in a follow-up event in a few months is that the person worked at Square Enix, because they would have the most information. And here, what do we know, chat? Square Enix laid off a ton of marketing people, the vast majority of marketing people. So even if you anonymize who this is by trying to keep it relatively vague, if you actually were to leak this, you would be setting up for like one of like 4 people to be fucking outed. Like it doesn't even like help obscure who that person is. It'd be pretty easy to fucking pick out, oh shit, it's someone in like this, 5 people that are still in the Western Square Enix marketing department. You kind of fuck over your source hardcore. So again, another reason I don't believe it. Third, Return is intricately tied to the story themes revealed within the game, but will not be explained until players play the game. The new combat system is very exciting to me personally. In terms of laying off people, yes, that is a potential disaster. I just think it's being handled out of Japan. So a lot of the marketing decisions may come from Japan. That could also be a disaster, but we'll see. The new combat system is very exciting to me personally. It is a modern take on the old turn-based formula. It is similar enough that they are calling it a return to the series' roots, as mentioned above. but I think it is more accurate to view it as a very big overhaul to the classic combat mode available in Remake and Rebirth. As a concept, that is, it does suck. The classic mode does suck. So wanting to update it, maybe. But like, it's important to clarify that this is optional because the real-time action system is still in the game. It is the basis for the new mode still, just heavily modified. The game works well with either system chosen. This is a big thing, chat. To build an entire secondary optional combat system that does all the things we're about to read out, to effectively make it a standard. You run into an encounter, screen animation happens, and it puts one set of characters on one side, puts the enemy on the other side. Like, that is a dramatic re-architecture of like how the combat system works. And like, I don't know if it was like specifically listed here in this leak, but people said like, oh, this could be because of E33. If it was because of E33, E33 came out April of last year. So you're telling me in the shortest dev cycle of the entire trilogy, 3 years between between Rebirth and Part 3, if it were to release in early 2027, in the shortest dev cycle they've had, because it was 4 years for Rebirth, 5 years for Remake. Obviously, they had to take some of it in-house. It may have been closer to 3 years for Remake. Either way, in the shortest fucking thing where they have to do so much for Part 3, you're telling me that they also built a second combat system, a second turn-based combat system, made it work for all the different world enemies, made it work for all the different bosses, all the like boss mechanics. So you're telling me also that like for something like Red Dragon, which like in Rebirth, if there are any bosses like that where you have to use sort of like your position on the battlefield, they'll have to figure out a solve for that, right? Like in the Red Dragon fight, which you guys know well because it took me 3 hours to do on hard mode, you have to like hide behind the pillars to block the fire. So are those mechanics just out the door? You have to like position yourself on the opposite side of the arena from like the oncoming lava. Like just all of those things are just wiped away by having something like a turn-based system. You have to adapt all that stuff maybe in some way to it. This is just crazy. And even if it happened because of E33, because E33 was so popular and so amazing, and it is really great combat, you're telling me that they came up with this, they concepted it and executed it within a year? Within 1 year, they've somehow figured out how to do this active turn action system that they couldn't fucking figure out for classic mode in the original Remake and Rebirth. They figured it out in 1 year. If this turns out to be true, even not this specific outline, we'll talk about the details of how this supposedly works. If there is a turn-based system, let's just roll with it, right? I would be greatly impressed if they actually pulled that off, and we will be able to fact check if there is anything against all these details to see if this is an actual leak or not, even if that is revealed. So this is supposedly how it works. Why would they mess with the best combat system ever made? And we're going to read a Hamaguchi quote that doubles down on that. If it's true, I think both combat systems would suffer. Yes, Delta. It would be a mess, to your point. So this is supposedly how it works. Getting near enemies in the world, aggro range, plays a screen animation like random encounters used to do. Then your active party members spread out while the non-active members surround the area further back. It's not a battle arena. It's not a battle area. It's not a battle area like true random encounters. So basically it works like it does in Rebirth, because that's what happens. Your main party goes in to fight. The rest, everyone else is like on the outside and they do like pot shot damage. There is some automated melee attacking happening like the classic combat setting of Remake Rebirth, but much less of it this time. The non-active party members are included this time. They were included last time. Running in for a couple small damage hits before running out. They basically already do this. It really makes you feel like the whole party is part of the journey. I already felt this in Rebirth. The damage output is lower than the real-time battle attacks. The enemies and player characters deal increased damage when performing actions with filled gauge bars. They are consumed on use as usual. Choosing regular attacks with battle gauge bars will deal significantly increased damage if chosen, similar to older games' attack options, or abilities can be used with the additional cost of MP. The game prompts you to switch to the characters with them. First of all, it's like, or additional can be like abilities. So you're going to be like, abilities, regular abilities, would cost MP. That doesn't make sense either. The game prompts you to switch to the character with the most recently filled gauge for action to mimic having a party menu. You can still freely switch between all three, however, if desired. The other thing that like is a question mark for me is like, what do you do with the 1 ATB versus 2 ATB system from Rebirth, from like the whole trilogy? So you're telling me that now, because like in Remake and Rebirth, you have actions, whether they be skills or whether they be like abilities or magic, that some require 1 ATB, some require 2 ATB. How do you mimic that within this? Maybe you make it look like in Ever Crisis, where you have like the bars that fill up, and so you get multiple stacks of ATBs, and then it changes what you can do. But then that also doesn't set. It just, my brain doesn't comprehend how this is possible, and it fucks with the basis of how the Remake and Rebirth combat work. Everyone just like took this as like, oh yeah, that could maybe, and it's like, but think about the implications. Even just like how ATB works and how ATB stacks and synergy stacks. How do synergy attacks work? Like, especially if they expand to have 3 characters, how do you build the gauges to sort of like do the synergy stuff? Like, so many things just break down if you like switch it to the system. Not switch it, but even have the system on top of the old one, on top of the current one. The two things just don't work as seamlessly as people maybe imagine in their head. The battle gauge begins automatically filling. Like the active time battle system, it fills up somewhat more quickly to make you always feel engaged and never waiting, but slow enough to feel turn-based. The point is that it is not constant action. Overall, with active turn action combat, both the player and enemies perform less actions in total. The damage of each action is greatly increased to balance out the time between actions performed. The system is tuned for battles to take roughly the same duration. This person who claimed, as a reminder, there's a level of vagueness for safety, have to apologize. They're not a developer and do not know details beyond this. These are a lot of goddamn details. Lastly, there's a new subclass of items called provisions. These can be used without waiting to fill the battle gauge bars. Provisions are like the base form of items like regular potions, regular ethers, and status ailment cures such as antidote. Items are the highest level items like high potion, Phoenix Down, or Remedy, and require battle gauge bars to use. All items and provisions have a 3-second cooldown, so you can't spam them. 3-second cooldown? Isn't the cooldown a fucking ATB system? And like, yes, at a certain point, the base items are pointless, right? Like, you don't really use regular potions, for example, in Rebirth, because even in Rebirth, your standard HP is like relatively high. Although they did reset the level, so you start a little bit lower and you rebuild it again. Either way, to have like 2 forms of items, like, yeah, maybe it would be kind of nice to be able to like pop an item, like a relatively inconsequential item without the cost of an ATB bar, but like, I don't know if I buy it. This just complicates it even more. Does this also apply to the current real-time battle system? I don't know. I found a note regarding the brand new party member. It is described as a known character in the reveals, but the identity is not given in the trailer or developer interview. It doesn't contain any hints, so I do not know who it is either. Seems like they want this to be a big surprise. They're just gonna say, there's gonna be a new party member, and then not show it, not hints at what, like, I do not buy this bullshit, chat. Let's move on. And a reason that I don't buy it is this quote. N Tower. How important, getting back to what started this, how important was the decision during development to adapt the game for a completely new audience as well? After all, the classic active time battle ATB combat system underwent a modern overhaul. Faster paced and action elements now fill the ATB gauge, and when selecting a special ability, time slows down to a crawl, which not only looks incredibly good, but also preserves the strategic core of the original. How difficult was it to find exactly this perfect balance to keep both veterans and newcomers happy? Hamaguchi. I'm genuinely happy that so many people have appreciated it, but to be honest, there wasn't a clear-cut answer from the start as to how the game should evolve into a modern action title while preserving the original's ATB system. We could have gone all in on full-on action, or we could have chosen to stay closer to the original. What we ultimately decided on was a system where action shapes the flow of the battle, while the ATB gauge provides a moment to think the instant it fills up. As a result, I feel we've created something that works for both original fans and new players alike. Given that we were creating FF7 in this day and age, I believe this balance was the choice we had to make and something we shouldn't shy away from. To me, if there is a turn-based alternative that you can activate that somehow fucking magically works with all the systems currently in the action system, it feels like you're shying away from it, right? So these people will stop posting crap like this if we stop giving it attention. I had to give it attention because I hadn't seen anyone, in my opinion, thoroughly like fucking dissect and destroy that leak. Nobody was asking questions that seemed fucking obvious to me about like, how do you actually make that work? Everyone just sort of like, oh, that'd be kind of interesting. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be kind of dope. Probably the only beloved thing in the remake trilogy, the most universally liked thing, is the combat system. Why change that one thing? Why fix what wasn't broken? I think Steph might have even said that at some point in the chat. Like, from what I understand, some of the marketing is being outsourced, so that could ever contribute to a leak. It's possible. Again, I think the level of detail is a big red flag, considering they're saying it's vague and then they have all these goddamn details. This is all going curious, Corduroy. You pretty much omni-slashed that rumor? I did. So, I don't know. Look, if they surprise me and they come up with a turn-based system that actually fucking works, cool. I will not touch it, chat. If people want it, they can have it. Yes, there is a classic mode. Yes, it is pointless. So if they find a way to replace it, cool. I will not play it because the current combat system is so goddamn good. But I personally couldn't give less of a shit. It does not affect my hype whatsoever. I have 0% interest in the turn-based system. This is coming from someone who fucking loved D33. I love D33. But I personally, does nothing for me. Anyway. At what point during the development was the decision actually made that the story would be told as a trilogy? Final Fantasy VII Remake ultimately ended with the dramatic escape from Midgar, which made up just a fraction of the overall story of the original and took a few hours to complete. How much of the new story expansions actually stem from old ideas from the past, and what was the general thought process? Or what did it look like? What did the general thought process look like for expanding the story? Hamaguchi, by the time I was entrusted with overall leadership of this project, the broad concept of a trilogy had already been firmly established. It wasn't so much about wanting to make it a trilogy. The accurate assessment is that upon objectively evaluating the sheer volume of the story and the content that needed to be depicted, no option other than a trilogy was realistic. And like I said, we've talked about this before. Apparently at one point they thought it would end up in Gaga. That's when it was like potentially 4 parts. At one point, Kitase, they never exactly outlined exactly how, but at one point he did say something like, there was a time where I was curious if you could do this in 2 parts. But they ultimately didn't do it that way. The Midgar segment of Final Fantasy VII is a relatively short part of the original game, but it is incredibly dense with information regarding the game's world, characters, and story. It became clear early on that if we were to faithfully recreate this using modern techniques, we would need a substantial amount of content just to make it work as a standalone title. And this has been quantified also, chat. I believe it was the Proc Noctish chat with Turquoise Hammer and the Shin Archaeology guys, where they talked about like Midgar took up like 40% of the OG script, or like 30% of the OG script. It's a lot of the game, even though it's a relatively short amount of time, because there's a lot of exposition and like story information that's conveyed in it, even if the runtime of it is short. And you can feel that in Rebirth, right? Where like the first 8 chapters of Rebirth, you're like, this is kind of light on story. It's because, yeah, the majority of the story was kind of like the way the story volume sort of like splits between the areas is like that varies a lot. Regarding the expansion of the story, I'm going to catch up with chat in a second. Regarding the expansion of the story, while we used a plot Nojima-san had initially outlined as a basis, we had many discussions about how much to depict and where to place the narrative breaks. One moment that particularly stands out to me is when we were discussing the structure of the second installment. In the original plan, the story didn't clearly break at the Forgotten Capital and Aerith's fate. At that time, I suggested to producer Katase-san, considering the narrative focus, wouldn't it be better to treat Aerith's fate as a natural break to this section? I recall that at almost the exact same time, I heard Nomura-san express a near identical idea, and from there, the overall framework of the entire trilogy came together very smoothly. So again, they've had the plan for the entire story laid out. They've had a lot of decisions to make about when the breaks would come and when the things would happen. When it comes to this story, I wonder if this is the thing of like part 2 ending at Gangaga. That's the thing that we did here. And, they ultimately expanded it to the point that we would have it like this. The way it's said here, and I hadn't thought about it until rereading it to you guys, it's like in the original plan, the story didn't clearly break at the Forgotten Capital and Aerith's fate. I wonder if there's even a version where it went beyond that at all. And they decided to bring it back and cut it there. Because they may have also volleyed the other way, especially considering how much part 3 has to cover. So interesting to learn the details of this. I wonder exactly, what those different cut points were that they were considering. And then apparently like choosing to end it there worked, right? And it may have worked maybe for some of the reasons I talked about in my video. Maybe this sort of pushes against my video because like that middle point was maybe kind of flexible, and so maybe it wasn't as purposeful as I said, but maybe the reason why they decided to choose it ultimately is because of those things I mentioned. Who knows? Let me catch up on stuff on chat. Blitz already said it was bullshit just from the initial sentence alone, and even I never bought into it. It was just so crazy, Kofi, just like how fast people were like believing the most my uncle works at Square Enix rumor I've ever seen. That said, the only reason I think this leak is not entirely impossible is because it's the only one I've seen that doesn't involve story content. Sure, but at the very least, they could have mentioned like areas that we see. Do we see Wutai? Do we see Rocket Town? Like, you don't even have to say story things, just like places. It's crazy that you would see the trailer and you wouldn't know that, but you would have mega fuck ton of information about how the action combat system works for an event that happens in coming months. I don't know. It just screams bullshit to me. I'm also from New York, and we're just like, we're trained almost better than probably anyone. Our bullshit detectors are fucking insane, chat. Like, because we're surrounded by scammers and schemers, it's big city shit. There is a bit of a stereotype. I think it's actually kind of true. The current system is the best I've ever seen from the action RPG. The number 1%, the 1% hates it because they have the remake derangement syndrome. Maybe the best system Square Enix has ever created. Yeah. It just smacks of someone wish casting. Yeah. If there is one thing we can actually reproach Square for when it comes to game design, is that they chose to be pioneers rather than reiterate, particularly with this battle system. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what's next? In FF7 Rebirth, so I thought this question was interesting, and I'm going to spoil you on the fact that the answer isn't all that interesting. But the question was interesting. This guy was like, you guys created this incredibly, oh wait, well, I think I skipped a thing. Or was the question somewhere else? I think I deleted the question somehow. Or was it here? Oh, I had it flipped. So N-Tower had this whole shebang where they talked about this game is amazing. It, in my extensive review, I gave it a perfect score, it's an absolute masterpiece, etc. And then they asked, the emotional ending of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is truly one of the best cliffhangers I've ever experienced in my career as a gamer and reviewer. Therefore, the question inevitably arises, blazes the fuck out of them. How exactly is such a grand and emotional production created internally? Could you give us a small glimpse into how such a complex process works in detail at Square Enix from the very first idea to the final cinematic cutscene? Very interesting question. I could see them, maybe they talk about like the debates with the, in the dev team of like, do we, how do we handle this? How do we build the player experience to get to this point? There's a lot of things that he could sort of say. Wasn't ultimately that interesting of an answer, but I did want to highlight the question because it's like this very in-depth sort of question. But the answer is basically like, it's a powerful scene and it worked because of everything we did. The whole theme of the concept was like bonds. So we placed that at the center of the game design. And like, it's because of the bonds that you build up that you feel the way you do at the end. And I'm happy people felt that way. We've heard this before, but I was like, damn, it was actually to get like, maybe did they have different versions of the ending? Did they test them? Did they like have test audiences? Did they like, they could have been like other things that they said, but nothing. End Tower, in addition, Sephiroth is also saying, I don't care how bad I want to know more information. I would never want to find out from a source outside of the team making the game. If people thought this was credible, they should be mad at the very least. Yeah. In addition to the emotional story, the gameplay is also absolutely outstanding. Every character plays completely differently, and the active party can be perfectly tailored to one's own playstyle. What were the biggest challenges for the team when developing these distinct combat styles? And which character is, in your personal opinion, secretly the strongest, or perhaps even turned out a little bit more powerful, a little bit too powerful? Basically, the answer is what you would expect in terms of like this first paragraph. He talks about Yuffie. He says, because they had to create Yuffie to be like basically a single character for the DLC, she's kind of OP as fuck. And so he uses her all the time. We all had this experience ourselves. And then he says, the good part. Also, I can't say too much, laughs, but in the final game, both Vincent and Sid have been designed with incredibly appealing combat capabilities. Their characters, I can't wait for everyone to actually try out. We can't either, Hamaguchi-san. We can't either. The ending effect of the interviewer is so much because they're a SubTXT fan. I don't know, dude. This guy was like loving it. And I talked about how like I was disappointed just in like how they handled like the way they told the story, but gotta step away from Mother's Day. See you all Thursday. All right, Kofi, have a good Mother's Day. All right, next one. What internal decision actually contributed to the completely forgoing a story DLC? You guys have probably seen this answer already because it kind of went everywhere. But when it came to Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, we seriously considered the possibility of developing a story DLC right up until immediately before the project officially moved into the planning phase. So they're probably architecting like, what are our beats? Like when do we hit certain milestones, all that stuff? Because, however, within the context of a long-term trilogy, we concluded that running development of the second installment's DLC in parallel with the third installment would inevitably affect the third game's schedule and overall quality. At that point, I believed the primary role was not to add DLC, but to deliver the third entry to fans as quickly as possible at a level of polish they would find satisfying. For that reason, we decided to forego story DLC. Basically, it's like they probably looked at this project plan and they probably mapped it out for years in advance. And they probably ran multiple scenarios, and it could have ultimately resulted in either like a 2028 release, so you miss the anniversary year, or you do release it in 2027, but it's missing things, and the hence level of quality isn't at what it is. So ultimately the right decision. As for DLC beyond the third installment, I believe that will ultimately depend on how strongly fans continue to support FF7 as both a title and a franchise. If there is significant demand, we'd certainly be open to exploring those possibilities proactively. So you heard the assignment, chat. You got to go out, you got to buy multiple platforms. You got to buy it on your Switch, you got to buy it on your PC, you got to buy it on your PlayStation, you got to buy it on your Xbox, you got to get it on your Samsung TV. You got to get it you got to buy the collector's edition. If we want this to happen, he's saying that we need to spend a fuckload of money. And I probably will anyway. You'll buy it for your toaster? Okay, cool. I might buy it for my fridge. That could be a good spot too. Bathroom. Yeah, well, I guess I just have to get another console maybe in there. That'll be another copy, Anyway, I'll do my part. Exactly. You do your part, I'll do my part. Hopefully we get DLC. Can we also have a few questions? We also have a few questions in store regarding the future of FF7. Can we look forward to the absolute favorite summon of many fans in the grand finale, Knights of the Round? In the original, the animation took so long that you can almost breed your own gold chocobo. In the meantime, this interviewer just like adds so much like editorializing to their question. Will the team keep this epic length as a small homage to the PS1 era, or do such gigantic attacks as well as Sephiroth Supernova have to be completely rethought for modern pacing? And Hamaguchi's like, that's a pretty hardcore question. So many details, right? It's like, God, this guy really thinks Hamaguchi's good. I mean, you have to ask the question, I guess. He was really fishing to get some kind of answer. There are many elements that symbolize FF7, and I definitely think the Knights of the Round and the visual effects of Sephiroth Supernova are among the most iconic. However, I can't go into specifics at this point regarding how these elements will be handled in the trilogy or what decisions have been made. I believe these are all themes that require very careful consideration, especially when balancing them with the modern gaming experience. So he's basically saying, like, look, dude, these are iconic. So yeah, probably, I mean, look forward to them. I can't tell you how, but I'm recognizing. So basically what Hamaguchi is doing here is like, I will at least confirm that yes, these are incredibly important, very iconic. You got it. I'm not going to tell you how, though, of course. To properly celebrate the conclusion of the trilogy, it would naturally make sense to release the final part right on time for the original game's 30th anniversary in 2027. How far along the planning for the third part currently, and when can fans hope for the first news and first details, etc.? Hamaguchi says, we are not yet at the stage where we can share detailed information or a specific release date for the third title. However, as previously mentioned, development is progressing on schedule. We are carefully fine-tuning the game right up until the very end to ensure it is delivered in a form befitting the conclusion of the trilogy. So we hope you look forward to it. Is that it? That is it. There was one other quote, chat, that like I feel like did I miss it? It was from the other interview. Did I not include it here? There was one other quote that sounded like it was talking about multi-platform. Fuck. 10 duo. Oh, here it is. So real quick. With Rebirth finally catching up on Switch 2 players, should fans expect this to be the last time they fall behind other platforms? I feel like the release of Rebirth holds great significance in allowing Switch 2 players to catch up. Since we've been able to launch Remake and Rebirth, Switch 2 good pace, interest has been high, and pre-orders are going extremely well. Extremely well. Not well, not very well, extremely well. First of all, I am sincerely happy that we've been able to bring this saga properly to fans of Nintendo games. That said, we're seriously thinking about what kind of schedule and what format would be best for the series and for our players when it comes to releasing the third installment. It is not simply a matter of deciding which goes first or second. We want to make this decision from the perspective of what's best for the series as a whole. Whatever the conclusion, our goal is to create a format that new fans of the Remake saga feel was the best possible choice. That commitment is not going to change. So obviously multi-platform is very important. There's no way part 3 isn't multi-plat at launch. So look, we have no way to know, right? It takes a lot to deliver the game on all platforms on day one. Granted, they've had a lot of experience now, but they're also relatively slow at it. Like, it took Rebirth had a 3-month exclusivity window, and it took a whole year to get to PC, or like maybe 9 months, or like 11 months, something like that. It still took longer than whatever that window was, even with the shorter contractual limitation. So it could take them longer. But I thought it was interesting that this line in particular, It is not simply a matter of deciding which goes first or second. And it's like, we want to make the decision from the perspective of what's best for the series as a whole. I mean, I feel like the best decision for the series at whole is multi-platform, right? Like, I can't imagine it not being multi-platform. So at least my read on this is the intention, the goal is day one. Whatever the conclusion, he's basically saying like, look, but you know, he can't confirm it here. Or maybe he doesn't know yet. Or maybe, you know, it's still in talks. I don't know. Either way, he would be unable to say within the context of this interview. That would have to be in the announcement and the reveal. But I definitely read this paragraph at least as like, that is what they want. They definitely want it multi-platform day one. That is what's best for the series as a whole. They're not thinking simply of like what is best to go first or second, or what's the right sequential order. So I don't know. We will see. I mean, I will probably play it day one on PS5 Pro, no matter what, whether it's on PS5 or not, just because PC, you know, stability has been a little back and forth for me, even with a pretty good PC. And so the most consistent experience has been the PS5 Pro, even now. Thankfully, I have a Pro, and the PSSR, the PISR works incredibly well. And looks really, really, really good with a completely locked frame rate. So that is going to be my first experience for sure. Even though I have a good enough PC that it would run, but I don't like, if I get stutters in the cinematics or in the gameplay, I'll get pissed. Especially because I'm going to record it for a video. So I can bet on the PS5 Pro running perfectly and looking very good with the upscaling that they have. So that's how I'm going to do it. But it would be great. It would be great. It would be best. It would literally be best for the series as a whole to launch day one and everything. So I guess we'll find out. We'll find out. So yeah, chat. God. Oh. 3 hours, 47 minutes to cover everything. How was that, chat? I know we talked a lot about, I know we like went through a lot of things that talked about the death. I tried to make it different, you know, not just argue the same things. I didn't want to bring up like, here are all the bullet points of why it's a sequel. We've talked about that constantly. We talked a little bit about why, you know, we think it is, but I focus more on like, I try to expand the conversation a bit. And I think this, you know, these interviews for where we are, these are good interviews. You know, we're not going to find out like that much information, but to get at least teases on like things like Knights of the Rounds and stuff like even that multi-platform answer we just read, getting information on like where, like deciding on the breakpoints in the trilogy, like good stuff for like a pre-part 3 announcement random interview. Because a lot of these have been very, 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 very much the same. And this one especially, and even that both interviews have like a little bit more things I hadn't really heard or like contextualized differently. So there was good stuff. All that in mind, that's a pretty good time to play some NieR. I mean, we even covered the leaks, which is kind of crazy. So we covered everything. How is there so much every week? We don't even have a title. And I feel like I'm not really inflating the time that we talk about this stuff. Like, it's crazy how much we can talk and yap about this shit with nothing, with absolutely nothing. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we will start NieR. Actually, one thing before NieR. One thing before NieR. One thing before NieR. And if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button on YouTube if you're on YouTube. That is always very helpful. Let me do this. One thing. So I saw this and I retweeted it. Oh, hold on. I had to bring the browser up for you guys. Right now, I'm a little bathroom break. Dude. We are potentially weeks away from FF7 Part 3 being revealed. Knights of the Round, Ruby Weapon, Queen's Blood, Vincent V. Valentine, the Northern Crater, Middeal, the Highwind. Probably won't get all of this stuff in a trailer, obviously, but this was hype as fuck. I just saw this tweet. It's hilarious. Substance related fundamentals, several issues like lack of consistency in gameplay. Yeah. This is hype. This is not what I had in mind actually as the one more thing. The one more thing is game related. Before we go to NieR, let's load up something else real quick. Chat. Oh fuck. I need to plug in my controller. I was charging my controller. This guy is a bot copy of Part 3. Yeah, imagine. Red Rebirth. It's just a red DualSense, but what I want to see. Son of a bitch, there it is. Do you see it, chat? Son of a bitch. It's been staring at us the whole time. Son of a bitch. Hold on. It is real. Hold on. Oops. Mother. Here it is. Damn it, hold on, here it is. There it is, chat. It is there. Shit. That's crazy. Removables. You see the whole map? Yeah, it's Wutai. Hold on. Fuck. Ah. Mouser show? Oh, my Mouser doesn't show. Yeah, there's Wutai on the left, Middeal bottom right, Islands. It's there. It's there. It's been hiding in plain sight, chat. Hiding in plain sight. That's crazy. How does this shit run on stream going? Oh, look at this. It's glitchy. This is why I want to play Pro. First time through. It's a little stuttery. Some bad popping just happened there. Just fight something real quick. Just fight something real quick, chat. Just fight something real. This little snack. This little snack. Little FF7 snack. After all that chat. Who do I got in my party? Tifa, Barrett, Cloud. Technically, Aerith would be helpful. Do I have a Tifa Aerith one? Let me set up a Tifa Aerith one. Because that magic on this fucking thing would be helpful. And I want Tifa's ability to wait, why can I? Oh, battle settings. That's right? Combat settings. Edit party. She can stack the stagger. Aerith can do her like elemental damage. What spells does? Wait, hold on. What spells does Aerith have? Only cure? Oh, maybe because it's not in combat. Real quick. Wind. I have wind twice? Increases the potency, I guess. Was it weak to wind? I think it might have been weak to wind anyway. Imagine this in turn-based chat.
Big mistake. Confirmed. Pencil bottle identified. Commencing target's protocol.
Keep it together.
So it's my turn? Dragon and the bird. The solitary pencil bottle is simply breathtaking. Little wonder that the ancient peoples of this region revered it as a
I busted that up too soon.
While the creature typically prefers sticking to its hunting grounds and nests, let's go. Some riparian communities in recent
Hang back.
Mondo's deleterious effects on its habitat have likely driven it to prey on livestock. Here goes. Gaining more intel on it may help us discover ways which we can coexist once more. The grasslands ecosystem is in your hands. I believe in you. Get him. Okay.
Chase after me. Chase after me.
Tagging out. Watch yourself.
My turn.
Enjoy the ride.
Keep it together.
Why don't you lead the way?
Shit. Is it not weak to wind? Oh, it's weak to ice.
Hey.
Does anybody have ice? Nobody has ice? Goddamn.
Just warming up.
Ow.
Let's do this.
Go on.
Take the lead.
I'll take care of them. I think we're almost done. Come on, team. Let's finish.
Come on.
There, got your number. One more shot. Let's pour
Now's our chance.
I'll take care of this. Hey, try to get in there.
What's this?
That was late. I wish I had ice. I just don't have ice.
Don't overdo it.
Here goes.
I'm a little rusty in the combat chat. Not gonna lie.
I'm in.
Keep it together.
Actually, let's watch it.
Don't give up now, you guys. Yoo-hoo.
Fuck him up.
I got this. Don't over.
Ah.
I'm coming. That's it.
Yeah.
This should make you stronger.
Kiraga. Oh, I don't have Kiraga all.
Let's do this.
Stay
It's not my best performance. Not my best performance. Not my best performance. Fucking Barrett got hit. Did you see that?
It's on you.
I'll take you. Got this. I got this. Gotcha. Spectacular.
Oh, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah.
On it.
This one's for you.
Couldn't have gone any better.
One more shot.
I should have done it before. Alright, Cloud. Oh, I don't have... Ah, shit. I don't have my better limit. I could get it if I just pop up that, and then I could do Synergy, Fireball Blade, Firework Blade.
Here it comes.
Alright, and then let me just finish you.
Nothing personal. Take the lead.
It's on you. Why don't you lead the way? Wonderful work. I trust
Fun, chat. Can't wait to see Omni Slash in Part 3. Shit's gonna be crazy. It is. Ah. I wish I cooked him even more. I didn't have, like, ice set up on anybody. What a fun video game. What a fun Vigima game. Alright, let's do NieR. No, you want to play more? I mean, I've had my fill. I would play more if we did like the crazier stuff, you know, like the crazier content. But I also really do want to play NieR. NieR Replicant. I also think I'm gonna go order food, chat. I'm fucking hungry. Yeah. You know what we got to do one of these weeks? I was actually considering it now. I'm like, do we do it now? Not now, but like, you know, when I get my food, do we watch some more of that like NPC video? Because we did start it and it was really good. And I do want to watch more of that, but maybe we could do that early next week. You guys remember the NPC video? I think we watched like 40 minutes, 50 minutes of it. It was really good, but once you replicant, are you gonna go straight through Automata? I think so. Yeah. Or we could like do a community thing. We can like talk about like if we want to go straight to Automata, if we want to play something else, like in between. What do I want to eat? Burrito sounds good. I haven't had this in a very long time. Do you think you'll talk about the GTA 6 trailer? If they fucking release it. There isn't a new one yet, right? I didn't miss it. But yeah, dude. I'm excited for GTA 6. I do need to like we do need to like have a conversation too about other games, like because there's been stuff I want to check out. I just said this week, obviously, like the craziness that happened. I have not played the Fable games. I haven't. I had a friend who was super into it, so I sort of know about Fable through that. But I actually haven't played the Fable games. That can be fun, actually. I do have an Xbox, so in theory, if it's like backward compatible. Or if it's on PC, is it on PC? Probably is, right? The older ones. It always seemed like a fun game, especially like the more like just like crazy role-playing stuff on it. I want to watch it's too long for this stream because we've already spent 3.5 hours talking about some bullshit. But maybe next week, even though it'll be a little bit late, we can dedicate more of the start of that stream to like other things, you know, like especially like getting ready for Summer Games Fest. Like I want to watch a Stranger Than Heaven thing. I watched it a little bit on Just Capricorn stream, but I was honestly like sort of just like I was so sucked into like the vibe of that trailer, just like the music and shit, that I actually kind of missed a lot of details. And so I kind of want to check that out again. There are a couple other games I want to play some stuff. We could do some shorter games too. Oh, we can't play. I was about to say maybe we could try out a Mixtape, but apparently there's like DMCA all over that. It's technically a short game though. But there's like DMCA all over that. Silent Hill 2. Oh, dude, I do want to play Silent Hill 2. I do want to play Silent Hill 2. I have it. I bought it on PC not too long ago. Do I go straight to, because I bought the remake, do I go straight to remake, or do I actually fuck around and play the original too? You know? Because the original is like iconic. You know what I mean? And there's so much conversation around, I think generally people like the remake. But there's so much like conversation around both of them and how the second one. I remember hanging out last Summer Games Fest with Susie, Sphere Hunter. She was like in the group that we were all hanging out with. And she just had such reference for the original too. I was talking about the remake is good, but like it's just so like it's much longer. They do a lot of other things, and like there's something to the simplicity of the first one that was like really good. And I feel like oh my god. I feel like his first name is not Glenn. Park. Washington Post. Why am I like potentially misremembering his first name? It's definitely not that. Gene Park. And fucking FF7. Gene Park. I know he had like some feelings too on like the remake versus the OG. Glenn. Fucking Glenn. You can do either like the cinematics in the remake, and it plays a lot better than the original. Got it. I don't know if my usual NieR heads are in chat. Are my usual NieR heads in chat? Every week, chat. Every week, I say, oh, I'm gonna do side quests and stuff. In between, like I'm gonna do it off stream, and I'll show you the cool stuff. And I don't get around to it. There are a couple that I do want to do. I want to do the Bridge and Peril. I got to do that still. Great Tree I got to do. Despicable Man I got to do. What was Life in the Sands? I assume it's something. The 10 pink moonflower seeds. That sounds boring. I've heard Scattered Cargo is good. I've heard Bridge and Peril is good. Heard King's Mask, I think, is one of the ones they said to do. Research projects. Didn't I do this? Oh, I gotta show this back. I gotta go back to the butler for this. That's right. I didn't finish the research project one. Shit. Okay, we have to go there. We do have to go to Lost Shrine anyway, I think for story purposes. Or for like the Force of Myth, sorry. Because we did this already. The botanist mix of the item shop, asked for a piece of root. We did this already, so we gotta bring this back to him. We're here already, so we can do this. I heard the Shade Army is worth doing too. For sure. Although we could do some of the stuff after we finish story, right? Like, what somebody said was, you don't have to do all the side quests in your first playthrough, at least. Let's do the stuff that I could turn this in, I'm pretty sure. Which one was that? It was like the botanist? The botanist next to the item shop and it's seafront. have to go to Seafront anyway. I also need to go to the mansion real quick. I wonder if it would be distracting because now that I have like this the chat box that can like float above everything. I wonder if having you guys there would block too much of the. I'm gonna move you guys on top of the game. See how that works. You won't be able to see chat obviously like that, but I can at least see you guys. This music always reminds me a little bit of FF16. I forget which location exactly, but it's a very similar sounding music to that. One of the 16 locations. Return this shit. I was very interested in where this side quest went, the research project one. Let's see.
It appears to be encrypted.
Oh, yeah?
It begins with Dearest Emil, and then...
Oh, shit.
Why, this appears to be a message for you, Master Emil.
A letter, is it?
It's from Master Emil.
To me?
Dearest Emil, you do not know me, but I know you. My research has twisted your life in unfathomable ways.
Oh.
I tried to make up for this by serving as your mother. But I know now that my efforts fell woefully short. I would have done anything to save you from this fate, and you will never know how guilty I feel that I could not.
I remember her now. Hundreds of years ago, there was a woman who watched over me and my sister.
Hundreds of years ago? Wow. Yeah, so he dates back that fucking long. I mean, I know the scale of this game is like, even at the start, it says like, and maybe that was clear in the research documents. I for whatever reason I just didn't connect it because I know there were like old dates in that stuff. Shit, I didn't think about that. Or maybe I forgot. Maybe it said it and I forgot because I know at the start of the game it's like 1,200 years later or whatever after the prologue. It has like a crazy time jump, and I know, yeah, a lot of that research stuff is very old.
The other scientists treated us like lab rats, but that woman, she was really nice. I think she kind of made me what I am today.
Your mother, huh?
You know, I didn't find a way to fix my body, but I don't care anymore. This letter helps me remember my mother, and that means more to me than anything.
A little bit of closure for Emil. That's nice.
I swear I will find a way to cure you someday, Master Emil.
Huh. Interesting. New music almost feels like a genre of its own. Yeah. I gotta go to Seafront. Damn, this enemy behind me is fast as hell. He was kind of keeping pace for a while. Just okay. All right, let's turn this one in. This mission seemed like relatively interesting also. It's the botanist. How's the botanist at? Botanist next to the item shop. That's what it said, right? Looking for someone with a...
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along with that massive shipwreck.
Yeah, a bunch of people who died. Is it this way, weirdly? I'm on the main road. Where is it? Where's the botanist? The one that was like by the lighthouse? Because there's a specific side quest marker above the person's head. I don't think it's this.
That's 5 logs.
Yeah. Where the hell is the botanist? Is it in the bar? There was like several people in the bar that I got side quests from. Maybe it's over by the lighthouse? It said in Seafront. Thank you, Nightbreaker. There's this guy on the side right here. Is that him? No. Where do I turn this in? I'm just gonna look it up on YouTube. It's a great tree. The botanist next to the item shop in Seafront. I definitely got it because I went to the Lost Shrine. Maybe this is separate from what I got from the Lost Shrine. Shit, did I miss something from the Lost Shrine? No items are required for the current quests. Hold on. Great tree. Great tree. Maybe I didn't pick it up because it's showing him. It's supposed to be the guy next to the well. Maybe I never picked it up at the tree. I was there, chat. I was already there. Remember I got stuck at the damn Lost Shrine? Fuck. Thankfully, it's like right at the base. So I could probably pick it up really quick. It's technically this guy. Fuck. Alright, I have a new boat captain. I'll just go talk to the boat guy. I'll go to Lost Shrine real quick. Get it real quick. And I can take the boat back.
Oh there.
Alright. Yeah. Lost Shrine, rear path. Because the Shade came to the village today, people keep coming up to me and saying, boy. Yeah, that mission was so fun last week, chat. In the shipwreck. This is fine. It's the base of the tree, so it'll be a quick pickup, hopefully. Because this was one of the ones that was listed as like, I don't know if it was like critical, but it was interesting. And I don't think it'll take long to do it. Especially now that I know how to leave the damn shrine. What is everyone's... So we were talking about some games. We were talking about Silent Hill 2, Fable. Anything else that you guys would be interested in playing or seeing my sort of take on or reaction to? One of the things I was planning was on doing like a sort of a playthrough, sort of like a more unique playthrough series of The Witcher 3, where I would play it off stream. That's because I have more time to play, in theory. And I would like record it, and then I'd provide like commentary on top of it. like you would see my live reaction, but then I would also like talk about things that I find interesting while I'm editing. Oh, here it is. I gotta dispatch these guys. Okay. Xenoblade? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would personally be terribly interested in Xenoblade.
That's the last of them. Now let's get a piece of that tree root.
I was here and I just didn't do this.
This should be enough root. Let's get it back to that guy.
Oh, the Resident Evil era? Yeah. I feel like I probably missed a boat on that because now everyone's like done their whole like playthroughs for RE9 and stuff. But yeah, I did start that on stream. Oh shit. I feel like I could probably exit without killing these like couple spawn dudes. But in case I got screwed for leaving without killing those guys. Played Xenoblade 1 earlier this year. Incredible game, I highly recommend. Gameplay is kind of like 14. The story is really, really good. Maybe give it a try. I don't know. For whatever reason, it's never really appealed to me, but... I know people really do like it. But I honestly don't know anything about it. I'm definitely prejudging, if I know what. Not based on anything, just...
I wonder why the shades
Is
are
it
getting so
turn-based?
strong.
I think it's
They were
turn-based,
never
right?
this powerful before.
It seems the shades are continually expanding their forces.
Looks like they'll just keep pushing us humans back, huh?
No. I'll find a way to stop it.
It's MMO style gameplay. You have abilities on cooldown, you're actively moving and stuff. Oh. Hence why you said it's kind of like 14. Interestingly enough, like MMO style combat is not totally my thing, even though I do like 14. We should I like New Game Plus some of the 14 story? How do I even do that? Like, it's so long. Like, in theory, what I would really want to play is like Shadowbringers and Endwalker. It's been so long since I played Heavensward. I do not want to do ARR again. Even though it is important technically to Endwalker, especially.
Getting on?
They're quite long. I want to get back into 14, but I know my time is going to be so strapped. Yeah. Alright, so I want to go back to Seafront. I'll just see 14 to Game Plus. Could be interesting. It's such a long one. I do love it though. Especially some of the latest. I wouldn't mind going back to the older expansions too. We'll see. We'll see. That's an interesting possibility.
Here's your route, buddy.
Been back on 14 recently with friends and having a blast doing all the raids and content I never did. Yeah, I still need to do, because I've been back into it too. I'm even like leveling some side jobs and stuff. I finished all the Arcadian. I still need to do the last, like the most recent Alliance raid. I'm caught up on MSQ. I just need to like do the third level of the Alliance raid of the latest patch. I still haven't done the raid series, the NieR raids, because I was waiting to play through NieR first, even though I don't think you need to. I just wanted to like be able to know all the references, and I was planning to play NieR anyway. So I figured it'd be best to like save that for after I play NieR. I've kind of heard people think it kind of like was disappointing, but I don't know. I'm currently on a journey in 14 to catch whole fish. I heard there's like some new fish. It's like you have to catch it by a certain time, or like it won't spawn back for like another half a year or something. Catching up, not watching live, so I understand now a handful of random statements from different times without any context. I'm not sure what this person is saying. Oh, maybe the max statements. I need to do all the Dawntrail stuff. My friends are all behind on expansion, so I just did Omega for the first time. Yeah, I did the tactics raid. I did Omega.
Oh, how wonderful. This should help with my research. See, research is what a scientist does when...
I know what research is. Get to the point.
Well,
get to the point.
See, fossil records show that at one point in the distant past, all plant life just up and disappeared from the surface of our planet.
Just up and disappeared?
But of course, there are plants here now, which means they managed to come back. I'm trying to figure out how that happened.
Actually kind of interesting.
If you figure it out, it might make growing crops a lot easier.
Oh, I don't really care about growing crops.
You're way smarter than I thought, buddy. Anyway, here's your payment. Thanks again. Back to work then.
I wonder if he has more. Oh, 20,000 gil. Yeah. Gil. Gold. Alright, anything else here that I could turn in? Shade Army was back on the junk thing. Kitchen knife thing I'm not gonna have. Force of Myth. I think I need to go to Force of Myth regardless. I did want to see this. The Facade Royal Guard needs titanium alloy. I have one of those. I've seen a crystal. How difficult is it to get the crystal? Because I could totally do that. I'm curious on that. Oh my god, check. Look at how many dented metal boards and strip bolts that I have compared to like what's required. Fisherman's Gambit. I'll do that off stream. Bridge and Peril. I do need to see if I can spawn. The thing about the Bridge and Peril is like it's kind of random. Right, so I need to go to the Northern Plains shoreline to get the last cargo. And I need to go to the Northern Plains, the northern area anyway, to potentially spawn that fucking enemy. So let me take the boat over there real quick.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Yeah, I know they disappeared with the shipwreck. They were killed, dude. I solved that case already. Northern Plains. I love having fast travel at least. It makes this so much easier. I get to go down to the water to get the last piece of The only time it spawned was on the way back from the Erie. It killed me. It really wasn't that hard. It was so tanky. Big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy, big guy. No big guy. Damn. Alright, I'm just gonna go. I do not have any mount here, though. Do you have like any favorite mounts, by the way, for 14? Who was that? Was Grant? You know, I did get. Did you get the Fenrir, the FF7 one that recently came out?
Find wolves in the desert.
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance.
Oh, that is interesting.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
Stop moving, bitch. Damn you! It's like not even attacking me. Might as well collect some wolf pelts. Take me back to RDR2 days. Who knows? You never know when you might need a wolf fang, you know? They actually die super easy. I feel like I've seen wolf fangs needed for shit before. I might as well. They're easy to kill. They're way easier than the shades to kill. Curious about the food situation. 459 ETA. Oh damn. Actually, I forgot to look up the thing I needed. Where do I get Crystal, was it? For the King's Mask, because I do want to see this. This sounds like it could be interesting. The King's, where to get Crystal? NieR Replicant. February, just like, yeah, that's me. Crystals are primarily found in the harvest points in the desert and the Barren Temple. It can be also purchased in the material shop in Facade. Where's the material shop? I have a decent amount of money. I've been doing side shit, so I have money to spare. This is the Strange Things store. Item shop. I don't think this is the one. Oh shit, desert map. Facade map. Oh, they sell health salves? Cool, good to know. Let's see. This listings. It does listings, but I can't like hover over and like figure out what they are. But we're here. Looks like a weapon shop, maybe. Oh, I see it. It's over by the King's Mansion, I think. That would make sense. Kind of hate taking the boat because it's so goddamn long. I think I just run over. Pretty sure it's over here. It has like literal crystals. Material shop. Here we go. Please have crystal. Yes. I have what I need for this. Who was the guard, right? It should show that I have what I need. King's Mask. Yep. I believe it's just this guy.
I've got your things.
Now I can create the mask. No, thank you very much. Well, let's bring this back over here.
What manner of ceremony is this mask for?
I'm very curious too. King will wear this mask when he is pondering a new rule.
That's
oh my god.
Pretty specialized mask.
What kind of bullshit rule is he gonna make this time? 10,000 gil? Gil, I keep saying gil. Oh, there's actually no story. Like payoff to it. Okay. What is my next thing? I have to check my mailbox. I think that's pretty much it, right? Is there anything else here that I would... Oh, there's probably cargo here. In Facade. Or it may be, you know what? It may be in the desert. Let me just look it up. I don't really care. I don't care enough to actually hunt for it. The scattered cargo. I've stumbled on the first two. First one I got. Oh, is it down in the main? Oh, it's back at home. I need to go back home anyway. I have not played Automata, Aaron. I decided to play Replicant before Automata because, like, technically it was the first game. So I'm doing this playthrough first before Automata. I know this is like updated with, I believe, like Automata combat, because I was saying the other day on like one of the other times I was streaming this, I was like, you know, I always heard that like Automata had better like combat and like gameplay, but I think the gameplay here is pretty damn good. And the people said, yeah, it's actually they updated it with the Automata combat system. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. It's like, that makes sense. Because apparently the original Reese was very clunky. I know it had like Papa NieR. Yeah, I've heard amazing things about Automata. I just haven't. I figured it made sense to just like wait while I played this. And I know there's opinions that you could. I know a lot of people did play Automata before Replicant. Fuck you. Piece of shit, Scorpion. scorpions have been kicking my ass every time I run across the desert.
Oh there, getting on?
Go back to the main village, yeah. Are they about the same in terms of length, Automata and Replicant? Kind of assume so. And I know you think Automata is incredible. What do you think of Replicant? Duty of the day, I'll catch up. Cool to see you and make progress in this beautiful, weird-ass game. Thank you so much, Hank. Where am I going? Oh, that's right. I need to go get the... I don't think I got the cargo that's here. I know I don't have to do side quests, but like... Automata's better, Replicant's pretty good. Weirdly, I've heard
this
like...
is one of the pieces of cargo that washed ashore.
Looking inside.
No offense to that lady, but I'm not carrying around some box unless I know what's inside.
Have you assuaged your guilt with that feeble excuse? Then I suggest we... Hello? What have we here?
I've never seen flowers like this. They smell weird.
I believe they can be refined into a powerful yet poisonous drug. I doubt very much that they are legal.
Well, that seems to be all of it.
A tremendous cache of illegal goods and dangerous materials. I'd wager my title page that our client is a smuggler.
So what should we do?
What should we do? Oh, okay. Chat. What should we do? Should we deliver the cargo to the client or should we report it to the authorities? If we deliver to the client, we'll probably get the money. I mean, who knows what... She'll probably stiff us too, like if she doesn't think we looked inside, or unless we confront her about like knowing what it is. If we report it to the authorities, we may not get anything. But it's kind of the don't tell Popola. Devil might be cool with it though. I mean, I am playing a pretty good person, right? Like we're honorable. We've been playing fairly honorable, I'd say. I wish I saved right before this. Gilgamesh, thank you so much for the super chat, or not super chat. Oh, what's no, for following. Sorry, I got shit mixed up. Thank you so much for following on Twitch. How are you doing? Have you played NieR before? You know, fuck it. I think I might do it blind. You're the guy who told the old lady the horrible truth. But I told her the truth though, Jake. I told her the truth. Hey, good to see you over here, too. Hope everyone's doing well. That is true. I did say the truth. I did the good thing. I did the right thing. I'm gonna say
I don't want to be
on
a party
that
to smuggling, or worse. Let's talk to the guard at the entrance.
Drugs
Such a
and
narc.
explosives again. Just what is all this for? A supply of this
Narc.
size could provide for the military of a small country. It seems you humans are incapable of learning from the mistakes of the past.
I've yet to NieR any automatas. I almost feel bad I'm narking.
Guy with the gold necklace, eh? Yeah.
Forest of...
Okay, it's not that guy. Such a narc mindset. Well, wait, who do I fucking report this to? I actually regret my choice. Oh, it was in Seafront, so maybe it's the guard in Seafront. Hold on. Actually, look at this video real quick. Oh, wow, this person reported it too. Oh yeah, it's the garden seafront. Right. I wonder what happens though. I might watch what happens if you give it to the client too. Just because I'm curious. Ah. Oh yeah, I have to go this way to get to the boat. Let's get to the fast travel. God, I do like that, like, games just have fast travel unlocked wherever, as long as you have the map. But not this game.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Let's go to Seafront. Yokotaro smiles underneath the Emil mask whenever you regret your choice in a side quest of his games. That sounds about right. What if I changed my mind and ran to the client? Could I even do that? Alright, let's talk to this bitch ass guard.
Excuse me, but these things washed up on the shore and...
Good gravy, this is illegal. All of this is illegal. Where did you get this?
Well, it's a long story.
Ha! The old broad finally slipped up.
Oh, he actually knew.
And you are familiar with her little import-export business?
Oh, we've been watching her for years. There's a huge bounty on her head in the next continent.
Really? You want to give me that
Suspected
bounty?
It was her, but never had proof she was really the perpetrator. Now we've got more than enough evidence to put her away. You've done a fine deed this day, citizen.
I mean, about the bounty. Several days later.
Hello again. Thanks
I
to
just
your
stood in
information,
place for
the
several
old woman
days.
is behind bars, and she's gonna rot there.
Oh, well, I guess that's good news.
Sure is. We've been chasing her forever. Oh, and I also received word to arrange a reward. It's waiting for you at the post office.
Gotta go all the way to the post office. It better be worth it. I want 50K at least. I want 50K. I don't want this 10K bullshit I'm getting.
You're quite the bounty hunter to have caught that slippery eel of a woman.
It was more luck than anything.
Takes more
Really
than luck
was.
to catch someone like that. Anyway, hang on. I got your reward right. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, you better not lost it. Oh, it is 50K.
Damn, that's
That is the highest amount that I've gotten. That's the most. That's the most I've gotten.
Just your share.
I think there was like one other mission that I got
That
50K,
woman must have been among the world's most wanted.
or maybe it was like 30K. I could buy so many crystals now. All right, that was semi worth it. I didn't expect a bounty for it, but now I do want to see what the hell happens if I do the other. If I do the other thing. Hold on. Let's see. Browser. Okay, let's see. So this is what we just did.
Gravy.
I was looking for how to do it. What happens? Does it have the other option too?
Woman must have been
No,
among.
it doesn't. Scattered cargo, both endings. All endings.
Oh, it's you. I've heard a great many stories about that.
Yeah, this is when we got the thing.
Is there?
What? Well, weird.
I believe.
Right. This is going back to her.
We've got your cargo.
Oh,
And she is old. I forgot
excellent.
how old she was.
And everything seems to be in good condition, too. Here is your payment.
Good job. You just put some lady in jail in this bullshit village for being cool. This isn't justice.
Please take
How much was that?
condition, too.
That
Here is your
200?
payment. Please take
20,000. So it was actually less. Less than half.
also.
I don't want to get overhyped. SGF has the potential to be a certified banger. It better be, brother. Yeah, I hope Part 3 is there. I don't know if you're also into FF7. I assume you are, but
I know the owner of the item.
But in general, dude, there's a bunch of stuff that could show up. I'm very curious though, like given the fact that like GTA is around the corner, like how they handle it, like how companies are going to handle their release dates. I mean, maybe I was actually going to talk about this. There was apparently Sony sent out some sort of like, there's some kind of promo where it's like, get your PlayStation in time for GTA. And I think there's like I think it's like for PS4 owners, if you have a PS4 to like upgrades to PS5. And like they're like selling it as like in time for GTA 6. And it was like GTA 6, November 19th. So given the fact that like Rockstar has a partner like Sony already doing a promotion related to GTA at that set release date, I mean, I've been thinking it won't get delayed again, and I think it won't get delayed again. I think it is November 19th. So if that is like solid, even if it's not super public yet, that is like they're totally locked in, that'll give publishers like the confidence to like put release dates down. And that might change what we see at Summer Games Fest even. So we'll see. Imagine if FF7 Part 3 isn't it. I'm not going to imagine it, Aaron.
I think you should find.
I know the owner of the item shop in this town. I think you should find a future transaction there a bit more welcoming. Fuck, I could but that's the thing, dude. If I hooked her up, I would have gotten hookups to the item shop.
A bit more welcoming.
But it's just the item shop. Like, is that really that great?
Oh, you know how it is. In my line of work, people tend to owe you favors. Anyway, I'd best be off.
How good is the discount? Oh, and that's if you report it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I kind of feel bad for Narky. But I did get paid like a motherfucker. Oh, my food is here, I believe. Hold on, give me 1 second, chat. Is there anything I would want to watch while I eat? Uploaded 2 hours ago a Gen Z's perspective on PS1 Final Fantasy games. It's a little long. We probably won't finish it. I just want to.
In 2020,
well, let's see. It's like randomly on my homepage. Uploaded recently. Magical Land. Not that. Let's see. Let's see what this person has to say. Gen Z perspective on the PS1 Final Fantasy games is from Laura's Cloud Save.
I played a game called Final Fantasy VII Remake. I completely fell in love with the characters and the world, and it subsequently made me a fan of FF7 and Final Fantasy as a whole. It's a bit of a meme on the internet that a lot of Final Fantasy fans are quote-unquote unks, and a lot of them tends to be around the age of 35 or older. If you're new here, hi, I'm Laura, and I was born the year that FF7 released on PS1, which technically, although only just, makes me a member of Gen Z. As a child, I did have a PS1, although it was my dad's, and I played games like Tomb Raider 2 and Spyro and some racing games, but I never played Final Fantasy. and I didn't actually know
barely
of
Gen
Final
Z?
Fantasy's existence.
Wait, how old is Gen Z exactly? Gen Z birth years. Between 97 and 2012. Okay, yeah, she's at the very beginning of it. Very beginning of it.
Up until roughly my mid-teens. I mostly grew up with the PS2 generation, and I didn't really go back and play many older games from previous generations of consoles and gaming until very recently. So basically, I have a modern gamer brain, is what I'm saying. I know a lot of us have modern gamer brains, but I get the impression that a lot of Final Fantasy fans in particular are people that grew up with Final Fantasy, either on the NES, SNES, or the PlayStation. And
on the PS1.
That's not the case for me personally, so I thought maybe it would be interesting for me to talk about my perspective on the older generation of Final Fantasy as someone who played them for the first time in the early 2020s. So I'm going to go through all 3 of the PS1 mainline Final Fantasy games in this video. I will add timestamps, so if you want to jump to a specific game, you can. So let's get into it.
Speed it up a little bit.
After completely falling in love with FF7 Remake when I played it in 2020, I knew I was in for the long haul. And so in 2024, before playing Rebirth, I played the OG FF7 for the first time. Now, if I'm being honest, going into these older Final Fantasy games had me a little bit apprehensive. I was a little bit concerned as to how I would feel about them. Because I loved FF7 Remake so much, I really wanted to love the original FF7, but I had never played any older JRPGs. I had, like I said, played some PS1 games, but they were things like platformers and racing games. I had never played older JRPGs, but I did know that there would be a lot of random encounters, that there wasn't all of the modern quality of life improvements and all of that stuff that you expect from modern JRPGs, which I was more familiar with, which had me a little bit concerned, let's just say. And also there is the aspect of graphics. Admittedly, FF7's graphics, although they did grow on me over time and I see them as very charming now, they didn't look that great to me initially. And as much as I would like to act like I'm above graphics or whatever, I'm not going to lie to
mods,
you.
girl.
They did put me off a little bit, which might be part of the reason why I never played the original FF7 until the remake trilogy came out. However, despite my initial concerns and apprehensions and stuff, I found that I really, really loved this game. With Remake, I completely fell in love with the characters and the world that this story was set in. I loved Midgar. I loved this kind of diesel punk aesthetic. And seeing it in its original form and how it was originally conceived on the PS1 was so interesting. One of the first things I noticed about the original FF7 is that the atmosphere feels a lot darker and more oppressive somehow compared to in the remake trilogy, whether intentional or not.
It reminds me of you guys, I've been watching almost every week the Warriors of Hype, aka Final Fantasy V, like their chapter by chapter discussions. And yeah, there was that conversation. I've had it with other people too. They're like, in theory, it should only like the plate should be way closer to the ground when you look up. And in remake, obviously it's very high, but and it would block out the sun. It would make more sense of the dialogue. It would make more sense of the dialogue of like that, like, because they keep talking about how like they don't see the sun in the slums. And I remember playing it and be like, I can see the sun perfectly well. So it wouldn't make sense if it were lower, but it just feels so crazy to look up and just see the plate at the distance it is, like even if it sort of undermines that point slightly, and even that dialogue, the fucking visceral feeling of it is so cool.
I don't know. But as a result, playing through the original FF7 gave me this kind of heavier feeling somehow than when I was playing through the remake Part of it is the graphics, but also they just really nailed this dark, oppressive atmosphere, which I do feel like I notice a lot in media from the 90s. There's kind of this darker tone somehow to a lot of video games in general, not even just video games, but movies as well. Games aren't as bright and colorful. Even the bright and colorful games from that period aren't as bright and colorful as they are now, which I guess in a way is just a difference in how media was then compared to now. But it did give FF7 this very unique feeling that isn't replicated in the remake trilogy. And the next thing that became very quickly noticeable for me is how much faster I was progressing through FF7 compared to Remake. FF7 Remake just covers the Midgar section, which in the original game is literally like the first 5 hours. Now, I'm not here to discuss whether this is a good or bad thing, but it is something that I noticed a lot while playing through the first few hours of FF7, is that it was much, much faster paced than the remake. Now, I kind of knew while playing FF7 Remake that there was some context that I was missing from the original game, but the remake does do a good job at kind of hinting at what that might be to a certain extent. So I had an inclination as to what the remake was doing, but this became very apparent while I was playing the original FF7 that, you know, FF7 Remake is some sort of sequel, alternate timeline thing.
Oh, don't
and so
say
I'm very
that.
glad that I did play the original 7.
Don't
because
say that.
it adds this whole extra layer of context to the remake trilogy that you don't have if you don't play the original. The main concern I had going into this game is how hard it was going to be for me to get through.
Just joking about like the 3-hour conversation we had at the beginning.
And how much grinding I was going to have to do, and how much that would frustrate me. Because yes, I have a modern gamer brain. I don't mind some grinding in JRPGs, but I don't want it to be really excessive to the point that it kind of diminishes my enjoyment of the game. So that was one of my primary concerns.
I do like that in the remake the remake games. 16 is like this too. You don't need to do extra content to like, and I don't know how much of this is because I was just bad at the games when I was younger, but I remember it was like critical for me to level up because I would grind like crazy to get through the content. But you just play them, you just play the chapter by chapters, and you're at the level that you need to be.
With this really going nice. Into it, because I have heard a lot that older JRPGs are quite grindy. Now, I played the Switch version of this game, which has
like even Persona 5, which is fun because I would pop on a podcast and like grind in the metaverse and shit. There were like some palaces I just couldn't do until I reached a certain level, you know?
There's some boosts in it, so 2x speed, for example, which allows you to go through battles way quicker. And there's other boosts as well that you have for battle, though I can't really remember what they are. Admittedly, I did find myself using some of them towards the end of the game. You can judge me for this, okay? I know I'm probably going to get some people say that you should never use boosts.
The biggest gripe is the normal mode first playthrough. Do you mean that it's like limited to that you can only get normal? I agree. I mean, the thing about the hard mode is that the hard mode is so good. But it requires you to like have materia because you can't use items. I was talking about it before. What I just wish that they did was, and they kind of tried to do this with Rebirth with like the what's it called? The dynamic difficulty. But even that was like fairly easy to me. I wish there was like something that had the core combat difficulty of hard mode, but let you use items. And then there was like the no item hard mode. And you just brand it like hard plus, or like you do like FF16 did, and it's like Final Fantasy mode or whatever. I hate gating harder difficulty behind an entire playthrough. And they are so concerned with making sure that people can just like get through the games and be immersed in the games. There's another quote in the Hamaguchi interviews that we saw today where he said the same thing. FF16 said this too. It's like they go out of their way. This is my big problem. They go out of their way to make it possible for the player to make the game as easy as humanly possible. Easy mode is already piss easy. It's crazy easy. And then now they have like the whatever it's called, the accelerated progression thing where you start out like level 50 with like everything. And even that, like even if you were to like, you can't even like activate that and activate a harder mode. It's just that plus normal or that plus easy. And it's like they're just so concerned with like letting people just like they give people so many ways to make the game easier and almost no ways to make the game harder. And that irks me. Like they have it with dynamic mode, I guess, but even that I didn't find very difficult.
Or any of these quality of life improvements that they add into modern ports of older games because it ruins the experience or whatever. I don't agree with that. I don't think it ruins the experience. If anything, it can help it make the game more enjoyable for people nowadays. So thanks to this, I didn't find any of the game massively grindy. The world of FF7 really captured me and just had me completely invested from the get-go. I found it really interesting that a game from 1997 was essentially depicting modern issues in our current society, such as greedy corporations essentially trying to suck the planet dry of its natural resources and completely damaging and ruining the planet in the process. And also just the world and the setting itself was quite different to what I tend to see from JRPGs. I know that it's not as unique in today's day and age compared to how unique the world and setting of FF7 would have been when the original first came out. But even today, most of them are a much more traditional fantasy setting, kind of a medieval fantasy setting or something like that. Whereas FF7 is this interesting hybrid of fantasy, science fiction. It's essentially diesel punk is what the actual aesthetic is called, I think. And I just found that really unique and interesting.
But was it because of difficulty or is it because you just weren't that interested?
And if I had to pick two things that I think is this particular game's biggest strengths out of the Final Fantasy games I've played so far, I would say that it's the world building and the characters. And also the
yeah, that's what I was saying, Amato. Like a hard mode that you can use items, and then like the one that doesn't have items would be hard plus or something.
Themes that FF7 tackles in its story and with its characters are just transcendent of time itself. The main story revolves around Cloud and his issues with identity and coming to terms with his true self and accepting who he really is deep down, which I think is something that pretty much anyone can relate to at some point in their life.
Story's a mess. So
and
for
of course,
you,
as I mentioned,
for you, it wasn't because of, you know what I mean? Like just because they gave boost doesn't help you get through it. You know what I mean? Because you're not a fan of the story. So like the boosts don't meaningfully make the game any better. In fact, I feel like they probably make the fucking game worse. You know, like because at least there's no because you then don't have like the challenge of the actual combat. And you can just enjoy the gameplay, even if you don't like the story. You know what I mean? At least you can enjoy the gameplay instead of just giving you a boost to make it easy as shit.
Parallels with modern day issues of massive companies just sucking the world dry of its natural resources and not caring because they just care about money. They're just themes and topics that are still very relevant today, if not more relevant now than ever, really. Now, I may sound like a bit of an FF7 glazer, but I can't really think of many criticisms I have of this game. Criticizing the graphics doesn't seem fair, because it's just a game of its time. It was Squaresoft's first ever 3D game, or at least it's definitely the first 3D Final Fantasy game. The gameplay still holds up really well, especially if you were to play, for example, the Switch version or one of the modern ports of the game that has some of the quality of life improvements. And yeah, I just can't really think of any criticisms I have of FF7. It's just, I don't like to use the word perfect because no game is really perfect, but in the context of when it was made, I just can't think of any criticisms towards this game whatsoever. It kind of just feels like FF7 was one of those lightning in a bottle moments. They just had this amazing idea and they just executed it really well. And yeah, as you can tell, I absolutely love FF7.
I'm actually, well, she didn't really say anything too spoilery about it, but I do want to get back to NieR. But we might come back to this. It was pretty good. But I just need to watch that while I ate, because I can't eat and play at the same time. The only boost I like is the one where you learn the weapon skill. That I guess that is handy. I probably wouldn't use it, but what was I doing? Oh, I turned in I narked. That's right, I narked. I tried to do bridge, but I couldn't. Despicable Man, that's Force and Myth. Two of these things are Force and Myth, I feel like. I don't need to do it, but Despicable Man was the one that was like recommended. I don't think the boat will take me to Force and Myth though. I need to go there. I need to walk there. How do you get to Force and Myth again? Is it through the Eastern Plains? How to get to Forest of Myth? Play once a week, so like I keep forgetting simple things like this. Part of the Northern Plains. You can go there.
Oh there, getting on?
See if I can get that bridge thing to spawn too. I want to do that. It's kind of an RNG thing. If the bridge troll spawns. Oh, this is the Force. Might as well save. Probably smart to save. What exactly do I need to do? Despicable Man. I just know he's in the forest. This music actually is a little 14 coded. A little bit.
The strange presence has left the divine tree. But it
I know, I
made
got
me
rid of it.
think. I mean, why are we worshipping a tree? That's odd, right? Sometimes I wonder why we do any of the things we do.
It's almost like a meta commentary on like weird communities and like fantasy games.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a rather interesting story for you. Would you care to hear it?
I feel like I can never deny these guys. All right, here we go. Oh, god damn it. It's still the same thing where he doesn't say shit. God damn it. I thought this was new. Because he had all that, like, intro dialogue. I thought this was new. God. Son of a bitch. In fact... Furthermore... Alcohol. God damn you, Kotaro. Such a fascinating tale. Are you being serious? Of course not. Yeah. Let's see if we can find this Despicable Man. I assume... Well, he has a side quest from our program. Is he the Despicable Man? I've talked to this guy before.
What? A man with a gold necklace?
You know him?
You bet I do. Goddamn bastard ran off with my wife.
Oh,
Wait a
shit.
minute. I thought he had a girlfriend.
If you find him, bring him back here so I can murder the bastard.
Holy
sure, I'll consider that.
Consider
Listen,
that.
Do you know where he went?
Last I heard, someone saw him in Seafront. Goddamn bastard. I can't even bear to look at my wife anymore.
Guess it's back to Seafront for us.
Fucking Yoko Taro. Making us come over here and being like, go back to Seafront. This gives me a good excuse, though, to at least try to get that stupid bridge troll again. Like, it gives me an opportunity to run past the bridge, you know? Come on, Bridge and Peril. Come on, Bridge and Peril. The Despicable Man is somewhere here. I wonder if it's gonna give me a choice, like take him back to the guy in Seafront. I mean, the horse admits he can get murdered, or do I let him go? Is he over here by chance? He's probably in the bar. Let's see if he's at the bar. Could have probably went in that way. No. Not the old guy for sure. He would have an icon over his head.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along with that massive
Is he on the beach, maybe? Check the beach. Is this just a rock or is this a... Oh no, it's... I'm gonna have to look this one up too. It's not my boy that's over here, right? It's not the lighthouse guy either, right? In theory, I would be able to identify him by the gold necklace, but I don't know. Fuck. It's really hard to tell. I mean, let me just look it up. NieR. Oops. NieR Replicant. Despicable. Man. Oh, I talked to 3 people in Seafront. Talks to 3 specific people. So I guess they give me hints. The guy by the post office is one? No. Oh, okay. There's like people around. They do have the thing over their head. 2 of them are down in that sort of like kind of town square-y type of area by the water. Fountain.
The man with the necklace? Oh, I know him. I know him very
Basically,
well.
talk to all the women.
Truth be told, I haven't seen him for almost 5 years. But I know he's coming back to me.
That's a really long time. You don't think maybe...
He promised he'd come back, and he will. He was honest, and he loved me. Not like that old husband of mine, let me tell you.
This
Man,
man
she's
seems
breaking
to
up
have
several
quite the
marriages.
gift for swindle.
Sure seems like it.
The tender swindler. think the other one was over here. Look like. Maybe not. Oh wait, now it's also this guy.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he was pretty shady. I heard he beat it for the North after folks caught wind of his counterfeit goods.
Okay.
Oh, that guy.
Alright. There's nobody else over here. I didn't look up everyone. I kind of do want to find it. I don't think it could be this guy, because he has his own quest. That's why he has the thing above his head. Let me just check the main town area, and if there's nobody there with the thing over their head, I'll look it up. How did it be the fisherman? Check the bar. Alright. Just tell me, YouTube. Just tell me. Alright, that's the first one. And then it's that guy. Oh my god, I would have not found this dude. Holy shit, look at this chat. Oh wow, but I would have never seen this guy. I don't think I've ever noticed this person before. Up here. I never noticed this guy before.
Man with the necklace. Yeah, sure, I remember him. Heard he took off for the junk heap earlier.
Great. Now the junk heap. Maybe he ran into the two brothers.
Oh my god, what a fucking Yoko Taro, you son of a bitch. Sending me all over the map. You're lucky this is one of the quests that the Reddit post said to do. You're lucky.
Oh there.
Bastard. Where am I going? He just said it. Junkie.
That man simply hops from one woman to the next, does he not?
He's been cheating this whole time? That's just terrible.
Doubtless he will end up suffering at the hands of one of his paramours sooner or later.
I don't think he means any harm. This kind of thing just happens with attractive guys.
That's
Wait a
horrible.
minute.
What if a man did that to you, Kaine?
He'd wake up a little less man than he used to be.
Changed my mind.
She would cut his dick off. Hold on. A guy who was sleeping around, like collecting women.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, got a question for you. Did a guy with a gold necklace come around here maybe 5 years ago or so?
Sure did. Mom used to spend a lot of time with him.
Okay, maybe I was right.
Don't tell me he's the guy we found with their mom in the junk heap.
Sorry, what?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
We can hardly keep this a secret from all parties, and yet I can't imagine how to begin telling them.
Oh shit, okay, what do I do
Let's
now?
just tell the client. Gideon doesn't need to know.
Yes, I suppose that would be the wisest course of action.
Okay. So let's go back to the client. Alright, who the hell was the client? Jesus Christ. It was the woman sitting diagonally across from the weapon shop. Is that in the main town? In my town? I assume so. Which actually would work because the next MSQ
One could say he
is in my
received
town.
his just reward.
What's going on, Sia?
Still, he was with a woman he loved at the very end. So I trust his final moments were happy ones.
There's nothing happy about dying.
I suppose this means the matter will always be a mystery to us.
Go. I don't need to take the boat to just go back to. I just need to go straight here. Oh, now that I'm in the Northern Plains. Hold on, now that I'm in the Northern Plains. Have you seen there was a new Cosmo Canyon Observatory analysis video? I have not seen that. The Nibelheim flashback. Yeah, we can maybe check that. Oh, here we go. This is what I've been wanting, chat. I've been wanting this since I played it on hard. Hold on. Ah, shit. Just gotta get rid of these guys as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to you, Dev. 7 months love being part of this community. Can't wait for some Games Fest. Yeah, me too. Thank you so much for resubbing. 7 months. Crazy. Just gotta get rid of these guys. These like little side shitheads. So I can focus on this one. So much better than hard mode. We were just talking about how much we like hard modes, but Jesus, oh shit. I walked into that one. Ah, shit. Yeah, I could not get away with all these swings in normal difficulty. I'm at hard difficulty. That's because they're so chonky. Like, that's my big problem with hard mode is like just how tanky they are. I actually like the challenge of like how much damage you take in hard mode, but I just don't like how tanky the enemies are. It's like a little ridiculous. Haven't played any NieR yet. Where should I start? Well, it really depends. Like, a lot of people think you could start with Automata, which is technically the second game. I decided, this is my first time playing anything NieR, so I decided to play the, this is technically the first game in release order. So I'm doing this one first. Okay. Oh, I have to check my words too, because I picked up a lot of words. Ashikura. Physical defense +8. Oh, and I got a sword out of that. Labyrinth's Whisper.
Stupid trash getting in our way.
It's hard to imagine a shade being here. It's almost like it was waiting for us. They can't be that intelligent.
Oh, really now? Can you truly say so with all confidence? The tactics of the Shades grow more intricate with each passing year. It would not surprise me to see them setting elaborate traps for us before long.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got that sense even from the last story quests.
Able to live in peace until we take
for the recent story quests. Okay, let me just check. I want to check my word edit because I picked up some new words. You can skip Drakengard. I mean, as far as I understand, you can. I mean, I don't really know. I know that it's the same developer, but I don't know if they're like super connected. I've always just heard of, personally, I've only ever heard of like this series and the way it connects. I didn't even know about, but to be fair, I didn't even know Drakengard was connected to NieR at all until people in chat mentioned it to me. What do I currently have equipped? Do I have no single-handed ones? So the ones I really want to use are Beastbane. My two-handed swords right now. I have the Iron... Well, I actually don't have that equipped. Iron Will. It has 30% magic power also. I mean, yeah, like if people told me Drakengard is a predecessor, I just don't know how connected it is. Yeah, Sunrise is my strongest spear. Just want to check my word edit real quick. Word edit. So one of the elements that you have in this game is these word limit, like these word things that you can add. You can like add words and they have like different effects on your stats. So the one that I currently have, Pyeel, is a +15 attack power. I've been picking up extra words, but I haven't really double checked what they do yet. A +20 armor break. Lol. Some of these have more of an effect on magic. Mahira does 12% item drop rate, which is nice. Kind of nice. Drain HP is kind of nice. We'll give that a try. Let's check it against magic though, real quick. Armor break +10, +12, +20 on Ulal, which we talked about. Magic power. What does this do? This is a +2 magic power. Maybe I can activate the Mahira here. Actually, armor break +20 would be nice. Lol, Mahira. Alright, I mean, whatever. Oh, hold on, I want to. All right, let's turn in Despicable Man, and then we'll continue story. Because both of those I need to do back at the village. But I'm glad I did this. I turned this one. I wonder where I turned this one back in. I'm not even sure where I picked up this quest originally. Let me double check. Bridge and Peril. Report back to client. Shit, who was the original client on this one? I need to look it up because I don't remember. NieR Replicant, Bridge, and Peril. I assume it was in the village though. Oh, just a guy like in the fields? Yeah, okay. This guy, literally right in front of me.
Yeah. We killed the shade at the bridge.
My daughter is dead. She passed while you were gone.
They always do this. They always do this. They give me a side quest where it's like, oh shit, da 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 da. Like the guy whose like dog died in between, or the guy's dog who died. The guy whose dog died. I found the dog's carcass, ripped up by shades or whatever, and then the old guy who like had the dog. When I went back, the son was there because the old guy had died.
Here, take this money. I won't be needing it anymore.
Oh shit. I mean, the best part of that was getting the weapon, since it need it. That's like relevant to getting all the endings, is to get all the weapons. So I did actually need that. I need to turn in this other one too.
I knew it.
This lady?
This is what I was talking about.
Hey, I tracked down your boyfriend.
You did? Where
He
is
died 5 years ago.
Sorry to tell you this, but he's dead. We found his body 5 years ago in the junk heap.
I had a feeling that might be the case. It's the only thing that could explain him not contacting me for so long.
And him being a fuckboy.
I think I can move on with my life now. Here's a little gift for you. I appreciate you doing all that legwork for me.
18K, Despicable Man done. Let me just double check, by the way, chat. Just real quick. I just want to double check the quests that were recommended. And I'm curious how many of them have done. Hold on, give me 1 second. Save. NieR Replicant guide. 4Hunt did that. Dog Astray did that. Runaway Son, I'm pretty sure I did that. Bella the Twins did that. That was all like part 1. Part 2. Bridge and Peril, I just did that. Shade Entombed, I have not done yet. I don't even know how you get that. Damaged Map, I did. Despicable Man. This is like one of the ones that were like considered worth doing. 5 years for a guy who ghosted her, yeah. A Tale of the Study Research Project did that. Thieves in Training I have not done yet, but I also haven't picked it up yet. Scattered Cargo I did. Shade Army is on my list. Great Tree. But even these are like technically not. These are just considered, these might be worth doing if you have time, need money, or a seeking trophy. So basically I've done everything I need except for a Shade Entombed. But we haven't even unlocked that quest yet. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll leave you with the very pleasant NieR music. even though we do have Yuffie. Well, I'll mute her. Before he forgets to do it. Oh, you can't hear the NieR music because I clicked off of it. Damn it. So I muted Yuffie for no reason. All right, chat. Let me just let's just quickly, very quickly. Let's go check the. Let's start the story. Let's go as the story. Continue that. Time are we? What time is it? It's almost 6. Okay, let's check our mail because that's the next thing to do is check the mail. Official notice. As per Rule 25,656, please consider this your official notice that the King of Facade has chosen to enter into the ceremony of matrimony. Please lodge all objections and/or congratulations through the official channel stated in Rule 38,585. Sincerely, the Royal Facade Office of Marriage and other legally binding contracts and concerns. P.S. Hey guys, it's me, the King of Facade. Sorry, this is all formal and stuff. Listen, I'm getting married and I really want you to come, so get over here.
He's getting married. Does this old book good to see a boy become a man?
He's like young
Probably
too.
Not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king.
Yeah.
Let's go to Facade.
All right, let's do it, chat. I was like, do I have to talk to Popola or anything? Usually you have to talk to Popola to do anything. But no, we're just going straight to Facade. Let's do it. I do find some of these names, by the way, interesting, like Town Facade, given what Facade actually means, and curious if that has any significance or not. Rhetorical.
Oh, there.
Go to the desert. December 22nd, Immersion passed to the village today and just kept pulling the craziest stuff out of her bag. She said her name was Accord. You keep telling me about that one. I still haven't met anybody named Accord that I know of. Has been mentioned several times. Shades are gonna chase me, I'm sure. Gotta avoid any goddamn scorpions with their bullshit. Doing this to hopefully avoid fucking scorpions. Oh, did I actually get through the desert with no scorpion attack? Oh, it's very close, I think. I saw a poison burst. So let's go see what the hell the king is up to. Boy wonder. Actually, that reminds me, did we go to Facade as an adult? Yeah, like have we seen the king as older NieR? So maybe that's why he's also getting married. Maybe he's not a kid anymore. See, I think I only have been here. I think last time I saw the king, I think, was when I was younger. I'm not sure if I've seen him yet as older NieR. Oh yeah, there he is. That's a grown man. The grown up.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Oh yes, how rude of me. Who is it? Oh, okay. How nice to see you again. Oh my god! Oh shit! It's the girl who could only do like hands, communicate through sign language. Hey, SubTXT. I have you in the background while I try to play Days Gone. I just was gonna bone pick with chat a bit. Okay.
Hold on. Fira?
Fira, yeah. FF7 talks is over and chat's brain flatlines. It does. That's right. Oh my god, so yeah, Fira.
A fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Indeed. We got the ceremony if I didn't come. That's my. I mean, we're cool.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Royalness. Congratulations on your wedding. I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
He's probably hanging at the gate. Yeah. Stay. Oh, I'm gonna stay with them.
Of course.
Yes, the royal family. Okay. That's cool. That Fira and the king ended up together. That's kind of cool. The night before the wedding. Okay. Red wedding coming. Okay, now Kaine's here.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths.
Yeah, really. Kaine?
Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
She's like, I'm not
invited
festive.
here by the king, remember?
Sure, but what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, Book.
He's always giving her
Let's see
shit.
how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire.
Ah, this music. Holy shit.
Oh.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything.
Well, there are streamers,
I'm
technically.
sort of jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice
Gonna
bride
marry the
someday,
king?
Huh? Oh, right.
Oh, right.
Bride.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Wait, hold on. Was there a door I missed downstairs? I feel like there was like a symbol above a door. Could be wrong. No, it was just a symbol above Kaine. SubTXT, you have planned for one to watch a Cosmic Canyon Observatory analysis video. I don't want to read it. I just don't want to miss it and plan accordingly. I didn't even know about it until you told me about it like minutes ago. So probably, I mean, maybe next week. How long is it? We'll see. Because I was also thinking of the NPC video that I've also never seen and like haven't finished at least. It depends on what happens. Like, I never know what's gonna happen in this community. I would have never expected 35 minutes. Okay. I never expected, you know, the crazy drama that we had this week, for example. And that really took over the stream. Let's it's the second half. So there's like the first half of the video. So yeah, I'll have to check it out and figure it out. But maybe next week.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
There was part 1 bad, part 2 yeah. So you're saying there's 2 parts of the video, and what they just released is what, part 2, but you're saying part 1 is bad? Harvest was weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Oh, got it. And okay. It's when I read it as bad though. I mean, maybe next week. I don't know. I haven't really planned. I mean, maybe next week. Also, our quarrel with the wolves has taken a turn for the worse. Duties of a king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat guilty about holding a festival to celebrate my wedding.
Needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
I'll see you next week. I mean, I guess I'll have to do it then.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
Not written in the rules, but perhaps they should be. Something to fight for. Yes, I thought of that. Hey Tom, what's going on? The day of the wedding. Why does something feel...
There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's
I don't trust emotions. I don't trust happy things with Yoko Taro.
Aren't you jealous, Kaine? Nah. Oh, come on.
Wow, so that's the ceremony here. I kind of like this. Gotta balance the spoilers. We're gonna get into the NieR game sometime. I'll let the light for you. Thank you so much, Tom. Alright. Thus, in front of these beloved guests, and per Rule 904, I hereby request that you seal your union with a kiss. This sort of thing is always hard for me. Did I ever update my category on Twitch, chat? Is it currently NieR? Wolves are coming. Wolves. I mean, oh shit! That's a different type of wolf than I'm used to. He attacked Fira? Bruh. You fuck with Fira.
That wolf is a shade.
Yeah, I know, it's about to get fucked up.
The wolves appear to be targeting you. The leader seems to have the power to reflect magic.
This my ass, bitch. Category is NieR, okay. Oh, they're running? They're running?
Fia! Fia!
Yo, she better not. Oh shit, that's a lot of blood. No, 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 no. Dude, what? We just... We're just reunited with her. Emil, can you do magic or something? Fuck off, dude. Damn it. Is this the first time we've heard her talk? I can't remember when she was younger. I feel like it was just sign language. But she only did sign language when we talked to her just now. Came from the outside, your existence is hard. But you're finally gonna be happy. Did I know she was an outsider, technically? It was to travel, to see new things, to be together. God, I'm having trouble remembering. Did I know that lore about her, that she was an outsider? We promised each other. Damn, it's a lot of blood. Shit.
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
I can win it. Damn, the acting. Yeah, but then like leave your village open to attack in the future though if you don't take care of them. Let me do it. This part was good and the music was great. I couldn't believe it. Oh man.
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah. I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go by himself?
Of course not. No. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight. It will not be an easy one.
I know.
I assume I talked to the king, yeah. Let me save real quick. Just in case. Save. Real quick save. 31 hours in, chat. Can I beat the boat? Can I beat the boat? This is like... I say the boat is slow, but I think it's kind of kicking my ass right now. It just feels so slow. Ah! Did I beat the boat? Oh my god, the boat was... Yeah, I beat the boat. Barely. Actually, the boat got here pretty fast. It's outside.
Are you ready for battle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Look at this sword, chat. Look at this goddamn Buster sword I got. No matter what game I'm playing, I'm pretty much playing FF7. It's the only victim here. These damnable wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I'll not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. But the rules say I can't, then damn the rules.
The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I'll not be defeated.
Count us in.
We're not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste. We can ill afford another tragedy.
My friends, are you much? You can make use of this, please say. Oh, another sword. Ancient Overlord. Where are you, my liege? Strike the wolves. The city is yours. My liege, that is a violation of multiple rules. Did those rules keep Fira from dying? No, my lord. What did Fira ever do? She was so close to knowing happiness, and then she had it snatched away from her. Yes, Fira's fault that she was so frail? Get out of my way! Cannot, my lord. You are behaving like a fool. Clearly, you are still young.
And the
gentlewoman. All in her city loved her, did they not? Out of the mask, who is our leader? Who is our king's beloved? King Fira. Who stained the coat with the blood of our queen? We got the whole crew. Fucking go. Sire, I request permission to join these men in battle. Apologize, it's time to obtain the blessing of every citizen for the war. You visited all of them? I did, my liege. There are rules about this sort of thing, after all. They do not exist to bind you, they exist so you may know your freedom. Good. Well, you are worthy successor to your father. Foolish king attracts a foolish people, do not forget this. You are a foolish person indeed. It attracts so much. I missed last time. Hell yeah, chat. This is good then. I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
It's for Fira.
Let's move.
Does the magic really not affect him?
The wolves appear to be targeting the king. He seeks the king of Facade.
I assume the meta is I need to protect the king.
Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. As for the leader...
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
I feel like I'm not making any progress. Can I just hit that fucker at least?
Above you. Stay on your guard.
Oh shit. Oh, this is the big boy. Fuck you. Fuck off. Big shithead. Ow. Ah, come on. Is he where the next big Sunday game will be, or even after FF8? We were talking about that a little bit earlier. It might be Automata, just to continue the NieR thing. We were talking about crazy shit, like Fable and stuff like that, or... I have not figured it out yet. My assumption was Automata, though. Unless do something in between. Maybe a smaller game in between? Or peace. Aye, we cannot know peace so long as you draw breath. It's not dead yet. This goes well. Oh, a little Sid Highwind action. Oh yeah, King, shit. See, while I feel a little bit bad about some of the other Shades' death, I don't feel bad about that because they killed Vera. Loyal Cerberus key fragment. How many fragments do I have now? Do I have a whole one? Oh. So she was in place in denture servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. That's why I was saying that, like, I feel like that cutscene when she died was like the first time I heard her talk, but I couldn't remember because like we did part 1 with her so long ago that I was like, did she talk? I was pretty sure she only spoke with her sign language. Like she greeted us with sign language. And so forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment with no family, she toiled day after day. And again, she thanked them for like marrying someone like her. And then it was also said that she was an outsider, basically, which I wasn't sure if I remembered or not from part 1. And just as her future was looking bright.
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
Cool. She was?
Of course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
Do my best, I swear. Swear, I'm sorry, let's be alone right now. The king is not allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
The people of the mass live and die by our rules. Sometimes we even break them. Isn't that right, Fira?
The poor king.
This is all the Shades' fault.
Yeah.
Come, we...
Turn to the village.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the
Yeah, I have all of them.
And Yona.
Oh, shit. Could I actually get to ending A tonight? What time is it? 6:13? I'm tempted. If anybody knows, how long is the next section? I have all the
We
fragments.
certainly can.
Or maybe I can save it and we can, like, you know, make a thing out of it next week, like finale, you know? Maybe we do that. I mean, it depends. Anybody in chat, like, especially if you know how long the next section is. I assume it's the end because we have all the fragments.
Oh there, getting on?
Did you do all the recommended side quests? I didn't actually. There's like one, there's one that I'm missing. I heard that you could do side quests in your other loops. I just don't know how to get that last quest. A Shade Entombed. Let me see this. Shade Entombed NieR Replicant. Speak to the masked soldier at the Facade's entrance. After requiring the loyal Cerberus key fragment, which I didn't have before. So yeah, maybe I should do that first.
Oh there.
Go back to Facade. Good call. This is the last side quest that's recommended, actually. What the fuck is that? Never seen that before, but I got something good out of it. Well, it's not a mini boss. I thought it might be. But it didn't have like a boss health thing either. Oh, there's another one. Huh. Fire wasn't in any Devil's book, so she said I could name it whatever I want. Maybe I'll name it after art. Okay. I think it was this guy. Yeah, I already. It's not that one. Maybe it's at the castle. Let's go pay my respects to Fira's grave. Poor Fira. City feels safer now the wolves are gone. Such a nice girl. She was. She was the greatest. Fucking goat. Oh, maybe this card. Oh, great benefactor, please hear our supplication.
Are you talking to me?
Wolves have dealt our city a devastating blow, so we are just starting to rebuild. However, the scale of the destruction was massive, and we find ourselves running low on metal and wood. We need to acquire 20 pieces of iron ore, 20 pieces of clay, and 20 logs. Is this the one? No,
Sure,
it's a city reborn. It's not the one. Where do I pick this up? At the right of Facade's entrance. It's back at the entrance? I only saw one dude, but maybe I didn't go to the right of it. And not so long ago, played To See the Stars. I did want to play that, actually. Chrono Trigger, like, it was actually really good. Automata is good. Actually, I did see that I haven't actually played anything Monster Hunter, aside from, like, a little bit of one of the regular Monster Hunter games. But I did see a demo of Monster Hunter Stories at New York Comic-Con last year, and it looked pretty good, actually. Where do I get this quest at? NieR Replicant, a shade entombed. Oh my god, it's literally like genuinely at the end. True? Yeah. All over here, back here. Excuse me, sir. I have an urgent request.
What is it?
We received word that bandits are breaking into the Baron's temple. However, the rules prevent us from entering the temple and dispatching the intruders. Therefore, we would like to eliminate the thieves in our stead.
Sounds like my kind of job. Sorry, the seal?
Legend tells of a powerful shade that has been locked away in a section of the temple. They stumble across it during their search for treasure.
That would be bad. And for the bandits as well.
Let's go.
Okay. I can't remember if the Baron Temple has a save point at the front of it, so I'm just going to save again. Where is the Baron Temple exactly? I have to go back outside, don't I? Yeah. On the Eastern Road.
What a headache.
Yeah, it's north.
We've not the time to worry about random bandits.
Look, the temple is really important to the masked people.
Then perhaps they should go inside and protect it themselves.
Quit being difficult, Vice. You know there are rules about that.
And thus, my headache.
Stop bitching
That's
and
this
get
way.
moving.
I remember running here with
Everybody
Fira.
in Facade seemed kind of depressed.
Little surprise when they were attacked by wolves and their queen lies dead.
They all really loved Fira, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
We should help them if we can. They've earned that much.
You're right, Kaine.
It's like impossible to see. I really have to go by the map. I'm really thankful I bought that map.
Someone's in front of the temple.
He looks possessed.
You must be one of the bandits. What happened?
There's a huge shade inside. We were just looking for Trish. Anyway, it's huge.
Recommend Sea of Stars. I tell you to play the demo of Monster Hunter. I'll say this: I don't care for creature hunting, creature collecting RPGs, but this one had me hooked. I have heard it's really good. How long was Sea of Stars?
I made it out, but my fellow thief.
I did play the demo of Sea of Stars. I liked it a lot. I own it on PS5. I just haven't played it yet.
Seems the worst case scenario has come to pass.
Screw these guys. They made their bed, let them shit in it.
Let them shit in
That
it.
shade is as big as they claim. It's too dangerous to let it live. Let's go in and take care of it.
That shade got my friend.
They sort of had it coming.
Sort of had it coming. Wait, what did he say?
That shade got my friend.
They sort of had it coming, but fine.
Yeah. I guess the shade came near the village today. People kept coming up to me and saying, "Boy, I wish your brother was around." Right. Where exactly is this shade at? As long as it doesn't do the puzzles in every room, I'll be pissed if I have to do the puzzles in every room, chat. Please don't make me do the puzzles again. Is it? Or at least not the puzzle, just combat. Okay. Well, master of the trial, it is time to devote yourself to the next rule. I used to, you know what I was actually super into in Shade Sea of Stars? 25, 30 hours. Took me around 50. It's like side content, I assume. Is there like a particular way through this temple to go? Let me just see. He just went the way I went, I think. Yeah, it's a left. Yeah, I think it's pretty much left. It's the path that I'm on right now. Actually, it's the main area. I was, yeah. Short swords. Do I have any like powerful short swords at all? 194 for the Ancient Overlord. That was the one I just picked up. Let's see what rule this one has. At least it's not a puzzle. I kind of dig that it's combat, at least. I assume. Racing wolf, so I can't run, probably? Oh, I can't run, that's fine, because I literally have a big old sword that keeps me stationary as hell. Got a ball. A master of the trial, it is time to devote yourselves to the next one. Health salve, health salve. I don't really need it. Oh my god, the music, chat. Holy shit. Oh wait, which way do I go from here? Because I can't really tell. Cross and straight. And then the first from the right. How long is this game? I've been avoiding these segments of the streams because of spoilers. We've been playing it for a while now. I mean, it's fairly, like, we're 31 hours in is my save point. I've been doing a ton of side quests, which a lot of people haven't done. So it really depends probably on how many side quests you do. I am currently, yeah, I mean, the biggest factor has just been side content. I've been doing side stuff. This in fact is a side quest. So you can watch a little bit of this to see some combat and stuff. There's not like hard plot. There will probably be a little bit of a story, maybe, to this. Time for getting monkey. Fuck, it's time for getting monkey. Do I have the... Yeah, the right one. What do you think time for getting monkey is? Is it like... dodging? Holland's Beat says side quest add 20 hours. I don't know what time for getting monkey is, but at least I haven't done it. Ow. Ooh, that hit hard. What was that? What? What did I do? The thing was almost dead too. It had like the smallest amount of health left. Maybe I dodged while I was in the air? I can do a regular dodge, apparently, because I've done that. Any other regular enemies? No, just this guy. Okay. Besides FF7 Part 3, is there any other game you might hope to see or announced at SGF? I mean, announce is always hard to I mean, I really want to see more stuff from Wolverine. But that would probably be a Sony thing. I mean, it'd definitely be a Sony thing. Oh, Master of the Trial, it is time to devote yourselves to the next rule.
Shade that was sealed away. That was intense. No wonder they sealed that thing up.
Still, it was no match for our combined might.
True enough. Let's grab the surviving bandit and take him back to Facade.
Alright, so that was the big shade. Is there anything more to do here? No. Let's grab the guy. Okay. Is there anything you guys are looking forward to other than FF7 at Summer Games Fest? I mean, I guess seeing the new Fable, if there is an update on that, supposedly it's coming out this year.
I'm getting out of here before those guys get back.
The rule was beating the mobs in the room. Oh, okay. I'm getting out of here before these guys get...
I'm afraid you came up with that brilliant scheme a little too late.
Ah, damn it!
Gotta fight this guy too?
I wouldn't if I were you.
Shut up, you!
Are you really gonna attack me, bro?
I'll get you.
Shut the hell up before I tear off your arms, ram a stick up your ass, and
New
turn you
Plague
into a
Tale
kebab.
game? Oh yeah, Kenna 2. Kenna 2, for sure. I still need to beat the first one. I played like half of it, and then I have to go back and even just restart it from the beginning.
That you were able to restrain that hooligan with words alone is testament to your vulgar speech and vile character.
I was surprised by how challenging Kenna 1
Cram it up
was.
your index.
Like, it had a pretty decent difficulty.
If you guys are done snarking at
I haven't
each
played
other,
the
let's
Plague
tie this
Tale
guy
games,
up and
though.
get back already.
The book, The Big Tree Kept on Waiting and Waiting. I have to wait a lot too. I wish I could do something.
They sentenced the bandit to 10 years in prison. The seal was open when we got there, but we defeated the Shade.
New Year up to the task. King sends his payment with the compliments. 20k, okay. Shade Entombed is done. So where's the other quest? The other quest is disturbing the sleep of kings. That's probably back at the temple also, to be honest. Let me see. Or maybe I go to the king? Oh yeah, I go to the king's mansion. The Plague Tale games though were games that have always like intrigued me. They've always looked interesting. I have so many games in my backlog though, it's crazy. Assume I just talk to the king because I'm disturbing the sleep of kings, which means I probably go to his room, I would assume. Maybe not. The first Plague Tale was actually good, especially the second one, Requiem. The new one's supposed to be action focused instead of stealth. Oh, yeah, that's different from what I know of them. What are we going to do?
What's wrong?
Thanks to those thieves who unlocked the seal, the Barren Temple is crawling with shades. We can't just ignore them, but they were sealed for a reason. They're very strong.
We'll take care of it.
Rest easy, good king. We are quite used to this manner of thing by now.
Probably should have collected this one. Wish we could help you for a change. Actually, I could just leave from here. Pretty sure. We're just gonna go back to the Baron Temple. Backtracking is very serious in this game, I will say. Can I get across? Ah, damn. Yeah, so I'm 32 hours, 18 minutes in. I forgot exactly who had asked. Hoping for something. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, that Eco game. I mean, that developer takes so long. I mean, he's, you know, I missed that chat, but yeah, dude. What is that game called again? I mean, it's probably just I think it's the Untitled. Isn't it just Untitled? From Fumito Ueda. Yeah, that dude is like just like a straight up quick artist. When was the last time they showed it? Was it last year or was it the year before when they showed the teaser for that? About time to get something that those games never ever miss, yeah. You know, actually, my great shame, I never beat Eco. I beat Shadow of the Colossus. I never beat Eco. It was so much longer than 1 year. It has been just a year, right? It's already did the shades that were over there. Is there like certain rooms I need to do for this? Hold on. This is like clear all the rooms? Like, I'm gonna check this guide real quick. Like, do I do the same first room again? Or I go the opposite way? That makes sense. He was so fucking good. I know, yeah. And I know it like inspired like Last of Us, like the first Last of Us. I played it during a period of my life, aka when I was young, and I didn't beat most games. Yeah, Last Guardian, yeah. Played a little bit of that. Okay, so I can't jump. Hopefully that doesn't count as leaping, because I didn't do the jump button, this is part of the finisher, part of the combo. Oh, Master of the Trial, it is time to devote yourselves to the next world. I mean, the Last Guardian was cool. I played up to a point where I got stuck on a puzzle, and I was so I guess too stubborn to look it up. So I have to go this way now. Okay, I already cleared this room, so I think I just need to clear all the rooms that aren't currently cleared. Oh, god damn it.
God, having sand in your clothes is the worst.
It makes one want to enjoy a bath for
Yeah, so I think I just like I got.
Can you even take baths?
Yes.
I got stuck on that one puzzle and I was too proud to like look it up. Probably should have just looked it up. Would I rather... Sorry, would you rather get stuck on a puzzle or have a trace from God of War say, oh my god, I would much rather get stuck, for sure. Yeah, that's annoying. I hated that shit. Protected turtle. What is that exactly? Is there a block in this game? I haven't fucking used it. If there's a block in this game, I have not used it. Oh, just hold on. That just got like frozen. Oh, what's going on? This has happened before, randomly. I'm not exactly sure why. It should clear up shortly. There we go. I hate these guys. You know what I hate about these enemies is that they are protected turtles. And you have to like break their guard. And really the heavy weapon's the best at that. More than anything else. How's fucking music? No way through here? No. No, there is a door that I've been super fucking curious about for the longest time, which is that door straight ahead of me. I probably need to clear this one too. So I just have to clear shades from the temple. Blade-wielding tiger. Okay, so I guess I can't use a sword, maybe? Okay. The fuck? I can only use magic, maybe? Maybe I can only use magic. That makes some sense. Yeah. I switched to the spear because I was like, oh, it's technically not a sword. But I guess it is a blade. Yes, it is a blade. Probably can't go this way. Oh, I can. I don't think I really get anything from going this way. Oh yeah, I can. If there was one thing I would hope is Square Enix to give Star Ocean a series of reboot. Yeah, I played Star Ocean's second story on the PS1? What's behind this door is what I want to say. Ah, damn it. It's locked. Did this one last time. Evasive mouse. Alright, no dodging. Ah, shit. Ow. Ah, I just dodged. God damn it. Ah, shit. Ow, and I can't dodge. Alright, he's pretty tough for a dodge, for a no dodge run. Ow, okay, that sucks. Alright, not dodging sucks. Dude, oh shit, this is hard as fuck. Ow, dude. I have an idea. I need to like magic these guys. It's hard enough fighting this guy and then having these little bastards around. Oh, he takes... The magic does so much damage on him. Okay. Armor break +2, that sucks. Oh, not magic drop. God damn it. Elaborate machine. Oh, this way is where I came from. Okay, I can go opposite way there. Is there anything this way? That just leads to the big thing. You know what I think would be really cool? No one stepped up to the plate to try besides FF. I'd love to see a game like Expedition 33, for example, give a new take on summons. I played a game from Atlas, the Persona team back in the day. That's another game I need to get through, chat, is Metaphor. I bought it, I think I played the demo. Like, yeah, I played through the demo. But I did not, I have not played that game all the way through. Did I do this already? I think I cleared this room already. Probably needed to go back where I was, honestly. How about this room across? Did I clear that? Thought I had. Maybe not. It should be open if I had cleared it. No, I did not clear this one. No magic spewing. Okay. At least I can dodge. Even though I didn't dodge that. Ow. Come on, boy. Ow. Come on. Come on. Okay. Alright, so I cleared that room, and they got an elaborate machine for it. Anything this way? No. I just think they need to go through the last big hallway that led to the boss last time. Unless this door finally opened. But I doubt it. What is behind that door? I really want to know. Hold on, let me just... Got some shades. Fuck off. Ow. He's got a bunch of guards. Oh shit, something hit me hard. Oh shit. Those things hurt. Okay. I said, get rid of these guards. On fire! Oh, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. All right, that did a lot. Oh, did he gain health back? Because I swear he did not. He was like, he definitely had no. He did not have full health, and then suddenly he did. Shit. Yeah, he's like regaining health. He regains health. Son of a bitch. Eee! Ah! Son of a bitch. Where does that take me back to? I just redo this fight. Okay. Okay, he's tricky. He's tricky. God, I wasted so much time with these damn guards, though, dude. God damn it, how's this guy not dead yet? Is this other guard dead? He is. Do a magic drop. Let's flock him up, chat. Oh shit. Almost ran right into that. Ow. Regenerating shithead. on. Okay. Come on. Hit him with that shit. Got him? Got him. Whew. That was a big boy. That was a big boy. That was a big boy. I assume there's an even bigger boy.
Damn it!
Rematch.
We better take our time.
No wonder
shit.
the masked people couldn't take this guy out.
Save such chatter for a later time. We must stay calm and approach this slowly.
Calm my ass.
Pop, 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 pop. Okay. Wow. The last boss was much harder. Machine. Is there anything
The shades
else?
inside this temple are far more powerful than I expected.
Either way, we're done here. Let's report back to the king.
Perfect. If you would take me directly to where the king is, thank you so much, video game. There's a small reward for your work. Is it a weapon? A two-handed sword, labyrinth song. Alright, chat, I've done all of the quests that I think I need to do. Legend has the shades are desecrated forms of the kings that ruled in ancient times. Why would the old kings yearn so much for life that they transformed themselves into these abominations? So again, another hint of like, that they were, it's like he's saying that the old kings turned into those shades. So again, how people can be shades. Shitballs. Alright, what's the next thing I need to do? Talk to Popola, of course. So what I'm gonna do, chat, we're gonna go back to the main village. Next stream, surely? Yeah. So we're gonna go back to the village, I'll save at the village, and then next stream, unless I'm crazy, sounds like, next stream I will beat the first ending of NieR, correct? I'm excited. Actually, let's take a nice leisurely. Let's revel a little bit. Just go back to the entrance, but you can take me. And I can relax. Again, I think the next stream will finally reach the first ending of NieR Replicant. I will have to double check to see if I've gotten all the weapons or if there are any weapons that I've missed. I know at the very least I could buy any weapons that I don't have, so I'll have to like do research on that. I know I don't need all the weapons for the first ending, but I'm just gonna do a double check to see if I have everything that I need. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. This has been quite a journey. I think a lot of people play this game a lot quicker. But you know, we took our time. We did all the side quests. And I'm grateful that so many of you have stuck around to continue to watch. You know, it's probably about half the amount of people, maybe a little bit less than half the amount of people who watch the FF7 stuff. But for a while there was like a lot of people still here. I really appreciate that as I try to like play some other things, do some other things. So yeah. It's been fun. I do like this game. I'm waiting for the other endings. You're always lurking. I'm waiting for the other endings and sort of the revelations that that might come with them, because the vibe I've always got, and maybe this is speaking of expectations, like we talked about for FF7, the expectation that I have with NieR is, oh god damn it. The expectation that I have with NieR is that that the other endings really kind of like are kind of crazy and really give you a different perspective on everything. I hope that's the right expectation. That's kind of the vibe that I've gotten. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh there.
Let's go save.
I marvel at how relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
That's interesting. He's even like flagging how, like, throughout the game, there's been this meta, almost like how we've talked about, like, oh, the way Yoko Taro, like, even structures these quests are, like, surprisingly mundane or surprisingly whatever. And it was interesting to have Grimoire just call out that, like, this seems remarkably easy to sort of, like, reach him. And it hasn't been hard, right? Like, if I did pure story, if I didn't do so much side content in part 2, we would have gotten to this probably very quickly. I think it's you fun as a streamer, and seeing people experiencing things for the first time is great. Always tune in. Thank you so much, Zanpakuto. So this has been really great. I'm really looking forward to this. Actually, let me just save one more time. Yeah, we are 32 hours 45 minutes in before going to presumably the end. Let me just double check this. How long to beat NieR Replicant? God damn it. Where the actual how long to beat site? Even though I don't know exactly how accurate the site is sometimes. How long to beat says 40.5 hours, 20 hours for main story, 40.5 for main and sides, and 70 hours for completionist. Just think Bleach. I have not seen Bleach. But all right. I'm gonna be a crazy person. I just want to make sure I save. Okay. All right, chat. This music sounds different. Hold on. This is not the music that usually plays here. I think that's because we're for the final boss, or before the final section. Yeah, this is different music. This is different music, isn't it? And what's usually plays here? Unless I'm tripping. Maybe it's been this way all throughout part 2 and I just didn't realize. Maybe I'm attaching things that aren't really there. Look at this goddamn Buster Sword. Beautiful song though, shit. Alright, let's close this bad boy. Alright. So the next stream, this was a beefy one. How long has this been so far? 7 hours. God, I always do it. Is there anybody on to raid into? Good stream, thank you. Oh, actually, Nightalize. Let's do Nightalize, because we've been talking about Summer Games Fest. He might actually be there too. Let me read into him. He's done some like FF7 stuff too. And I met him at like New York Comic Con and stuff. And he's a chill dude. He's playing Soros today. I don't know if he's like actively playing it right now. Hold on, let me go to my dashboard. So our next stream chat will be Thursday, May 14th. We will continue with FF8. We just did a bunch of like, world stuff in FF8. Thank you for streaming. Thank you so much. Sephiroth, you're always like hanging out. Start the raid. Oh wow, he just started streaming. He's 6 minutes in. So that's actually perfect. So anybody on Twitch, if you can hang around for a few seconds, we're gonna raid into there. But thank you so much everyone for hanging out. It was fun to sort of like get a lot of that stuff with FF7 off of our chest and sort of talk about that. Thank you so much, Sephiroth, Zempakudo, Fenrir, I'm So Dry, and everyone else who might still be here. Cam Grundy, thank you so much. So I'm about to raid in. I will see you guys on Thursday. Thank you for hanging out. See you.
Body soap.